Hello, hi, and welcome to Kaplan's Pre-Med Day. We are so excited to have you here. I am Kaplan Teacher Jed, and we have a whole wonderful lineup of folks from all over that want to talk to you today about their journey to becoming doctors and what it's like to be a doctor and what it's like to be in med school and how you should take a gap year. And we got a wonderful group of topics for you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We also have some experts here in the chat that would happily answer any and all questions that you have as they can. There are more of you than us, so be a little patient with us, but please participate as much as you are able. You'll get a lot more out of the day that way. But I am so excited. I am so excited. We've got Dr. Dale Okorodudu here to talk to us, and I don't want to waste any time. So Rockstar on the way, and we've got a little short intro video for those of you that don't know Dr. Dale yet. I think you are going to be very excited indeed. Let's go ahead and start by rolling that tape.
I mean, this is cancer. I guess this could be lymphangitic spread.
My name is Dr. Dale Okorodudu. I am the founder of Black Men in White Coats, and I'm a pulmonary and critical care physician practicing at the Dallas VA Medical Center. I absolutely love what I do. There are very few jobs in the world where I think you kind of get most of what you want in one package. I was raised in League City, Texas, which is just outside of Houston. Academics were very important to my parents. I always tell the story about one time when I came home and I said, "Hey, Dad, check out this test score. I got a 98%. And my dad looked at it. He said, "What happened to the other 2 points?" Even though he knew I gave him my all and he was happy with the 98%, he was making a point that, son, if you can do better, do better. Honestly, I don't remember pretty much anything in high school except for playing basketball. And when I got to college and realized that basketball wasn't the path that my life would take me, my focus shifted to academics. I was a biology major at the University of Missouri. I went to the University of Missouri for med school as well. Did my residency at Duke University Medical Center in Durham, North Carolina, and fell in love with the program at UT Southwestern where I did my pulmonary and critical care fellowship. There are numbers as low as 2% of all physicians are African-American males in medicine. If you don't have very many black males in medicine for you to see, for you to emulate, for you to get mentorship from, it becomes difficult. In 2013, the AAMC came out with a report highlighting the decrease in number of black men applying to medical school, and we thought there's got to be some way we can contribute to this. We set my cell phone up and we actually filmed the very first Black Men in White Coats. It had a great welcoming online, tens of thousands of views. And then we've since filmed multiple episodes of Black Men in White Coats. There's this belief that as a black male, that you can't go talk to a physician, and often that you can't go up and talk to a black male physician, but Black Men in White Coats is helping to shatter that belief. So now they come to us and say, "Hey, can you come talk to us? Can you come talk to my children? Can you come talk at my school?" To let them know you can become a physician if that's what you really want to do in life. That means she hit her leg. That's one separate thing. And then she still has a different condition here. I used to go in the ICU and I would see patients like this and I would freak out because that's intimidating. When you walk in the ICU, people have all these lines and tubes in them. The most rewarding part of my job is knowing that everything that I've learned, I have the ability to pass back to teach other people so they can go on and teach other people.
And with that, I present Dr. Dale Okorodudu.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Super excited to be here today, Kaplan. Thanks for having me. And Jed, thanks for getting it pumped up. I mean, you got me ready to rock and roll. You got me wanting to go out there like Rocky, just have a great, exciting day. I'm really happy to be here this morning. So really, really excited for you all and for the day you're going to have and all the exciting things you're going to get to see and learn and hear from the people you get to hear from is going to be great. I just want to kick it off for you guys really fast with just a few thoughts and a few questions for you to think about. Here's the deal. When you're a pre-med student, they're always talking to you about be a holistic student, and they talk about the holistic application, the holistic review process. So in pre-med, you're running around, you're trying to do a little bit of research, a little bit of shadowing, you're trying to make sure you get the grades, trying to do whatever you are. You're trying to be a well-rounded pre-medical student. But I was thinking about it the other day. What does that translate into as a medical student, as a resident, as a fellow, and then as a doctor? There's so much emphasis on you all to be holistic pre-medical students, but what about the holistic doctor? What about the holistic physician? What about doing things beyond just being in the operating room, or for me, I'm an ICU doctor, beyond just being in the ICU? How do you become a holistic physician? You know, one of the questions I get asked most often is, "Hey, Dr. Dale, how do you do all those things you do? You do so many things. You're a full-time doctor. You do pulmonary critical care. You do all that stuff. You do a lot of teaching and stuff at the medical school. How do you do all that? Oh, you just made a documentary video. How'd you do that? Oh, you write books and stuff. How do you do that, Dr. Dale? Oh, by the way, you've got these tech companies and startups, and you're a husband and a father, and you coach your kids. How do you do all that, Dr. Dale?" You know, my answer is I try my best to be a holistic physician. I think about myself as more than a doctor. Life is bigger than medicine. Life is bigger than medicine. So that's what I want to talk to you all about here briefly this morning, just 10 minutes or so. I'm going to ask you all some questions. I want you to go ahead and grab your pen, grab your paper, and write these questions down so you remember them, so you can approach your career like this. So when you're 10, 20 years out from today, you'll still be able to be a holistic individual. The first question I've got for you to think about. Question number one, write it down. What is your professional mission? What is your professional mission? Here's the deal. A lot of us just kind of get into medicine and we just start, following the trend, right? You're pre-med, you're going to be pre-med for X amount of years or whatever. These are the classes you need to take. Then you need to apply. Then you go to med school. Then you take your board exams and then you apply again. Then everything is just so regimented for you as a pre-medical student. It's almost like they can put you on a conveyor belt and they move us right along this process. But how often do you actually ever stop to think, okay, what is my professional mission? What do I really want to do for my life's work, my life's career? What do I want to do? And here's what I want you all to understand. There's a difference between having a job and work, right? God gave us work. Work is what am I here for? Work is in me. Who am I? What am I here for on this earth to do? That's my work, right? A job is something you go to, you get some money for it, and you get to go back home and you can forget about it. But you can't forget about your work. Your work is part of who you are. Okay. So the first question I want you all to think about when it comes to being more than a doctor, being the holistic doctor, right? Thinking bigger than medicine. The first question is, what is your professional mission? I'll tell you, my professional mission is to develop tomorrow's leaders in medicine. That's what I focus on. Everything I do focuses on developing tomorrow's leaders in medicine, and I approach my days through that lens. This is my professional mission. Of course, I've got a bigger mission, a life mission that includes my family life too. But just from a professional standpoint, develop tomorrow's leaders in medicine. So everything I do, you all saw the video just now, the things I do all go through that lens. Is this helping me develop tomorrow's leaders in medicine? So that's the first question you have to ask yourself. What is your professional mission? And we do tons of work with pre-medical students. And one of the things that I have the pre-meds I work with do, I say, what is your pre-medical mission statement? So I want them to start thinking like that, right? So thinking as a pre-medical student, who are you? What is your work as a pre-med? What is it about? What is this really about for you? And then expand that out to your professional. So that's question number one, write it down. What is your professional mission statement? Question number two for you to think about is, what things do you need to accomplish to fulfill that work, to fulfill that mission statement? Here's how I like to think about it. Imagine you got a big bag, just a big sack, potato sack or whatever. And that big bag, that big sack is your work. That's your mission statement. That's your life's work, your professional work. That's everything. What things do you need to dump into that bag? What other accomplishments do you need to dump into that bag to fulfill it, right? So again, for me, my professional mission statement is to develop tomorrow's leaders of medicine. That's my big sack, my big bag. What am I putting inside of it? Okay, I'm putting my books inside of it, right? I'm writing these books. That's part of me meeting this life's work, this professional work. All right, I put my documentary inside of it that we just made. What else can I put in? Okay, we run summits across the country. I put my summits inside of that bag. All right, what else am I gonna do? I teach at the medical school. I put all those things inside of that bag. At the end of the day, that bag needs to be heavy. I want that bag to be so heavy that the Santa Claus couldn't pick it up, right? I want that bag to be really, really heavy because I filled up my work, my professional mission statement. I filled all that up with little accomplishments inside of that bag. And when you add all that together, it makes for a heavy bag. It makes for a well-fulfilled career at the end of the day. That's my goal. That's what I'm going for, right? And all these things are helping me be well-rounded because if you think about it, it's not as if I'm just practicing pulmonary critical care medicine. That's fine. I love it. That's part of it. But on top of that, I want to be a holistic doctor, right? I have a bigger mission and I know what I want to do. And if you don't know what you want to do, somebody's going to tell you what you want to do. So it's really important that you for yourself figure out what do you want to do, okay? So I'm just dumping all these things in this bag. And at the end of the day, I'm hoping that I meet that professional mission statement. So question number one, what is your professional mission? Question number two, write these down, guys, don't forget them, is what things do you need to do to accomplish that, to bring it to fruition, okay? Number three, this one's critical. I really want you to pay attention to this one. So critical, and this is where a lot of people drop the ball. Number three is, who do you want to accomplish those things with? Who do you want to accomplish those things with? So, hey, if you're like me, you've got a whole lot of things you want to do in life. You've got a whole lot of things you want to accomplish in this professional career over the next, I finished all my training at 32 years old, right? So I've got another, on top of that, maybe another 40 years or something in the medical field, right? So who do I want to run this journey with? There's an African proverb that goes, if you want to go far, let me start over that one. African proverb that goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I'm gonna say it again. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And that is so true. And I found it to be so impactful in my life. So I'm gonna give y'all some gold. Write these down. This is gold. This is jewels, right? These are game changers if you actually apply this to your life. Almost everything I start, right? So anything you've seen me do that's got Dr. Dale's on that I've done, I started it by myself. Right, meaning I started alone so I can go fast. I wanted to move. I wanted to go fast. Because up front, sometimes you just need to go really fast. You got to get the ball rolling. It's a snowball. You want to get that snowball going, build that momentum, right? But then I always get to a point where I say, wow, okay, this is cool. We've done some good stuff. However, I need this thing to go far, right? I don't just want to have one summit. I want to have a lot of summits. I don't just want to have one book. I want to have a lot of books. So who do I start bringing on my team with me so we can go far, right? Because I wanted to go far, because at some point in time, there's going to be things that I can't do anymore. And the question is no longer, hey, how do I do this? The question becomes, who do I know that can do this? Okay. So easy. One of the biggest questions is, Dr. Dale, do you sleep? How do you do this? How do you do that? Well, it's because who I brought on my team with me. I brought people who were strong, who can execute, and they helped me go far. And because of these people on my team, I get to be the holistic doctor that I want to be. And when I say holistic doctor, guys, I don't mean practicing holistic medicine. That's cool, but I'm talking about a well-rounded physician that can do more than take care of patients in the clinic or in the ICU room, right? Right. So the people around me, who do you want to accomplish with it? So question number one, what's your professional mission statement? Question number two, what things do you need to do? What things do you need to accomplish to bring that to fruition? Question number three, who do you want to accomplish it with? Question number four, how can I become a better leader? Question number four is, how can you become a better leader? And this is another one that people miss out on so much, is people just think that they can go through life and just figure out how to lead on the fly. No, it's like that song, there's levels to this thing, right? There's levels. You've got to prepare, you've got to study, you've got to work hard. You see my bookshelf behind me. If you were to go through all those books and all the books I've got in my Audible app on my phone and my other bookshelf over here, a lot of them are leadership books, your books that I read to train me how to become a better leader. And it's important to be a better leader because of question number three, who do you want to accomplish these things with? So when you have a team, you have to know how to lead the team. When you have the team, you have to know how to lead the team. So I spend quite a bit of time preparing myself to be a leader. I spend quite a bit of time working on my communication skills. I spend quite a bit of time learning how to build things, how to build businesses, how to write books, how to make films, all those things we do, right? I focus on those things. I take the time to learn how to be a leader. All right. The question number five is, when can I stop? When can I say, you know what? I'm done. My work is done. I've been that holistic professional. I'm done. When can I stop? That's a question you're going to have to answer for yourself. I can't answer that question for you. I'll tell you, for me, when I die, I don't want to die anytime soon. By the grace of God, I got a lot of years on me. I want to die on E. I want my gas tank to be on E, right? That's who I am. That's what I want for myself. But you will have to answer that question yourself. You have to answer that question yourself. When can you stop? All right, that's what I got. Let me recap those 5 questions for you all. I hope you wrote them down. Number 1, what is your professional mission statement? What is your work? What do you want to do? Number 2, what things do you need to accomplish to bring that to fruition? Number 3, who do you want to accomplish it with? Number 4, How can I become a better leader? And number 5, when can I stop? All right, guys, I hope you wrote it down. I hope you let it sink in. And before I go, we got one more video to show you, okay? I mentioned the documentary a few times in this. We just finished the documentary. It's called Black Men in White Coats. It's getting amazing reviews. We're super excited about it. Took a long time and a lot of work to make it. But I would love for you all to see the trailer. So my friends at Kaplan, I would ask if you guys could cue that trailer up so everybody can see. Thank you all, and I love you.
We need more black men in white coats because we need to save the lives of more black men, period.
There were fewer black men applying to medical school in 2014 than in 1978.
There are several medical schools that do not have any black men in their classrooms. When that is the case, and we're in a learning environment, there's going to be different conclusions made about how to care for people if there are not diverse people around the table.
You need to care about your fellow man and woman, otherwise we all suffer. So the reason why white people, white women should care about diversifying physician workforce, which includes black men, is because it makes it better for all of us.
Historically, the system wasn't designed for black men to succeed.
My mom, on and off drugs, in and out of jail my whole life, and becoming an orthopedic spine surgeon, if I can do it and come from that environment and everything that I went through, I think you can also.
There are little black boys out there who see me on TV, who see me in this role, and who may not have ever thought that they could be a doctor, much less Surgeon General, who when they see that, all of a sudden think, I can do that too.
We're approaching this as though it's a problem versus realizing that we have a crisis on our hands.
What's the impact if this problem doesn't change?
Black people are gonna continue dying.
Yeah, ain't no time for stressing, I've been really stepping. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, if you wanna go get it, stop playing around. Really got on Rex, ain't playing around. Wanna go get it, stop playing around. Really got on Rex, ain't playing around. Black men, white coats, here we up right now, yeah. You gotta set you a goal, you gotta accomplish your goal.
Are you so pumped? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I don't know if we can live up to that standard for the whole day. Thank you so much, Dr. Dale Okorodudu, starting us off with a huge bang. We are really excited about the work that he is doing and his film. And I hope you are too. But we got a whole bunch of great stuff coming up today. Don't change that out. But we wanted to, we talked to some of our top teachers around the country, and we want to make sure that we were given some practical advice here about those things too. So next up, I've got a short video for you from my good friend John Linick, who has some words of wisdom for you.
Greetings, my name's John Linick. I'm a Kaplan MCAT teacher and a bit of a science nerd. I have been teaching for a very long time. I've actually been teaching since I was in junior high, everything from music through all of high school. I did a lot of work with gender violence education through college, and I've been into science my whole life pretty much, and so I kind of naturally fell into teaching. After I took a Kaplan course for my own MCAT way back in the day, and it's the most fun test. I know it's a scary test. In fact, it's a terrifying test for most people. But the reasons that it's scary is because it's so different, and that's what really makes it a good exam. It's not just can you memorize all of the sciences, it's much more about application, critical thinking, like can you be given a bunch of new information and then apply your background knowledge and language of science to this brand new idea. It's really cool, and so it's kind of forced me and all of us teachers to constantly learn new things and to kind of like, you know, stay light on our feet, so to speak, in terms of the sciences. My own specialty, what many of the other teachers they do make fun of me for, is that I have a huge emphasis on the connection between things, which really kind of goes down into what things are called and why they're called what they are. Word roots, I'll say word roots in every class at some point. But it's understanding not just like, can you memorize the name of a hormone, but if you understand your Greek and Latin roots, can you read the name of a new hormone and then figure out either where it's coming from, where it's going, what it's doing, just given the language. That and another part of the MCAT that's really cool, and this is part of my favorite part of teaching, is really connecting those dots together to show how even something that seems very specific to biology is really just an application of general chemistry, biochemistry, physics even. And so it's really the connection between everything is definitely my superpower, identifying that in my teaching. And I really love getting students to see the same. Some background on myself outside of teaching. I am an outdoors enthusiast. I've lived in Colorado most of the past 15 or so years. I spend a lot of time off grid in the mountains. I even teach off grid because, you know, that's what we can do these days. We live in the future. But in the winter, I spend a lot of time skiing, snowboarding. I love the trees on a snowboard, but I telemark ski, but I stick beginners on that. In the summer, the coolest thing turns out to do in the summer is to load up paddle boards with a bunch of camping gear and then basically adventure down a river and camp along the way. So that's kind of my style. Back to MCAT study tips over and over again is the number one mistake that students make when they are studying for the MCAT is that they just study for the MCAT. It's not the kind of test that you just read books and get good at. It's the kind of test, like most things in life, you just have to do to get good at. And so if there's one thing you need to focus on, it's doing problems. If you ever study something, afterwards apply it. Like, you got to use it. Like, it's the same thing for sports. You know, if you want to get really good at, you know, basketball, you don't just go to the gym and work out and get stronger. Like, you have to play the sport to get good at the thing. So it's the same thing here. Get resources. That's the key. Like, make sure you have problems, make sure you have passages, make sure you have full-length exams, because that's what makes this test unique, is that it's not just doing problems, but it's passage-based application, critical thinking, like analyzing experimental structure and design and data. All that is so important, not only, of course, for the MCAT, but going into medicine and other kinds of, you know, graduate level science fields in general. We have to be comfortable reading research and interpreting whether it's good or not, like what the possible flaws are, how to interpret the results. It's all a big part of that critical. All right, I think that's enough. So I will call it for now. Take care, world.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're so glad to have you here, and I am excited to introduce you to our next distinguished panel of doctors, led by Dr. Chris Cimino. We're going to be doing a day in the life, letting you know what it's like to actually be a doctor of various kinds. So without further ado, Dr. Chris Cimino.
Thank you very much, Jed. I'm Chris Cimino. I'm a neurologist. And right now, I am Chief Medical Officer for Kaplan Medical. I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves before we get into the heart of the discussion. Sadhana, why don't you go first?
Sure, thanks, Dr. Cimino. My name is Sadhana Rajamurthy. I trained in family medicine, have been practicing as a full-time primary care physician, but just recently actually converted to now doing full-time global health work.
And Seth, why don't you go next?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Seth Meltzer. I trained in internal medicine and I'm now currently a cardiology fellow down in Washington, D.C.
And Ned.
Thank you very much, Chris. Nice everybody here. My name is Ned Palmer. I trained in internal medicine in Cincinnati and am now on the global health faculty at Boston Children's Hospital. And
Thank you, everyone. And thanks for being here. It's always fun to talk to medical students and pre-medical students. So I'm glad our audience is here as well. I think you'll find this an interesting panel. We're going to talk about what it's like to be a doctor. And to kick things off, I'm going to ask each of you to talk about what's the best part of your day as a doctor. And I'm not seeing patients anymore, but I would say that the best part of my day was feeling like I was helping someone or helping a family. Often with neurologic disease, it's a family affair because the person is having difficulty just getting through their life. And so really demystifying those challenges and helping the family figure out how to cope with something that can be very frightening was always part of that too. And that's a good thing as well. Ned, how about you?
yeah, thank you. I mean, I think my answer may be what lots of people will echo, but frankly, being at bedside, the best part of my day about being a physician is being at bedside, and whether that's here in Boston, overseas in global health, domestically working on Native American reservations, just serving communities and serving patients.
Salana?
For me, I would have to say, so the whole reason I went into family medicine is to be able to kind of see, from birth to end of life. And so that spectrum of good health and, bad health is the reason I chose it. And so I think that was my favorite part, being able to, especially going through training and then a little bit afterward, being able to deliver a baby, taking care of that mom, prenatally delivering that baby, taking care of that baby and the mother afterward, to the point then after, a few years of practice, being able to see, I think I got to seeing 3 generations, within the same family was really the most gratifying and humbling experience that I've really ever had.
And Seth?
I would certainly echo the comments about definitely being at the bedside, and I spent a lot of my time inpatient, so I'm still in training. I spent a lot of time in the hospital, and in addition, what I like is really, which I didn't understand that much early on, was really how much of a team sport medicine is. I'm constantly on a team in a hospital with other medical students and residents, and we have an attending physician, or if I'm doing a procedure and on a patient with heart disease and we need to discuss the results with a surgeon. I think the best part of my day is just working with the other doctor, working with other residents, really communicating and knowing that at the end of the day, we're all doing what we can to take good care of the patient.
And how'd you choose your specialty, Seth?
In medical school, the classes that interest me the most were always physiology and pathophysiology. So how did the body work, and then when it didn't work, how things could go wrong. And so that kind of naturally led me into internal medicine. And so I did a residency for internal medicine for 3 years. And then at the end of that, I was deciding, do I want to sort of stay as a general internist, or do I want to go into one subspecialty? And so from that standpoint, there were a couple different organ systems I liked. I liked the kidneys, I liked the heart. I eventually decided to go into fellowship in cardiology, probably multiple reasons. One, I sort of thought the heart was the most interesting. It had the most interesting physiology. I wanted to do something that was really prevalent, that like a lot of people were going to have. And I mean, everyone knows, mother, father, uncle, aunt with heart disease, with heart failure, with heart valve problems. And then the last thing was that just cardiology is so varied. You can spend time inpatient, seeing people that are acutely ill in the hospital. You can spend time doing procedures. You can spend time reading ultrasounds and reading EKGs. You can spend time in the clinic. So it was a very varied field, and that was certainly I liked about it.
And Ned, you're Med Peds. Could you explain what that is and how you chose that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Med Peds is a combined residency in internal medicine and pediatrics. Each one is typically 3 years, but the combination drops that down to 4 total years of training. You end up board certified in both, if you choose to end up board certified in both internal medicine and pediatrics. I think we just had our 50th year anniversary of the specialty, so it's fairly well established now. Really affords a broad number of opportunities that stem from it. That really speaks to where I got into it in the first place. I wanted to stay as broad as possible, but keep my options open if down the road I wanted to pursue something like that, cardiology. And as I went through, I learned that instead of going deeper into the physiology and pathophysiology lights, that I zoomed out even, and I turned and kind of redirected after training to go more into public health and global health, zooming out of individual organ systems and looking at whole healthcare systems, health networks, and systems level patient integration. And so it's really afforded me fantastic opportunities to be engaged at different levels that I really found valuable to me in terms of the services I provided.
Yeah, that's similar for me. The one of the most frequent questions I get about my specialty in neurology is, how could you go into that? It's so depressing. Because people are thinking of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and things like that. They seem to forget that headaches and seizures are very treatable, and that's a very common piece of the practice as well. But I've pointed out to people that, and it goes back to my, the best part of my day kind of thing, those challenging diseases, you're not just helping the patient, you're helping the family, and that's just as important, just as gratifying. But how I chose my specialty, I've always been interested in learning theory and psychology and how the brain works. And so I was sort of a natural for, should I go into psychiatry or should I go into neurology? And I chose neurology because I thought psychiatry was too depressing. So that's how I ended up there. But I was always looking still for that way of combining both the technology aspects, artificial intelligence, and the biological aspects. I got to tell you, we're still not there yet. But I chose to do a subspecialty in clinical informatics, which is really about manipulating clinical information to improve medical care, help doctors do their job better. And from there, I got very involved in education, medical education, and computer-based education. So kind of a little bit all over the place. I will say that the audience, just feel free to put questions in the chat, and our staff will feed them to us, and we'll try to work them into the conversation. The next, we actually have a question from the audience already. Someone who's talking about how their dad, who's in internal medicine, is very stressed at time, and asking how to deal with that stress. And it kind of ties in also to what was going to be my next question, which was about how COVID has affected your practice. Certainly doctors across the country are under a huge amount of stress, nurses as well, the whole medical system is stressed. So Seth, why don't you go first with that one?
Certainly a big question. In terms of how COVID affected my training, I'm down here in Washington, D.C., and so we were in kind of that April to June period was certainly decently busy with COVID. And there was a lot of talks, because I'm, as I said, trained in internal medicine and now in cardiology. There was a lot of talks in the hospital of, are we going to need to deploy extra people? Because now we just have this insurge of patients in the hospital who need someone to care for them. So there was a lot of preparations for that. One of the other things that I did was the city of Washington, D.C. opened up, they actually never needed to use it, thankfully, but they opened up the convention center as a sort of secondary hospital. And so I volunteered with another one of my co-fellows, and there were like hundreds of us there that sort of went through training of, how could we set up this convention center into, a 500 or so bed hospital, and how could we get things set up? It was a lot of it was in preparation, and eventually, as I said, they actually never really needed it. But that was, I feel like, a way that's I was going to get to work with my colleagues and help take care of the pandemic.
And Hannah?
Yeah, so being an outpatient primary care, it was quite an adjustment. And I still remember those first few weeks of really not knowing what the recommendations were, whether are we masking patients, are we not? How do we see geriatrics and, babies, peds, all in the same kind of coming through the waiting room. So it was very concerning and kind of chaotic in most health systems. But as things settled down, I think especially in outpatient primary care, what we noticed was, understandably so, PPE was going to the hospitals. And so we really struggled with getting appropriate PPE in outpatient settings. So anytime a patient came in with a fever, it was always a bit of concern. And I remember, I mean, we were using like N95 masks for weeks at a time and things like that. Again, all things that probably everyone would echo. On a personal level, how it affected it. Well, you know, there's always a lot to say about women in medicine and the multiple roles that we kind of juggle and have to play between our work and home. So, you know, partially my decision to take a break from full-time clinical medicine. Now I do still moonlight and volunteer at our local free and charitable clinics, but, you know, a personal reason also for that was just the toll that, you know, inconsistent daycare and things like that were taking on the family. And so, you know, there's always a tremendous amount to be said about that, but that's also how it has personally affected my practice.
And Nat.
And I'll go back to the original question. I think what's notable is, I think the original question just asked about stress, you know, like just stress as working as a physician. And I think my own initial answer was exactly in line with Seth's and Sadhna's here, of just like COVID, just capital C COVID is like the source and the cause of so much stress and so many challenges over the course of this year. I feel like you've both spoken brilliantly to that. So I'll just speak more general to the sense of like the stress of being a physician, the long hours, late nights, even before COVID, challenges with trying to find time to juggle family responsibilities, community responsibilities, and things like that. Some early advice that was actually really helpful to me from a mentor was find something related to medicine that isn't necessarily your day job that brings you that joy, that helps keep you in touch or contact. For it sounds like for Sadhna, there's some, well, actually, honestly, for both Seth and Sadhna, it sounds like there was like volunteering, participating, helping your community, all of those things, using some of the skills that like you develop as a physician, so much more of which is just biochemistry, pharmacology, and finding opportunities like that. And so that's really where a lot of my, in terms of how do I deal with the stress, is like that's an offshoot, using the myriad of skills that you develop. And Chris, you talked about the informatics and how that's an offshoot of medicine, but certainly isn't clinical medicine. Finding these pieces that are related to medicine that I have found have been invaluable before this year and now during this year are really kind of the bedrock upon which I've been able to carry on because of the challenges.
And I would dissect that a little further and say there's really three kinds of stress. One of them is just burnout. You know, if you work long hours and you think you're a hero and you're going to do it all, and you do that day after day after day after day, and then you have to do double shifts and stuff like that, everybody is susceptible to burnout, and you need to be paying attention, not just for yourself, but your colleagues, when you start seeing the danger signs of that and figure out how to back off. The second is that work-life balance. You can get a lot of gratification from the stress of the hospital, but if you sacrifice time with your family, that's going to create a different kind of stress. And then that last stress is a positive thing, and particularly emergency medicine and surgeons are attracted to that, you know, that crisis of the moment where you are able to step in and do something. And that feeds into one of the questions that was asked, at least for me, which was, how did you know you wanted to be a doctor? I grew up in a family of doctors. My uncle, my father were doctors. My mother and my aunt were nurses. My two older brothers went to medical school. And so it was like, of course you're going to go to medical school. But I didn't really know until my junior year of college. I was like planning on it and, you know, and all that. But I was taking a drive with my girlfriend at the time from Providence to Cape Cod, and the car in front of us suddenly swerved. There was not much traffic on the road. Suddenly swerved, went off the road, rolled down a hill. I shouted, "Stop the car." I told her to wave down some traffic. Smoke's coming out of the car. And we corralled a bunch of people there was a woman who was trapped between the roof and the seat. We corralled a bunch of people to actually lift the car up and pull her out. Someone, you know, contacted the fire department. And I don't know why I didn't know what to do, but I did what I thought was logical. And there was a real sense of gratification that if someone else hadn't done that, I don't know who would. So I did it, and I felt like I did something positive. And that changed my whole attitude. Up until that point, I was like, yeah, I guess I'm going to be a doctor. But then it was like, I want to be a doctor. So that was my epiphany. How about you guys? When did you know for sure you wanted to be a doctor? And Ned, why don't you go first this time?
Mine wasn't as dramatic. That's a tough one to follow.
Yeah, it is.
But I actually had a career as a research chemist. I had gone to training for pure and applied sciences. I'd gone to school for pure and applied sciences. I was working as a research chemist in nanotechnology. It was a fantastic job, and I felt something was missing and I struggled to identify it. And so I just started looking for opportunities. I ended up taking a weekend job doing clinical research in an emergency room. So a lot of people take these transitional jobs, fairly low paying research coordinator jobs to try to get their feet in. And really right from the first couple of days, I was like, oh, this is applied science. Like, this is the type of scientific application that like lands with me. It was human focused, human centered, solution, like every day was problem solving, every day was just trying to do something better for what's in front of you. And it was much more tangible to me because I struggled with the disconnect between benchtop science and the actual tangible benefit. And so really right from those first experiences of being the research coordinator, was like, oh, okay, I was wrong. This feels better. And so diverted my life at 15 years ago and haven't looked back. And it's just, yeah, it has felt right ever since. So.
And Svetlana?
For me, I would say it started with taking trips to India as a child. We wouldn't go frequently at all, but all of our extended family are there. And sort of to what Ned had spoken about earlier in terms of health systems strengthening and just seeing pure just lack of access. And so that was one thing. And then probably during college, another trip there, I got to see the kind, running to the OR to deliver a baby and then taking care of that baby. So I got to see that whole gamut. And then I knew that going into medicine, I just felt that was, I think, as Ned just now said, that application is just so clear. But of course, there are many routes, but really it is the most direct application. And I think that, yeah, that was the reason I chose it.
Good stuff.
For me, it's tough to describe. It's honestly the only thing I've ever thought about doing. I remember I was 13 or 14. I had like a math and science brain. I was always, much better at those at school and was interested in how things work and kind of thought that way. And I just wanted to combine that sort of thinking with helping people. And I remember I looked up when I was younger, like what was the earliest age you could volunteer at the hospital, and it was 14. And so when I was 14, I went to the hospital and I would, volunteer just either sorting paperwork or helping move patients around the ER. But I just remember I got like a badge at the hospital and I brought it home, and I was like so proud that I like had a badge, even though it just said student volunteer. But that just was so excited. I knew when I was going to go to college, I wanted to go to a place that had pre-med and was going to get to a medical school after that. So I didn't have any doctors in the family, unlike Chris. So it wasn't something that other people were putting on. It was just something in me. That's what I just have always thought about doing.
There's several questions about what the first year of medical school and the first year of residency is like. And it's sort of an interesting choice because my recollection is the first year of medical school was the most intellectually challenging, and the first year of residency was the most physically and emotionally challenging. So anyone who has comments or stories to relate to that, let's hear them.
I'm happy to start. So sure. I went to Ross University Caribbean Med School in Dominica. So my first year of medical school was involved uprooting my entire life and moving to a different country. It was the second time I'd done that, but the first one was Canada, so a little bit different. And so there was so much happening that I think because you kind of describe it very well, it's intellectually challenging in a way that those two words wildly underrepresented. because it's not just learning materials. For me, it was learning how to learn. It was how to be a student, how to capture this material, not just for a test, but for life. And so it was a totally different, it completely shifted and inverted the way that I experienced education and as a student. And so that, I think, was really the heavy intellectual lift, was restructuring, frankly, a lot of maladaptive patterns I'd picked up in undergraduate, where we weren't tested or tried in the same way. And that tangible connection to a patient was like, okay, yeah, maybe this is the structure of a histone and it seems a little disconnected, but you could still see that that is a person's piece of biochemistry, and there's value in knowing that information, and how do you beat that into you for life? So it was very challenging. Whereas the first year of residency, I like was honest, it was such a marathon that I almost I kind of got through and don't remember it super well. Like, it was like, I remember the challenges, I remember stories, I still have patients I communicate with. It was 7 or 8 years ago now, for my first year of residency, that I still keep in touch with, even though I'm no longer in that city. Like, so much more of like that human connection that he finally got after years of working for it was so strong and so powerful. But very physical instead of intellectual, which is a great way to put it.
Seth or Sudhana, anything else to add to that?
I thought you said it very well, Chris, about first year med school being intellectually demanding. You know, everyone always says it's like drinking, you know, out of a fire hose, all the information you get. That is certainly true. And I can speak more to the first year, and then first year of residency, I would agree as well, physically demanding. And the biggest thing I remember about it was, again, just learning how to sort of be a part of a team and learning your role in the hospital. You pick up a little bit as a 3rd and 4th year medical student, where you kind of see how things work. But then as an intern, when you're the primary person caring for a patient and a nurse comes to you with something, and I remember one thing I realized very early on is, it's not only that you don't know that much, but you never know anything. And just early on, knowing who to ask for help, knowing this is something I can look up on my own, this is something I can ask my 2nd year resident for, this is something I can ask my attending for, this is something I can ask the physical therapist for, this is something I can ask the radiology department for. That was the biggest skill I think I learned, was knowing your limitations, knowing that it's okay to say, I don't know. If someone asks you a question, hey, like, which medicine should we give? It's okay to say, I haven't really seen this before. Let me, discuss with my 2nd year resident. Let me, figure out what test is best to order. Let me figure out how to go talk to this patient and talk to this family. So it's all those skills in real time, and knowing that it's okay to not know the answer, and that there's so many people in the hospital that are looking out for that patient, looking out for you. Even though you are kind of that first call, first person, you are not alone at all.
Yeah, I definitely felt, definitely echoing what everyone has said. And I think I said it perfectly in terms of just first year. All that I ever really remember is being in the lecture hall and, just constantly just getting information thrown at you. One of our pulmonology attendings used to always say, in medical school, your brain is just like a blank wall, and whatever is being thrown at you is like mud being thrown at you. And so mud doesn't always stick to that wall, and it's going to kind of trickle down. You're going to forget it. And then they just keep throwing mud at you. And so he used to always start every one of his lectures with that analogy. He's just saying, I'm going to throw a bunch of mud at you. It's okay if it doesn't all stick right now. You have time, right? You have time. You can then go home and study and do, group study sessions. And so that was really nice. I felt that intern year, although in the same city. So, I went to med school and did training in DC, and it was a totally, just 180. I remember my, intern month in the ICU, and just very poorly resourced hospital. And so it was just a senior and me. And I remember just being there from early, morning hours and rounding and getting all that prepared. They called a code. And so the senior went up to the code, and that then left me in the ICU by myself. And one of the nurses came running out of the room saying, hey, the patient is coding. And I will never forget that point where exactly how Seth and that said, you turn to whoever you can for help. And as crazy as this sounds, it's my first weekend in the ICU. And so I turned around to the secretary, who she's the one that pages on the hospital system saying that there's a code. And I turned to her and I said, can you please call a code? And she just looked at me and she laughed. And she's like, honey, we're in the ICU. We don't call the code from the ICU. You have to respond to this. I will just absolutely never forget that. And I just remember running into the room. We have 2 nurses in the ICU. Again, seniors gone. We didn't have the attending in the hospital yet. And it's remarkable, right? So 4 years difference, sitting in a lecture hall, 4 years later, I'm doing chest compressions on a patient. It's just mind blowing. And I actually remember even thinking about that, like during that time, just that adrenaline and you wanting to do the best that you can. And obviously you have a support system, but you would be just mind blown, like in terms of your progression and growth in just 4 years time.
And you survive those experiences, and that sort of gives you strength to face the next ones. I'm going to focus on the other end of the other end of the timeline, which is, students in college who apply to med school, they're often at the top of their class. They're used to getting 80s, 90s on their tests, and they arrive at med school, and half the class is going to be below average. It's a real shock, and that's just statistics. That's the way it is. But the other piece is the volume of content. Typical medical school, you are taking 3 courses, 20 hours a week of lecture or lab or interactive sessions, probably more than 20 hours of studying, probably closer to 40 hours of studying time for those classes. And then your final exam is 8 weeks later, and then you have another set of courses, and the pace in that first year is relentless. And for students who are used to getting 80s and 90s, a lot of them never really thought about how they got the 80s and 90s. They just sort of did what they were told. They absorbed the material, and then they go to the test. And now suddenly it's like, no, whatever you would do in college isn't working. You got to figure out a way to make it work. This does touch on a question that's come up, and a question I wanted to ask, which is, what's your least favorite part about your job or your specialty that you wish you didn't have to do? Everyone's happy. No, there's got to be something.
Paperwork.
Yeah, I knew that was going to come up.
It's a low-hanging fruit, but I finished a shift and spent 2 hours documenting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not optional. You have to. That I think is where part of the frustration comes from. Is it has some value, but not as much as the time that it demands.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I don't feel the same. That's my sense of it.
How about Seth and Sahana? Anything besides paperwork?
Sort of along those same lines, though, there's some things, for instance, I rotate through 2 hospitals. There's a VA hospital and then another hospital in DC, and they're literally next to each other, like walking between them, but they're on completely different medical record systems. And so if a patient is at the VA hospital and they happen to, for some reason, need care across the street, you would think, in the 21st century, it would just be easy to sort of log on the computer and see their record and see what images they've had, but a struggle certainly on the training side, when you're taking care of a patient, they were at this previous hospital, and trying to track down those records is things like that, along the paperwork way, but things you think we should be able to have done in the 21st century. And we talk about a lot, but it's sometimes it's a challenge.
And you can blame my colleagues in medical informatics that they haven't solved the problem yet. It is a difficult problem. If you think about it, the medical record system is set up to do a couple of things, one of which is keep all that patient information secure, which invariably makes the doctor's job harder. But they aren't designed by people at Apple or Microsoft. They're designed by a different crowd of people who usability isn't their main goal. It's actually things like billing and performance, financial performance that they're building into these systems, because the person buying it is the CEO, CFO of the hospital, not the doctors. And so there's a lot of complaints by doctors about how that makes their job harder. And it's sort of like the paperwork problem, only now it's like even worse, because you can't just write whatever you want. You have to pick things from a menu, and then you got to find where's the right menu and stuff like that. People find it very frustrating and not rewarding, the way helping a family or solving a medical problem is. Ned, there was a question. They wanted you to expand on your work with the reservations, how you got involved with that, what that was like.
Absolutely, yeah. So global health has been kind of a thread that's woven through my entire training. Like I said, I went to school in the Caribbean, and so right off the bat, some of my first traditional medical school experiences were what I think people at domestic med schools would consider global health. I mean, we were in a local hospital in the capital, with inadequate resources, insufficient supplies of things, and those are my first examinations on patients, and some of my earliest experiences of healthcare. In Dominica, there's been some improvements now, some losses, unfortunately, following a couple of pretty horrible hurricanes down there. But global health as a threat has really been a part of my training the entire time. In residency, I was lucky enough to go to a program, and I searched and sought out a program that had a strong global health cadre there, and some of the leadership had been working very closely with the Navajo Nation for years. So down in the Four Corners region we were on the Arizona-New Mexico border, but working within the Navajo Nation there. And from what I learned there in residency about the Indian Health Service and how it operates as a structure of the federal government, and how it operates as a truly separate, asterisk, unique, independent manner in which healthcare is delivered in America was fascinating to me, in terms of just going back to this idea of health systems and how healthcare is delivered to individuals. And so from that, branching out through contacts, and then frankly, with the needs that I'm sure nobody on this panel, and frankly, the thousands of people watching this from home, or have seen the reports of the mortality in Native American reservations around the country from COVID are orders of magnitude higher than other communities around this country. And so as that need rose really acutely during the COVID emergency response, just basically started calling people and seeing what opportunities there were to engage. And so have worked with the Alaska Native Health Service up in Northwest Alaska, worked in Western Montana on Native American reservations there, worked in Central California. There's, honestly, I should know the numbers and I don't, but I think there are thousands of reservations, each in some way independently overseen with a health service or a health cluster involved in their care. The way that care is delivered is variable, quite variable, and fascinating to me. And so in terms of how to get involved, you just start talking to people and start asking. There is more demand than supply. And so any hands at any stage in your interest, there is an opportunity to absolutely to pitch in, to learn the systems, to get involved.
Sadhan, I see you nodding your head yes. What's your experience? And tied to this is also the more general question of healthcare equality and inclusion, diversity, et cetera.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That's exactly, I mean, just going off of that, I think, if there is a strong interest or passion. I remember in medical school, a group of us, we did a study where we surveyed a bunch of students at different med schools throughout the country to see what are the types of demographics of students that are then choosing to practice in certain areas of the country, and found that a lot of times students who are coming for example from an urban setting tend to go back and practice in an urban setting. If you're coming from an underserved setting, then that's tend to be where you're going back and practicing. Regardless of what your background is, if you have a passion or develop a passion to serve in these underserved settings, there are so many programs, exactly what Ned said. There are programs that make it really very clear that, hey, we only serve this specific patient population. And so, for example, a lot of residencies may actually say, for example, knowing Spanish is very strongly recommended, so things like that. I specifically wanted a program that has global health is within the underserved community. And so that's how I chose the Georgetown Family Medicine program, because they specifically had that. They make that very clear. So there are really countless number of opportunities, if that's your passion, to be able to follow that in medicine. And then later on, definitely in terms of practice, as Ned said, the demand is far greater than the supply. So just, tremendous amount of opportunity.
Seth, can you add to this?
As I was listening to Ned and Sadhana, it's just a small story that came up. Yeah, I know they've talked about sort of global health and sort of going and potentially working somewhere. There's even small things that, for instance, at our hospital in DC, we went to a local underserved high school last year for a day and just did a heart dissection with them. So just a small thing. It was one day, but I really enjoyed it. It was a couple of my colleagues, one of my attending physicians, procured some pig hearts and went, and the kids had a great time. And so there's even these more small things you can do. I think as someone was speaking earlier about just within medicine, there's just so much help you can do for the community in addition to just seeing a patient at the bedside. But there's going to a school and just getting some high school kids excited about science, excited about medicine, excited about how the body works.
Yeah, there's a lot of medical schools that have programs for high schools in underserved areas. Usually it's like a senior year science program, and partly it's just to provide the education, but partly it's to encourage people to go into medicine. Seth, I'm not sure if you're aware of the study that was done at a cardiology conference. I think it was about 15 years ago, and really it touches on another aspect of this, which is implicit bias, the biases you are not aware you have. They had a patient case on paper, and they invited cardiologists to read the case and make their decision about what they would do. Would they do angioplasty? Would they send them home on medication, et cetera? But they randomized the participants. They were all cardiologists. They randomized them and included a picture. And the picture was either a white male, a white female, a black male, or a black female. And they also recorded how the cardiologist identified themselves as male, female, black, or white. And you're not going to be surprised to hear that the white male cardiologists were more aggressive with the white male patients than the black male patients. But it turns out it was true across all the cardiologists. So the black male cardiologists were also more aggressive with the white male patients. And so it was the same case. The only thing different was the pictures. And, raises all sorts of questions of well, how do we combat that? And one way is just to be aware of it. And I recommend people look at the Harvard Implicit Bias Survey. If you want to be shocked about what your own biases are, you can go there. You can choose whether it's religion or race or ethnicity, and it'll do this test where you have to decide quickly, left or right of the two stimuli, and it will reveal to you whether you have a bias along these different things. And most people have some kind of bias to something. So it's a challenge. It's also confused with socioeconomic differences. Is it the race? Is it the poverty in the community? Is it the attitudes of people within that population that contribute? It's a very complex issue. Questions about the kind of medical school you go to and whether that advantages you or disadvantages you in terms of residency match. And in particular for Caribbean schools, is their transition back to the US difficult? So Ned, it's a meaty one for you, so we'll go with you first.
I'm happy to speak to that. It is first I'll put a giant caveat on it that's a shifting landscape. The relationship between Caribbean medical schools, especially residency positions, the numbers are shifting year over year in terms of there's new American medical schools being opened all the time, new domestic medical schools being opened all the time. There has not been really a substantial increase in residency seats to match. So the reality is that year over year, the number of so-called available seats to international medical graduates, which historically went to the Caribbean, is shrinking. The numbers are also not particularly favorable. I think a fourth-year graduate from an ND program in the US will match at their first choice, I think 94% of the time. In the Caribbean, I want to say this last year's match data was 61% will match on their first go around. That doesn't include SOAP or Scramble, which is too far into the weeds for here, but it's it's just the numbers themselves tell a fairly substantial part of the story. There's so much to say on this. I think it really truly could be its own subject matter. It afforded me the opportunities that I needed to. I also know that at the time that I went, testing was different, standardized testing was different. I think as of this year, they're changing some of the historical numerical tests for the USMLEs to pass-fail, which some say levels the playing field, some say distorts the playing field, because if you can't compete numerically anymore, it's going to be a bit of a challenge to shift that level or to demonstrate that sometimes to program directors, which can be a challenge to get that residency position. So I apologize. I wish I had more clarity. I wish I had something more substantive to say other than that. I think the numbers tell a story that it's a challenge and it's getting more challenging. It's not necessarily a bad option. That is a very individual decision to make about whether you think you can do it, compare, compete. There's a lot of hardships that go into it. Living that far away from family, potentially for some of the first times, the stratospheric cost is still there, and the output is a gamble. And so it's just like all things in informed consent, knowing those are the most important features before you make a decision or embark down that path.
Seth or Suhana, anything to add to this? I'll add, I spent a lot of time reading the data from both the match and USMLE scores. And there's a couple of interesting things that are not too deeply hidden, but they're there. The match rate for non-US citizen international graduates is lower, as kind of you would predict. You know, Caribbean is US citizens who go to the Caribbean are also considered IMGs, but their match rate is higher. But over the last 4 or 5 years, the match rate for international medical graduates in general has gone up quite a bit. It's mostly because fewer people are applying. Fewer people want to come to this country. I'll leave you to guess why that might have been over the last 4 or 5 years. The other thing, though, that's very concerning is the AMA does projections about how many physicians we need. And we basically are already in a physician shortage. And not just in rural areas, which has been the traditional thing. Of course, everyone wants to be in New York City or Los Angeles or whatever. But it turns out even in the urban cities, there's insufficient physicians, especially for the underserved communities. When you go to the Health and Human Services website, there's a place where you can see a map of underserved communities. And sure, they're in South Dakota, North Dakota, whatever, but they're also in major cities. And they're predicting that we will be short. I think it's like within 10 years, we will be short by about 30,000 physicians. That's a big number. That's basically only a year or two graduating class worth of physicians to be behind. So the bottleneck is residencies. Residencies are funded by government Medicare education funds, and there's a limit on them. And it hasn't been increased for about 20 years, 30 years, I think. And it's going to continue to be a problem until maybe it's until we get a crisis, and then someone will say, oh, we have a crisis, let's solve it. A lot of these things, both the disparities and the shortage, are really highlighted by COVID, because it's like a stress test for the whole system, and some of these things are becoming clear. Question about death and dying, and how, as a physician, you can face that and sort of keep your head up. How do you persevere? There was another question which was also tied kind of the study load and the physical demand. How do you persevere through those kinds of things?
I can talk for part of it in terms of persevere with just the long hours and the studying. I think as people have pointed out, Ned said, especially when you're in medical school, sort of why are you studying this? You're not just studying it to pass a test, you're studying it to help the patient in the future, in 4 years when you graduate medical school. So always kind of having that drive in the back of my mind. That's why I'm kind of learning this anatomy. That's why I'm learning this pharmacology. It may not seem relatable in that first year medical school, but it will be down the road for sure. And then the other thing is then once you are in training as a resident and you're in the hospital, those good patient interactions where you really help a patient, where they're thankful, you see their family, that's what really keeps you going. There's plenty of weekends, there's plenty of long hours, there's sometimes some challenging patient interactions, and you can feel down for a part of the day, and then you see someone in clinic or you see a patient and you make them feel better, you explain something to their family, and they're like so thankful that you did and you took the time to explain them and made them feel better. And it's that kind of rush of feeling well that you help them, you help their family. That's what really kept me going.
Suhana or Ned?
Yeah, I think, to the question about patients dying and being able to counsel family, those kinds of things, I think, honestly come with one, just having inspiring attendings. I would watch what you are going to have those mentors that are just remarkable. I mean, I think every single person in really any field would probably say they just have those, like, even if just few mentors that you'll remember forever. And so I still remember during residency, my ICU attendings, just remarkable humans. I don't think I've ever met just like such good-hearted people. And so every time they would speak to a family, the way that they had everybody sit down, the way that they made everybody, feel comfortable in the room, just when they walk, it is just those people that when they walk in the room, everybody feels like a sense of calm. And I think when you see that, you want to be that. And so then you start learning. So inevitably, you are always going to meet somebody that will guide you through those difficult situations. And I think sort of even to what Seth said, the day-to-day going through the difficulties. I personally hate the word balance. I think it's impossible. So just understand that when you're at work, you're not with your child or your children. That's like, period. So when you're with your child or your children, you're not with your patient. And so there's just like no way to balance that. I think at the end of the day, you just have to ask yourself in both places, not whether you did your best, just like, do you feel at the end of the day, that your heart feels full, right? You had quality time at home, you had quality time, with your patients, and then quality time also for yourself. And you will find ways, whether that be exercise, whether, just other ways of how to kind of relieve that stress each and every day. And you'll kind of learn those patterns over time.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's really helped me is Seth, as you identified, is you really have to get to a place where you can hold on to the positive experiences and find a way to shed the negatives. Both are going to happen, either from a fire hose or like somebody's flinging mud at you, depending on which your favorite analogy is. But both are going to happen, and it's holding on to those moments and really being able to let go of the negative ones, having the support structures, having the people around you that you can lean on when you need help, shedding some of those shedding some of those negative experiences, and making sure that they're the same people who can celebrate the positives. The team-based approach to managing your life is vital there as well.
Yeah, but patients dying in neurology is certainly more common. Even though there's a lot of headaches and seizures, there's patients with Alzheimer's, et cetera. So dealing with that aspect of it, you never get used to it. And frankly, if I ever got used to it, I would know it was time to quit. But you create a boundary, and you sort of maintain that boundary of being able to say, I'm at home now, and that boundary is not going to affect me, or I'm not going to let it affect me as much as I can. And now I'm in the hospital, and I'm going to devote myself fully to it. Part of the question also talked about rude patients. You can be trained to deal with some of these situations. I was trained and then taught a class of students on how to deal with an angry patient. And that afternoon, I went to the clinic and we had an angry patient. And I thought, oh, well, let me see if what they taught us works. Briefly, the resident saw the patient, came in, presented to me, and at the end, the resident was clearly rattled. He said, the patient called me stupid. And I said, really? Well, let's go see the patient together. And I had told the resident she was having muscle spasms in her legs. I said, tell her to drink quinine water. And the patient says, that's stupid. You're stupid. So we go in there and I hear her story. And she tells me, this resident's stupid. He told me to drink quinine water. And I said, well, actually, I told him to tell you that. And she said, well, you're stupid too. And so then I'd like, okay, so when this happens, here's what you're supposed to say. It's like, I get the feeling there's something else bothering you. And she broke down into tears. And she told this really sad story about her mother has Alzheimer's. She in Staten Island, she comes to the Bronx for her medical care. And she's always afraid that her mother's going to wander away because it happened once before. And she's completely anxious. And like she talked for like 15 minutes. At the end, she agreed to try the quinine water. And the next time she came back, she agreed that it worked. And we found her a clinic in Staten Island that she could go to. So, there's things where patients have a behavior that's part of their disease in a sense. It's part of your job to figure out why they have it and how to deal with it. We only have time, I think, for one more round of comments. And I want to ask you guys what advice you would give to students who are thinking about applying to medical school. And Sudhana, why don't you go first?
I would say that if you have any interest or passion in really anything related to medicine, it is worth an opportunity to follow, really, quite honestly, because later on, as you could even just tell from those of us speaking today, the opportunities are just so vast. There's just so much you can do. And I think having that degree is, you can do so much with it, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So if there's any part of you, whether that be direct patient care, medical school academics, clinical research, global health, public health, all of these things, just remember that, the core of it is medicine. And so if you really feel, hey, yes, you know what, I have the slightest idea of what I maybe want to do, and that may change over time. So having that degree and, your experience in that will really help you later on.
Seth?
I think a couple things came to mind. One, as Sahana was saying, that things are so vast in medicine, so many different things you can do. And, we just talked about how is it challenging to deal with a dying patient for people who don't want to have those critically ill patients in the ICU. There's parts of medicine that are, 100% outpatient. There's parts of medicine that are 100% sort of just reading images and having a little bit less patient interaction. So as Sadhana said, if you have that bug of just interested in the body and medicine and wanting to help people, and you're worried about the stress of the ICU, the stress of the dying patient, there are plenty of parts of medicine that don't have that. Or if you get excited about that, sick patient at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night, then there's parts of medicine that do have that. The other small advice I had that, and I think Ned said it very quickly, but I was lucky to have a teacher in high school who told me that you sort of go to college to learn how to learn. And then if you go to further graduate school afterwards, that's where you kind of learn your actual sort of trade or knowledge. And I think as Ned had said before, if you guys are in undergraduate now, you don't need to necessarily learn every molecule or every part of chemistry. The point of what you're learning is how to be able to take in information and how to learn later. And the last thing I'll say is the learning doesn't stop in medical school, residency, fellowship. It never stops. There's, we were talking about conferences. There's, when you're constantly in the hospital, people are talking about this journal article or that, what was talked about at that conference. You always just have to have that desire to constantly learn. Know that you're not going to know everything, and you're always going to have that passion to learn.
And that.
I would say just talk. I am and have been historically, like naturally, a fairly shy, introverted, and walled off person. And at every stage, before medicine, now during a decade plus in medicine, at every time I took the moment, found that inner strength to raise your hand, to make your voice heard, to share something that you experienced in a way that you might never, that you would have internalized, taking that moment to share that opportunity, to share that question, to just expose yourself in some small way to the people that are around you that share similar interest. Those have been the positive moments that I've held on to that have powered me through the rest of this. They have led to some of the most fantastic experiences in my life of just taking that extra breath, that extra time, that wherewithal to raise your hand and ask a question, ask for an opportunity, ask to be engaged. I think from the outside, it looks like you're walled out, but there are so many opportunities for engagement just by raising your hand and saying like, hey, can I help out? I've gained more from that than any other. That's probably the second most thing that I've gained from. The other is sharing experiences with people around me. It's led to, frankly, the emotional relief that I badly realized after several like fairly horrifying cases that I didn't have the introspective capacity to recognize that I needed. It led to career opportunities. It led to starting a whole business with a partner of mine who was a co-resident, because we just shared things that we otherwise would have walled off, and just realized that there's this whole world outside of yourself, people experiencing the same things, and collectively you're so much stronger.
Yeah, and the last thing I'd say is a medical career is not any one thing. There's students who arrive at medical school being sure they're going to go be a surgeon, and by the time they finish, they decided to do something else. I've seen surgeons who, have 10, 15 years career and decide they want to become psychiatrists. They go back and do a residency. People get involved in business, they get involved in art, they get involved in all sorts of things. And you can create a career that is yours uniquely. And so there's a lot of flexibility in medicine. So that's our time. I want to thank our audience for being here. And Jed, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much. And students, please thank our distinguished panel here. We really appreciate you taking time out of your busy days, making time to give back in this additional way, and give guidance to the next generation. That's really wonderful, and really appreciated the candid discussion about the difficulties and everything else. Thank you so much for that. We are going to have a word now from great Kaplan teacher Nzinga Mack, and we'll be back to talk about a panel on gap years. So don't touch that dial. We'll come right back at you.
Hi, my name is Nzinga Mack, and I'm a Kaplan MCAT instructor. I have been teaching for Kaplan for over 15 years, and this is the point where I expect you to tell me how beautiful my skin looks and ask me for my skin routine. But it has been an absolute pleasure. I have had the wonderful opportunity to teach literally thousands of students. They counted one time. And I've had the wonderful opportunity to see students go from students to being physicians to being heads of their departments at their hospitals. So I would love to get a chance to see you through that particular progression one particular day, okay? So, or I should say some years for that particular progression to happen. Well, let me tell you a little bit about myself outside of Kaplan. So I am a PhD student, and I'm studying breast cancer and cancer in general. I am doing some gene editing in order to try to defeat this specific type of cancer. In addition to that, when I'm not doing that, I can be found playing tennis. I absolutely love tennis. You can guess Serena, Venus, they are my idols. I also love butterflies. I may or may not be butterfly obsessed, okay? So I raise butterflies. Butterflies love me, I love them. So that's one fun thing that I do as a hobby. And one of the things that I like to think about in terms of my teaching, to switch gears a little bit, is that I pride myself in responding to what the class and what the individual students need. So if I see that the class isn't getting something, we'll switch, we'll pivot. It's like, oh, okay, that way isn't working. Okay, well, let's try another way. Well, that way isn't working either. Well, let's try another way. Same when it comes to students. No two students are the same in terms of their teaching needs. So if I see that a student isn't getting an idea one way, I present it in a completely different way. And I keep figuring out what particular ways to present it in until the student is able to get the concept and to get the idea. A lot of my students have referred to me as very caring, and I absolutely do care about the mental, physical, emotional, spiritual well-being of my students, because all of that has to be together in order to do well on the MCAT, right? In order to do well on these types of exams. The MCAT is a very stressful exam. So there are a lot of things that involve self-care that have to be done in order to be able to do really well and in order to be able to perform to your highest ability on the MCAT. Now, if you ask me what my number one MCAT study tip is, I'd say time. You have to make the time. And the AMC recommends about 300 hours of studying in order to get an average score on the MCAT. But I know that you don't want an average score, right? So you may want to aim for maybe about 350 hours of studying. But in order to do that, you have to set aside dedicated time where you can spend 10, 15, 20 or so hours per week over several months dedicated to studying. And I think a lot of students don't understand that initially. And, you know, a lot of people have a lot of things going on, right? You may be working full time, you may be in school full time, you may be volunteering, you may have a family, you may be taking care of family members, or a combination of all of the above, right? So it's really important to decide a couple of months in advance when you are going to start to seriously study for the exam, so that you can start making the time in your schedule, so that you can kind of weed out the extracurricular activities, that you can delegate activities if you need to delegate activities to those around you. So that is the number one tip that I can give, that it takes time to become an expert on the MCAT. And you can definitely become an expert on the MCAT. It's just that it has to be a consistent and dedicated effort, at least 10, 15, 20 or so hours per week. So that would be the number one thing that I would recommend. Perhaps you can see if you can make the semester that you're planning on studying the MCAT if you're in school. Perhaps you can see if you can make that semester a little bit lighter, right? Or if it's during the summer, maybe you don't want to do a summer internship and volunteer and study for the MCAT. So think about these things a couple of months in advance so that you can really, really set yourself up for success. That is what I am all about. And that's what Kaplan is all about, making sure that we can set you up for success. Okay? I look forward to seeing you one day. Bye for now.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for being here again. We are now joined by another distinguished panel of current med students. And unfortunately, we only have a little bit of time, so I don't know how many questions we're going to be able to get to them. But specifically, all of these wonderful people not only are currently in medical school, but took a gap year. And so that's what we're going to spend the next half hour talking about, is how they decided to make that choice, and then what they did with themselves and what they got out of that experience. But first, let me ask each of our distinguished panelists, please would you introduce yourself? Where are you in school?
Hi, I'm Jake. I am a third-year medical student at Northeast Ohio Medical University in Richtown, Ohio.
Welcome, Jake.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jessica. I'm a first-year medical student in the MD PhD program at the University of Maryland in Baltimore.
Thanks for being here, Jessica.
Hi, my name is Maeve. I am an M2 student at Cooper, and that's in Camden, New Jersey.
Thanks, Maeve.
And I'm Reese. I am a third-year medical student at the Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine in Fort Worth, Texas.
I hope you're staying warm, Reese.
The power was out a few days, but we're good now.
Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. So with each of you made a somewhat scary choice of taking a gap year. And I'm sure that that's something that many of our attendees are weighing. So first, I want to ask, so how did you go about making that choice? And Jake, if you would start again, what were the factors that led you to that decision?
Right. So I think the main decision was that there was just so much more life to live outside of academics than I wanted to do, that if I would have went straight into medical school, I feel like I had so many things on my bucket list I wanted to do. I would not have been able to do really any of them. And I took actually 2 years off, 2 gap years, and I got to do some of those things. And it was an amazing decision.
Maeve, similar, that there were things you had to do?
I actually wasn't sure that I wanted to go to medical school, and I knew that that was a really long route, and I wanted to make sure that I closed one door off before I made that commitment.
Well, that makes sense. Sure. Jessica, Reese, what inspired you to take a gap?
I was similar to Maeve, so I also wanted to reaffirm my decision because the MD PhD program's a very long time dedicated program. So I just wanted to make sure that this was the correct path for me, and to also explore a little bit, as what Jake said, to go beyond the academia and see what else there is.
Similar, medicine is a huge commitment. It's a lot of years of training out of college. So at the end of my freshman year, I had just finished physiology and loved it. And at that point, I said, I really want to go into medical school, but I actually took a leave of absence and went on a 2-year mission. Had an amazing time, came back, and then I said, yes, I absolutely want to do medicine. And I didn't get into chemistry. and that was a big mistake, and that ended up costing me a gap year. Made the most of it, loved the gap year. It was something that I was kind of forced into by ignorance, but I ended up having a great experience. I went and worked full time in a food manufacturing plant. They specialized in probiotics and other dietary supplements. And I said, yeah, medicine absolutely is the thing for me. And I wanted out very quickly, but had a good experience doing that.
Well, Reese, I got you off mic. Tell us more. So how did you spend your couple years in between?
Yeah, so the couple years was at the end of my freshman year. I went, and it was a 2-year mission trip for my church. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So we go around and we try and build up the church in different, all around the world. So I actually got assigned, and this is random, but you won't believe where I went, but I got assigned to Fiji for 2 years. And it was just an amazing experience. Saw a lot of things. I wasn't there for medical reasons, but came away and saw a lot of suffering. And again, it just reaffirmed to me, I wanted to go into medicine, and came back, hit the ground running. I got my CNA right away and started working as a CNA in a skilled nursing facility, and just took off from there.
Well, and then you had to spend another year, right?
Yeah. So then at that point, I had 3 more years in my degree, and before you can take the MCAT, you need 3 years of chemistry. If you're quick about it, you can do it in, I believe it's 2. You can do it at the end of your 2nd year of chemistry, with general chemistry, organic chemistry, and then biochem. I missed that, and I didn't take general chemistry that first semester of my 2nd year, and just built up this this flow that impeded my ability to take the MCAT. So at the end of that, there was nothing I could do but take the MCAT as I graduated. And so I ultimately decided not to pursue graduate training, not to go get post-baccalaureate classes. And I said, medical school is expensive. I need some money. Right. I had a daughter by the time we started medical school, and was grateful for the money that helped with that. And I was grateful for the time with family. So yeah, so mine is different. I wish I had, been doing fun bucket list stuff. It was part ignorance, and then just doing some other fun service oriented things.
Well, I mean, you did go to Fiji.
It was awesome. Fiji was, I'm not complaining.
All right, well, let's spread the conversation out a little bit. It looks like we'll have time to do a little more chatting about all these things. But Jessica, would you talk to us next? So how did you end up spending your gap year?
Yeah, for my first, I took 2 gap years as well. So my first gap year I spent at the NIH in the National Cancer Institute, where I worked full time as a fellow, took some classes for fun at the NIH, and did research, which I loved, with another MD, PhD, PI. So had a lot of fun with that. And then one day, I was applying to medical school and I wanted to see what else there was. So I actually went into consulting for these large pharmaceutical companies at Accenture in Philadelphia. So that was my second gap year. I was working full time, earned some money, and then got into the MD PhD program, and here I am now.
And here you are on this panel. That was great. Jake, tell us about your bucket list. What did you have to check off in order to feel comfortable to go to medical school?
So that fall, I graduated in May from undergrad, and then that fall I left for Peru to do 4 months working in volunteer work in an education institute that essentially was a school that helped people in extreme poverty in the mountains of Peru. And I got to live in that area in the Andes Mountains and essentially go to that school every day, teach, meet people from all over the world who are coming to help with that school as well, and really connect with different cultures and a different language. And I did that for 4 months, and it was one of the hardest things I did, but it was also one of the most impactful. And I knew I wanted to improve my Spanish skills. I'd been to Peru once as an exchange student in undergrad, and that was an amazing situation, an amazing opportunity that I knew I wasn't done with. So I did that. And then 1 month after returning to the States, I embarked on my my goal of through hiking the Appalachian Trail. So I got to do that for 4 months and 3 days and hiked from Georgia up through Maine, backpacked. And that's probably my favorite life event I've ever went through. And I'm sure if you talk to any through hiker, they'll probably say the same thing. It was difficult. You walk through rain, you walk through snow. It's a crazy journey, but it's such a different side of life that you can't do that during medical school. You can't, honestly, like I just did a project on it too. Doing that as a physician, taking 5 months off is almost unheard of. It's possible, but it's very difficult. Licensing, family, finances, all those things. And that was just an opportunity for me.
4 months and 3 days, but who's counting?
Exactly. It's a bragging point, but
and there is a correlation causation thing there, right? Like is it the people who make it through that say that it was one of the most worthwhile experiences, and the people who didn't think it was worthwhile, they quit? Or anyway, wait. Maeve, what did you end up doing with your time off?
So right after I graduated, I had been doing research throughout undergrad, and I got a position at UPMC. I went to school at Pitt, and I was able to kind of close out my research and see if that was something that I was interested in. Turns out it was not. Research was not meant for me, but I got a paper published, so that was great. And like I said before, it was another door that I could close. And then I also wanted to try, I had a couple of family members who were in the medical device sales industry. And I wanted to give that a shot because I'd heard really great things. They love their jobs. And I mean, I love interacting with people. And I thought, well, I like medicine, I like science, and I like talking to people. So maybe it's perfect. And that was a lot shorter road than medical school. So I gave that a shot. I worked in that job for a year. I did have a lot of fun, but also realized by working with a lot of doctors that I wanted to be a doctor. So I had been applying because, as you all know, it takes a while to apply. You kind of have to get all of your ducks in a row the year before. So I did apply beforehand just to see if I would even get in. And I did end up getting in, and the experience that I had working in the OR with those doctors really reaffirmed my decision to go to medical school.
Great. So a broad variety of experiences. One of the questions that came in from a student was, were any of you already accepted when you decided to take a gap year? Nope. And so let's actually talk about that directly. How did this affect your application? How did this affect where you applied, how you applied, you're thinking about med school?
Yeah, so for myself, I had graduated from undergrad. I think it was the week or two after the medical school application cycle opened. So I graduated, I took some time and just went full bore into my MCAT study prep. And then I took it on, I think it was May 16th, 2017. At that point, the application cycle for all state or for Texas had been open for 3 weeks. And by the time I received my my MCAT scores, it was like August, which is very late. My recommendation for all pre-med students is you want to apply very soon. You want to be the top of the stack when you're putting in your application. So got my scores back in August, and then I just sent it to all of the programs. I'd already filled out my application. I had pre-entered all of the essays and sent it out and crossed my fingers. Was grateful. I got interviews, flew out to some places, and it wasn't until about October, November that I had a few places, and I knew that medical school was going to happen for me, and that just was a huge weight off of my shoulders. You know, it felt awesome to have that experience. So, but I didn't know until about like 6 months into my gap year that medical school was going to happen, and that was 6 months of applying and that whole process.
For me, I actually was ready to apply in my senior year of undergrad. So I actually had everything written out. I had all my recommendations in, everything was prepped, and then I had my life crisis is what I called it. But I had my life crisis and I said I need to double check that this was for me. So I spent a whole year not thinking about the applications that I wrote, and then I was ready by that time. So then I sent it in. I had everything pre-written, so it was very not stressful for me. I had everything ready, and it was just a smooth process that came through for that.
And then I think that it helped my medical, I think it made my applications a lot more difficult, or excuse me, my interviews, because I had to finagle how I would get request off for work and fly out to some of the interviews. So that was really difficult. But I will say that working in an environment where I wasn't comfortable, which, I mean, is anyone really comfortable in an interview, definitely made me much more confident when it came to answering those questions. And I would just recommend doing something where you'll be a little bit outside of your comfort zone so that it will prepare you for some of those hard-hitting questions during your interview.
Yeah, and I was completing a lot of the aspects of the application when I was on the trail. And I prepared a lot of the personal statement and such beforehand, but yeah, a lot of that was done kind of around my life events.
did that come up during your interviews? Did that come up? You know, were you asked about how you were spending your time? And so do you feel like your experiences in your gap year strengthened your application and gave you better answers for why you wanted to be a doctor? And
100%.
A lot of nodding heads.
Yeah, definitely.
So that is one of the advantages, right? Is that you actually get some real world experience. And Reese, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. For me, it was huge. It was a great insight while I was working at this manufacturing plant. The owners, it was kind of a ma and pop story, but they started really small and they grew their manufacturing plant to about 40 million a year. So it was doing pretty well. And I came on. It was just passing out my resume at a job fair because I knew I wanted to make some money during my gap year and try and fight off the student loans as long as I could, and got a job there. And they got acquired halfway through the year, and it was so enlightening for me, just to see what it's like to be an employee in a situation where, you know, the investors, the shareholders, they change hands, and everything at our work changed, and we started to see layoffs, and we started to see, you know, the staff started to thin out, and the way that we were processing things and our protocols, it all changed. And, you know, we liked the new leadership at some times, and other times it was really a difficult thing. And I think that's just invaluable because school is like this great bubble that just keeps you from all of those different things. But I'm still hearing people talk about things like, oh yeah, my practice was acquired, and I say, oh wow, I have a little bit of insight of some of those stressors, and so I think it's been a great thing for me. It helped provide some insights into working full time and some of those stresses. Also just made me really grateful to be a student and have like 6 weeks off for the summer. You know, you have some real perks as a student that you just don't realize until you've worked a full-time job, and they're like, yeah, you get 2 weeks off, go ahead and choose wisely. Christmas is included, Christmas Eve is not.
Right.
Good luck.
Right. Well, and that's the thing that Dr. Dale mentioned at the start of the day too, right? Is that sometimes school can feel like a big conveyor belt where you just stay on the track, right? And so the gap year gives you a chance to improvise and explore what's not on the conveyor belt. What else is out there?
Absolutely.
In important ways. You brought up, Reese, and several students have asked about finances, right? How do you finance a gap year? How did a gap year? Several of you worked, right? How was that? Was that an explicit part of your calculus? Is, you know, I want to make some money?
Yeah, for me, I'm very financially oriented. I very much try to be financially literate and to understand those. I attended a public university for undergrad, large part because of I had a scholarship that was great, and you know, I looked at the nickels and dimes and said, I think this will still work for medical school, because I was thinking perhaps medical school at the start of college. So and then all the way through, and so when I hit the end and saw I'd have a gap year, I said, well, shoot, this isn't going to be, I'm not going to make as much money in the gap year as I would working another year at the end of my career as a physician. And that's a real consideration you have to think when you're taking on a gap year. You know, is this $40,000 now going to be worth whatever a doctor makes the last year of their career? I didn't have any choice, so I said, well, shoot, I'd rather have $40,000 or whatever it was. But yeah, we made a lot of our decisions based off of that. We lived in a low income area. It was about 30 minutes from my work, and we rented for just about free. It had carpeted floors in it, so that was kind of gross and stuff. But we were just making like kings on the rent, and my wife had been working too. And so between the two of us, we put down a lot of money. And if I wasn't excited about medical school, I realized in hindsight that I was on the path of financial independence, and things, things were great. We were putting money away, but we had this vision of medical school. And so for us, working was a great opportunity. We were making like kings off of our living costs, and we put together a lot of money that made a big difference in the first year or two of medical school. And then we came to we looked at the most affordable medical schools we could, and so there's lots of different ways, but yeah, that's how we did it.
The money's real, and I think so. It's wise to take the calculus of a year now versus a year at the end of my career, but also you want to make sure that before you spend a lot of money on medical school, that it's that you've seen what else is out there, right?
Right.
That's a sensible investment as well. So Jessica, you also worked. Was that in part motivated by student loan debt, or?
So I'm very fortunate where the MD PhD program pays for my medical school and gives me a stipend to live off of. So I did not have to worry about finances as much, but because it is such a long road when you can be earning money 4 years after you go through loans, I did want to save up more. So I spent a lot of time planning retirement funds and putting in investments into stocks and making sure that I'm ready for retirement, because it's never too early to talk about that, especially when medical school is such a long journey ahead.
Maeve, did you have thoughts about how you financed your gap year? And
Yeah, honestly, mine was less, it definitely did, I did take into account the finances, but because I was exploring another career option, it wasn't necessarily in order to make medical school more fiscally reasonable, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to see if there was another career that, made me happy and where I could make a living. So I definitely did consider how much money I was making that year, but it was more so just a part of the career decision and less so how it would impact my decision to become a doctor later on.
Sure. Jake, while you were on the Appalachian Trail, were you staying in touch with your recommenders, or had you already gotten all that stuff worked out in advance?
Right. So I prepped them and said, hey, I'm probably going to ask for a letter of recommendation when the time comes, because the applications opened when I was on trail. I actually stopped at the library and sent the final request for them to input those. But I prepped them and said, hey, I'd like a letter. And then when the time came, I said, here's the link. Can you please submit these?
Other folks do the same thing, or did you actually have to get back in touch afterwards?
I ended up staying in touch with all of my letter of recommendation peoples. I think it's a great habit too. You always should network wherever you are, whatever stage of career you are. Always stay in touch with those people who you're asking those letters of recommendation. And I still talk to them once in a while. Go ahead and send them an email, and we'd go ahead and check on each other via video chat. So I would highly recommend, even if it's just one letter, they're going to make a huge difference in your career, no matter where you are.
Yeah, so I would echo what Jessica just said. I'm not as good as she was. I can't remember all the people who wrote letters of recommendation, but I do have one who I considered a real mentor for me and led me through. She was the principal investigator while I did a research project. We've remained in touch. We're good friends, and are not often, but sometimes we'll get together still when I'm in town. And so she's one that I have stayed in touch with, and it's been a great thing, and it just feels natural to just share with them. They're in education because they want to help and they want to see students succeed. And so if you have that mindset and you just continue to keep them updated, I think that they really enjoy that, and they become your cheerleaders as you go on too. And so I've found that with that one mentor who also helped write a letter for me.
I feel similarly. I also wasn't as good as Jessica about keeping up with them, but I've kept up with my PI as well, and then someone who I shadowed. So I would definitely say bug them ahead of time, and you kind of have to read the person, but if there's someone who's super busy, I mean, you're just another email, so they're not gonna mind if you're politely nagging them. and give them a deadline that's before whatever the application deadline is, so that you have that. And then, yeah, reach out to them, because I mean, it seems like they feel really proud, and they're part of how you got into medical school ultimately. So they definitely want to hear, even if it's just a quick email, or like sometimes I write, like people like to get mail, I feel like. So that's always a good little surprise.
With that, if I can just add one thing, I did remember one of my letter writers, he forgot to submit it for a couple weeks, and so I bring this up, but the way that the program is set up, ANCAS and ACOMAS and the other ones, you'll receive an email confirmation when your letter writer uploads it, just like Maeve just said, and I saw Jake nodding his head, but don't be scared to follow up with your letter writer and say, I haven't seen this go through. Can you please look into it? I did that with one of the letter writers who I now remember, and he was very apologetic and did it right away, and it ended up working out fine for me.
Again, what Dr. Dale said about being the leader, right? You are the leader of your application, and you got to make sure that your team is doing the things that they said they would do. Well, so we only have 5 minutes left, and we've got a whole bunch of people that really want to be where you are right now. I just want to open this up to y'all generally. What do hiring pre-meds to know about med school, about getting in, about the whole kit and caboodle? I'll name names. Who's ready?
Sorry, Jed, you froze for a moment. But yeah, so my general advice that I'd say is make yourself unique. What I did was very atypical. It was people see it as risky, but I did exactly what I wanted to do, and I owned that, and I made that got brought up in my interview. There's no certain formula. If you follow the formula that like everybody says, like, oh, you have to do this and this and this, that's just what typically everyone does, which is good. But at the same time, like medical school, unfortunately, is very competitive, and you have to stand out in some way to be remembered. That's what I did during my gap years. Don't be afraid to do it. And another thing, watch your mental health. I took 2 years off too because I was feeling burnout. It did wonders. And the people I see, there's a 6-year program, 2 years undergrads, 4-year med school program that my school's affiliated with. And those people are so burnt out, majority of them, because it's just classes, academics, keep going. So take time for yourself, take time for your mental health. You got to make that a priority. Otherwise, you're going to burn out.
I want to echo what Jake said exactly. Please prioritize your mental health before, during. It's such a long road because you have medical school, then you have residency, then you have internship, then you have become a doctor. There's never a time where you'll ever be done in this career because it is so harsh. So make sure you do prioritize that mental health. I think my other advice is to network, because I don't think that you can network enough with the people, the faculty, with us students. So please reach out to us if you have any other questions, or if you just want to talk or chat with us. And I think my last advice is to have fun with the whole process, because we're going through this journey of becoming doctors, and we all have good principles with us. And I think sometimes I do forget the bigger picture, the longer road that's ahead.
So the best advice I had when I was applying for medical school is to keep a journal, a detailed journal of how many hours I'm spending on different activities and what I'm learning from those. Because that's when you go into an interview or you're writing up an application, they are choosing you for the medical school based off of that encounter and what is written on your application. And so the better that you can present the things that have made you decide to go into medicine, the better the opportunity that you'll have, and you'll give yourself those different boosts and different things. I love what Jessica and Jake have said. For me, the best thing, and I figured this out in medical school, but you have to have an identity outside of medical student. You are a person who goes to medical school, not a medical student who also eats and exercises. And I think a big part of that is to find some hobbies now in undergrad that can sustain you for the rest of your life, and look for ways to incorporate those. It's just a good practice.
Organized about focusing on your process and self-reflective, right? That's important.
And then I would just say be confident in what you do. I mean, they want someone who's going to come in and absolutely knows that this is the path that's for them. And then I would also say find, like how everyone else has said, find what keeps you grounded now, because what you can give all of yourself to medicine. I mean, it will take everything that you give it. So make sure that you know what powers you, because they also want to see what you're passionate about and let that shine. And remember that when you're in med school. So I love that idea about journaling. I mean, keep track of the things that you love so that it doesn't consume those things.
Great. And remember that self-care is work, right? That is important work. You got to doctor yourself, right? What would your doctor tell you to do? Sleep, eat, exercise, right? See your people. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Hold here with me. We've got a great video. You guys have been talking already with Teacher Eli. Well, Teacher Eli wants to talk back. So we got a short video from Eli, and then we'll see you on the other side of this break to talk about applications.
Hello, my name is Eli Schwartz. I am a Kaplan instructor. I've been teaching for Kaplan since 2005. And I guess I've, at this point, taught pretty much every standardized test that is out there for most national exams. SAT, ACT, GRE, GMAT, LSAT, MCAT, DAT. I mean, I could keep saying letter combinations, and at some point they might stop making sense. But the whole point of teaching the standardized tests, for me anyway, my teaching philosophy is these are standardized exams. And no matter where you topped out in a particular class, or no matter where you felt like you struggled to get through in a college curriculum, there's something about the standardized nature of the exam that kind of gives you a little bit of a leg up if you're paying attention for it. You know, they can't just ask you anything. And the MCAT, for example, there's so much content put together on the MCAT, but they're never going to ask you a question about how to conjugate something in French. I know that sounds a little bit silly, but you know that that's true. You're never going to get asked that. And you know that because it's a standardized exam. And at some level, we can narrow down the scope of what you actually have to study to just the highest yield categories and just the highest yield topics, and really practice those and really drill down on those to make sure that you 100% can get those points on test day. And once you've got those, you can kind of build your way out from there, like rings on an onion, where you've got that core set of points that you're always going to get, and then move on out to the extra little layer of points you want to add, and the further layer on top of that you absolutely need in order to get a super high score. Now, I was just working with a student of mine over several months, and she really put in a lot of time. She put in like 6 months towards her MCAT prep, started out at a sub 50th percentile score, and ended up going up about 15 or 16 points by the time she actually took her exam, which is awesome. I felt really good about it. She felt really good about it. And then decided, you know what? I still know that there's more for me. I still know that I can come back. I can really push my score a little bit higher by taking a little bit more time, by getting that outermost layer of the onion. That's what we're trying to get. So even though she had already gone up, I think like 18 points from her original diagnostic score already, even though she had jumped, I think, like 30 or 40 percentile points, she went back in again, decided to prep again, and did again improve her score. And that's a nice success story to talk about, but it's a success story that I see all the time. I've taught literally thousands of students who have gone on to become practitioners, who have gone on to become specialists, who have gone on to become neurosurgeons. I mean, I have a huge range of students I've seen, and it's always so fun to not just teach them for the MCAT, but teach them for what I hope is their whole future career. if someone comes to me wanting to study the MCAT, I know that I've got somebody here who really wants to drill down in, understand the MCAT better, and hopefully understand standardized tests themselves and their journey towards becoming a physician a little bit better. If I was going to say maybe my number one MCAT study tip, I guess I have too many at this point to just give one, but number one MCAT study tip might be remember that it is standardized. Remember that there is a maximum subset of content, maximum depth of content, and don't freak yourself out or stress yourself out or try and overstudy material that's not going to show up ever. I have so many students who say, you know what, I tried to study on my own. I took 50 hours, 100 hours, 200 hours, whatever it is, if you really sat down and added it up. And I tried to go through all these YouTube videos, tried to read through Wikipedia articles, went back to my old textbooks, and ended up maybe wasting half of that time, let's say, on stuff that's never going to be on the exam. Because, I mean, if you're me, you know that you can easily go down a Wikipedia rabbit hole for hours and get into a tiny esoteric subtopic that's really interesting, but that is never going to be tested on the exam. And now that time, where did it go? What was the benefit from it? I like to think of MCAT studying and studying for any standardized test as you want to maximize efficiency for effort. I'm going to put in a bunch of effort. I want to be as efficient as I possibly can. So I don't want to study something that's not high yield. I don't want to learn a strategy or a topic that's not going to actually be usable. And ideally, this is kind of the secret sauce, this is what I try and inject into the classes that I teach. I want to learn something that's a skill for today that I can use tomorrow. I want to use similar skills on step 1, step 2. I want to use this in certification. I want to use this on board prep. The critical thinking, the looking at the test and realizing, hey, I can figure out your tricks. I can figure out your patterns. That's the thing that I go into this always shooting for. That, and you know, any chance that I have to show off all of my organic molecule sets that I have floating around on my desk at all times. That's the beauty, right, of being able to take some time, sit down and talk about these topics for the MCAT that also just conveniently are things that I think are super neat and super fun. There's a second thing that I usually find myself saying to students, and that's that it's fun for me, absolutely, but it's hard for you. And I get it. It is hard. And I think that that's maybe something that a lot of people, especially a lot of teachers, don't really want to admit. You know, a teacher becomes a teacher because they like teaching, because they like the topics, because they feel excited and enthusiastic about it, like I do. But at some point, maybe forget that it is hard and maybe boring, at the very least effortful, to move yourself from novice to journeyman to master to expert, who can finally take the exam and crush that score and have fun doing it. So one thing I also find myself saying a lot is, yeah, that sucks, that was hard. Here's what we can do to move forward. And it's gonna be tough, but if you put in that effort, you will see that payoff. Super excited to be any part of the studying or the practice or the free resources or the paid resources or the events that we hold. I just like to be any part of that journey and that realization of things that you can use today to crush this test and things that you can keep carrying forward for your future success and future careers. My name's Eli Schwartz, and I love being a Kaplan teacher.
Welcome back, everyone. Eli, thank you for those words of wisdom. I am so excited. We have the amazing Maria Loftus here, and Maria has reviewed tens of thousands of applications. She will tell you in which context, but she is the expert as to what you need to do to get in. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce Maria Loftus, our application expert.
Thank you, Jed. And welcome to all of you. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. My name is Maria Loftus, and I am the former Assistant Dean of Recruitment and Admissions at the University of California, San Diego School of Medicine. I was there for about 20 years, and prior to leaving UC San Diego and retiring, which I have done, I was both a member as well as the chair of the National Committee on Admissions for the Association of American Medical Colleges. And what was really great about that experience was the opportunity to work with admissions committees across the country and to discover that, lo and behold, the way we did it was not exactly the way everyone did it, because medical schools make up their own rules. They decide what they're going to weigh, in what order, how much weight they're going to give it, whether something counts or doesn't count. And it was really fascinating to get to see what other schools do. Since retiring, I have begun working with clients here at Kaplan, and I really enjoy demystifying the application process for our clients. And so that's what I'm going to do today, is we're going to take a look at an application, actually two applications side by side, and talk about what makes one of these applications stronger than the other, even though, as you will see, they both have strong competitive GPAs and MCAT scores. So hold on just a moment and let me pull up my screen. Excuse me, I'm having a bit of trouble getting to my screen share. Okay, so here we have two different applicants. We're calling them applicant A and applicant B. And excuse me. All right. Applicant A and applicant B. And these are real applications. And in one capacity or another, I worked with both of these people. With applicant A, I just worked with him as he prepared for his interviews. And with applicant B, I worked with her throughout her application cycle. The first thing I want to bring to your attention, which really had a dramatic impact on what ultimately happened to these two individuals, started right at the beginning, which was, when did they submit their application? For all of the application services, whether it's AMCAS, ACOMAS, or TMD-SAS, you can begin applying in May. For AMCAS, it's the end of May. For the other two, it's early May. And you'll take a note that applicant A did not submit their application until October. And while that is within the time frame allowed, it is very, very late in the application process, whereas applicant B submitted their application on June 1st. And applying early is important, particularly with the AMCAS schools. The reason being is that while the schools set their cutoff dates, and their cutoff dates can go as late as into November, the reality remains that most applicants are submitting their application very early. As a matter of fact, if we go back to the 2019 application cycle, about a third of the applications arrived on the very first day that applications opened with AMCAS. So to be delaying your application until October, by the time this person submitted their application, applicant A submitted their application to AMCAS, schools were already interviewing. And before they would have even gotten his application, they had begun accepting, because we can begin accepting October 15th. So I do want to encourage you to get your application in as early as possible. You want to do a good job, but you also want to get your application in early. The next thing we're just going to briefly take a look at are a few things having to do with academic records. And I particularly want you to notice that it's okay to apply to medical school even though you got a C, or even in this case, a D on a science class. And a science class is biology, chemistry, physics, and math. And that is the grades that we are predominantly looking at for all of us, is we're going to give your science grades a little bit more weight than non-science. And I often am asked by clients, if I've got a C in a prerequisite, does that mean I can't apply? No, of course you can apply. It's going to be your entire application taken in totality. Applicant B also had what you might think of as less than stellar grades in some of her science classes, some of her prerequisite classes, but she went on to get many acceptances. Something else I want to point out here, if you take a look at this far right corner, and you'll see it says AMCAS use, and you'll see slash marks or occasionally an X, and in the prior one you'll even see that over in the far right side where it's the senior year, there's even some zeros. This is all AMCAS notification to the schools as to whether or not they had to make a change on the applicant's official record that they are filing through AMCAS. So a slash means that everything was accurate as represented on the transcript. And X means they had to make some small change. A zero means that they were not able to verify that record. In this case, it was because the class was still in progress and was not on the transcripts at the time they sent the transcript in. The only reason I bring this up is that if we see on an application that AMCAS has had to make a number of changes, that is something that is going to cause us some concern. If there's just a couple of changes they had to make, that's no big deal. But if they are making many changes to your academic record because you did not accurately reflect what was on your transcripts, that doesn't reflect well upon you. So do make sure that you are being cautious and careful and thoughtful as you are entering all of your academic history into your application. Now we'd like to take a look at some of the differences in their MCAT scores. You can see that applicant A had a total MCAT score of 514, and applicant B had an MCAT total of 517. And you can also see the differences in their breakdown. Interestingly, for both of them, their biological sciences was the least strong of their subsections. For applicant A, it was fairly significant. And if he were to reapply again at some point in the future, one of the things that I would probably advise him to do is to consider retaking the MCAT. Now, his overall score is totally acceptable for most medical schools, but I think that 62% in biological sciences would probably raise some eyebrows at many schools. And so a question that I would have for him would be whether or not he thought he could get that score up. Now, I will tell you, since I happen to know this applicant, that he was not a biology major. He was actually an astrophysics major. And so perhaps that explains why he had that lower score. Now we'd like to talk a little bit about experiences. With your AMCAS application, you are given the opportunity to list and describe 15 experiences that you have participated in since you graduated from high school. If you've been out of college for a few years, you've had gap years, that is all time in which you can draw from for your activities. So it's since the time you graduated from high school on. The instructions to you are to list your significant activities, and nobody defines what significant means. But certainly the implication is that you don't need to list 15 activities. Well, there are deans of admissions at different medical schools on YouTube that are there on tape saying that if you don't have 15 activities, that's reason enough to reject you. And I have to say, when I first heard that, I was a little appalled because that is not what the instructions say. That's not AMCAS's intent. But as I said at the beginning, that one of the things I found as chair of the Committee on Admissions and going around the country and working with different admissions committees is that medical schools can do whatever they want. And if a medical school has decided that not having 15 activities is reason to reject you, they can do that. So why might a school have that attitude? Well, truly, we do believe that your activities tell us more about who you are and what you value than anything you're going to say to us. So we do look at how are you living your life? And we want to see people that are engaged and involved with the world around them, that they are putting their time, their energy, their passions, their knowledge towards things that they think are important, but they're doing so in a way that actually benefits other people. So they're not just doing things for themselves, by themselves. They're doing things they enjoy, things that have value to them in a way that are contributing to other people. And so for the schools that say, if you don't have 15 activities, that's reason to reject you, their rationale is that at the very earliest stage that you could be applying to medical school, that would mean you've got 3 years of undergraduate work. So in 3 years, 15 activities, that would be 5 activities on average a year. That activity could be a one-day event. It could be a hobby that you've participated in. It could be, an honor that you received. It can be virtually anything. And so I think the schools that are saying, if you don't have 15 activities, that's reason to reject you, are saying, if you can't come up with 15 things, 5 on average a year that you did outside of studying, then maybe you're not the kind of person we're looking for. And when viewed in that light, I understand why a school would say that. So with these 15 activities, it may be that you have fewer number of activities, but you've got some that you did significantly, that you participated in for years, and your experience evolved over that time. Well, there very well may be opportunities for you to pull that activity apart and make it separate activities. For instance, let's say that you had been a volunteer with some organization for years and years, and you, over the time you went from being a volunteer to maybe serving on a leadership board to training other volunteers. Well, that change in your involvement really gives you an opportunity to break that activity up into 3 activities. There's your volunteer, there's your leadership committee, and there's your training of other volunteers. Conversely, you may have way more than 15 activities, and some of them are similar, and some of them maybe were small activities. There may be an opportunity for you to group some of those together and make them a single activity, even though they represent 5 or 6 different small activities that were similar in nature, say a shadowing experience. So there may be opportunities for you to either expand or reduce the number of activities you have so that you're actually making maximum use of your 15 spots. You also then have an opportunity to identify 3 of those activities that were significant in value to you and to tell the admissions committee why. Why was that important to you? What did you learn? So in your description, which is 700 characters, you would want to talk about what did you do? What were your responsibilities? What did you learn? Things of that sort. And then in your most meaningful, it would be to also add in, how did you change? How did you grow? Because you're saying this was a meaningful activity to you. So applicant A did not use his 15 slots. He actually only listed 6 activities. And one of those he did in high school, so it doesn't count. So he's now down to 5 activities. And instead of picking 3 as most significant to utilize his most significant meaningful comments, he only picked 1 activity. So he really left a lot of opportunity to tell the admissions committee about him and about his values and about the competencies that he had learned. He left that on the table. Instead of doing 15 activities, he only had 5. And instead of having 3 most meaningful comments, 3 activities he'd identified as being significant for him and his development, he only picked 1. Whereas applicant B used all 15 slots and she used all 3 of her most meaningful activities. And I'll give you a moment just to read the difference between that first one in terms of the most meaningful experience remarks and this second one. The first one was talking about, I watched, I saw, this convinced me I wanted to be that same sort of person helping others. This one, applicant B, is talking about the ways in which she developed as a human being, the way she gained confidence in her abilities through this activity, and that's why it was meaningful to her. So a big, big difference. One of the other things that why activities are important to us is the sheer volume of the hours that you spend doing things. If we have 2 applicants side by side that have a similar GPA and a similar MCATs, as was the case for these 2 applicants, applicant A and applicant B, they had a very similar GPA and a very similar MCAT score. If we have those 2 applicants side by side, and one of them was doing activities in the neighborhood of 20 or 30 hours a week, we like that person better, irrespective of what it is they were doing. We like that person better than the person next to them with that same GPA and MCAT, but who was only maybe doing 5 hours a week on average of activities. Because with the person who was doing less, we are now left wondering, what else were they doing with their time? You know, either they were doing nothing or things they didn't want to tell us about, like maybe just, I don't know, contemplating their navel, or were they studying all the time to get that same GPA and MCAT as the person beside them who also got that same GPA and MCAT while they were doing 20 or 30 hours a week of other things. So we are looking at both the quality of what you're doing as well as the quantity of what you're doing. And it is important that you convey to us accurately, both that quantity as well as the quality. Now we're going to take a look at the intro paragraph and concluding paragraph of the personal statement for each applicant. And I'll give you a few seconds just to read applicant A. And I'd like you to ask yourself, as you're reading that first paragraph, does that first paragraph, do you like this person? Do you want to read more? You know, when I was at UCSD, we were getting around 8,000 applications a year. And I looked at each and every application. I have to tell you, when I would start reading a personal statement, if it didn't capture my interest, if it didn't say to me, I like this person, I'd like to find out more about this person, my reading got faster and faster to where I was really skimming the personal statement. You don't want your reviewers to be skimming your personal statement. You want them to be sincerely interested in your story. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to have a hook, you know, that there has to be something dramatic that happens in your essay or in your first paragraph. But it does have to be written in a compelling manner, an interesting manner. And you may be thinking, you know, but there's nothing special about my story. I always wanted to be a doctor, or I didn't always want to be a doctor, or I just recently have decided that this is something I want to do based upon this year that we've all gone through, you know, this year of COVID. I'm here to tell you that if you are authentically telling your story of how and why you are now applying to medical school, how and why you believe that being a physician is the best thing you could do with your life, it will be unique, it will be compelling if you do it with an authentic voice of telling your story. So I'd like to move on to the applicant B now. And you can see that their writing styles were very different. I'll give you a moment. So as you compare those two first paragraphs, which is the one that just made you want to continue reading? And this applicant B isn't using any hook. You know, there's nothing dramatic that's happening, but she's taking you on a story, a day in the life in this medical clinic that she worked in. And it was interesting. And then in concluding, you know, saying how that her interest in science, her interest in people, her wanting to give of herself, you know, made her compelled to become a physician, that this was something she felt very passionate about. Whereas applicant A, you know, is saying that, you know, this realization has given me a desire to be part of a team of people dedicated to help end the suffering of others. That is certainly a worthy goal, but throughout their essay, they really didn't show me that that was important to them. You know, they're telling us a lot of things, but they're not showing. And applicant B, in the way that this essay was written, is showing us the things that are important. And that automatically makes it not only more interesting, but it means that I, as the reader, can come to my own conclusions as to the kind of person that I think this applicant is, whether or not they have the right stuff for being a physician. And that's something you want your reader to come to that conclusion. So it's not that you're telling them that you're a warm, wonderful, terrific human being. You're showing them. And once you have shown them and they come to those decisions on their own, now they have a vested interest in what happens to you, and they want to see more. They want to send you that secondary application and invite you for an interview. They now care what happens to you. So that is very important to do. The next thing I want to just bring to your attention is the list of schools that they each applied to. Applicant A applied to 13 schools. Applicant B applied to 20. The average number of applications that the typical applicant applies to at the number of schools is 20. It's not a magic number. You know, you can certainly be a few under or a few above, but you are reducing your chances the fewer schools that you apply to, because they've got thousands and thousands of applications for their very limited number spot. For us, like I've mentioned, we were getting about 8,000 applications for about 135 spots. This year, the pool went up even more. The pool went up through AMCAS up 20% this year. I'm not sure what will happen in the future, but the point is every school's got way, way, way more qualified applicants than they have spots for. So if you already are reducing your chances by applying to a very small number of schools, you know, that's a risk that you're taking. On the other hand, if you apply to too many, if instead you thought, well, if 20 is good, 30 or 40 is probably even better, then what I would say to you, you know, it doesn't take as much effort to do your primary application, which, trust me, is going to feel like a tremendous amount of effort. It doesn't take as much effort as it will be for those secondary applications. And today, most medical schools, both allopath and osteopath, send secondaries to everyone, whether you're, you know, got a 4.0 GPA and really strong comparable MCATs, or that you're less than a 2.0 GPA and comparable MCATs. Most schools send secondaries to everyone. And in addition to asking for your letters of recommendations as part of your secondary, you'll be asked to write additional essays. The average is 3 additional essays. Well, if you applied to 10 schools, that's 30 additional essays. If you applied to 20 schools, that's 60 additional essays, and so on and so forth. And very quickly, you will find that you are just totally overwhelming yourself with the number of secondaries and the essays that you have to write, which are specific to that school. And you'll find that you're just doing a poor job. You're not doing the quality job that you put into on your primary application if you have that many additional secondaries to complete. So give thought, you know, real thought as to where you're going to apply. And the obvious things to be helping you make that decision are, do you meet the GPA and MCAT stats for that particular school? Are you a state resident or a non-resident? Is that going to make a difference? Those are the easy things. The harder things to hone in on are you a good fit for that school and their institutional mission? And I cannot stress the importance of your making that determination and considering that when you're selecting your schools. One of the most common secondary essay questions that you will need to answer, and it's also a very, very common interview question, is why us? Why are you applying to our school? And they're not interested in hearing you say, well, you're a great school. You know, you're a top school in the country. That is not of interest to them. What they want to know is, how are you a good fit for their school, their institutional mission, their curriculum, their goals as to the type of graduate they want to produce. What is it in your background that makes you a good fit for them? And then in turn, they're a good fit for you. That takes homework on your part. That takes thought, and that is invariably going to be a little bit different answer for every school, because every school is looking for something a little bit different, and you're picking those aspects of your background to talk about. So in choosing the schools, you certainly want to have a representative mix of schools, all of which you believe that your GPA, your MCAT, your state residence puts you in the ballpark of what they're looking for, and then that your background, your career interests are things that hook up, that are a good fit for them. And then you'll have a good list of schools. And if it's still more than 20, you might want to try to whittle that down. But again, 20 is not a number written in stone. It's just a good, solid suggestion. Let me stop the share for just a moment and just see if there are any questions from the audience. Okay. I don't see anything right now. So let's go back to our screen. And I will end by saying that we do have upcoming presentations that we'd be delighted to have you join us for. One is a personal statement workshop where I will be talking a great more detail about writing the personal statement, how to write a compelling personal statement, some of the pitfalls to be aware of. And of course, you are going to want to share your personal statement with someone, whether that's your advisor to have them take a look at, maybe a professor, physician that you've worked with, or if you want to come and work with one of our consultants, we're here also. But we wish you tremendous success in your application and with your medical career going forward. And I want to thank you very much for joining us today.
Maria, before we let you go, we had some wonderful questions come in, and I'm sorry that we had some trouble getting them to you. One of the most pressing was about how COVID has affected the application process. I know we don't have very much time, but would you just take a minute to say what's different this year?
So what was different this past year, for the most part, was that everything moved, online. We weren't sure what the MCAT scores meant, given that people had to reschedule and reschedule and reschedule and study and study and study for months and months and months, waiting for an opportunity to actually take the MCAT. So schools pretty much uniformly said that they were going to view the application a bit more holistically this past year. And I believe they did. Going forward, we're not expecting to have these same challenges. That even if we were to remain distance learning, even if we were to have to reschedule the MCAT, the schools have all, we've had a year to get used to things. You've had a year to get used to things. A lot of volunteer activities have moved online virtually. The opportunity to shadow physicians has started to move virtually. So the expectation is that this year's upcoming year's cycle will look much more traditional than not. The one thing I expect to remain is that the interviews this year all went virtual. I expect next year that schools will be offering in-person interviews, but I also believe they're going to continue to offer virtual interviews. We all were able to do it successfully, and it was so positive for applicants not to have the expense involved with traveling across the country, that I do believe that schools will continue to offer virtual interviews to applicants who would like that.
Thank you so much. I always learn so much whenever I get to chat with you. And again, folks that are interested, Maria's going to be back and doing a workshop on the personal statement. I'm going to actually put a link in. Here we go. So that if you want to register for that, we would love to see you there. And of course, if you want to work with Maria or another admissions consultant, we can make that happen too. So Maria, thanks again for joining us. We are going to have a more extended break now. We got another video for you from the amazing Ari Kim, but our next guest is not going to start until 2 Eastern time. So you got to do the conversion. That's Eastern time, but the top of the hour. So you have a few minutes to stretch your legs, to get a little snack before we come back and talk to our senior director of MCAT programs, Petros Manassi, about the MCAT. So don't touch that dial. Maria, thanks again for being here. And
thank you so very much.
We'll see you at the top of the hour.
Bye-bye.
My particular style of teaching is I like to really think about what I found challenging when I was a student. So way back in undergrad, so many things that I just memorized as brute force, and I didn't really understand what was going on. And it never stuck, obviously. You know, when you just try to like randomly memorize a bunch of, facts, it never really works all that well. So one of the things I like to share with students is what I find challenging about the topic, or what are some of the things that I tried when I was in school to understand the material and how terribly it failed. And then I think about, common misunderstandings, and I try to weave it into the teaching, because I think a lot of times, when we're just presented as material, you're just like, yep, got it, I understand. But there's really not a lot of thinking that's involved. However, if you present it as a problem, like here's a common misunderstanding, or here's a bad way of thinking about this problem, and then get people to think, oh yeah, that's some of the things that I thought was probably wrong about this, and then contrast it to what is the correct understanding, more in depth, more involved, that tends to stick a lot better. So one of the things I will often do in class is present material or present problems just in that manner, because I find that people resonate a lot better with it, and then they'll remember it much better for the future itself. So that is one of the common things I will do in class. Another thing I will often do is I like to use analogies, real world analogies. Could be just something silly. One of the things I often talk about is my son learning how to ride a two-wheeler, and how he hated it at the beginning because it was so much slower than his nice little training wheels, and I use that as an analogy to help students understand that when you're learning something new, strategy-wise in particular, is that it's going to be really slow. It's going to be even slower than your previous strategy, but you got to take the wheels off, because you're going to hit a max speed with the training wheels. You can't actually get any faster than that. But in order to get better than you're taught, you have to change the way that you approach the passage and questions, and even your own studies outside of the practice test. You got to do something different. And yeah, it's going to slow you down a little bit, but that's the only way to actually get past a previous plateau. I like using analogies, real world examples. Common diseases is another common way to kind of place them. A lot of us as pre-meds have understandings of the world around us, obviously, and we might have encountered, specific conditions or diseases. So linking them to things that you already know is a great way to make the science real for you. Another thing I find interesting about teaching in classes, particularly since it's an online environment, is that I never really get to see a lot of the students' faces. So because all of the communication is through chat, either privately or publicly or outside of class, like through email or message boards, it can be challenging to figure out exactly what students needs and how to adapt the teaching in the moment. So I really, really, really encourage students to be as interactive as they can in class. And that way I get to better judge, what do you guys all need from this? Do you need more practice? Here's some suggestions. Do you need a better explanation? Let me work on crafting one for you so that maybe we could share it next time. So the more engaged and interactive students are, the better I can craft that teaching to be more specific to the student. But in order to do that, you have to kind of work on a way of fostering that kind of interactive environment in class. And I try to do the best I can to make it as interactive and engaging as possible. Sometimes it's a little hard. I know a lot of the classes I teach in particular are late at night. And so after a full day of school or work and to have to sit through a 3-hour class in your computer, it can be challenging for sure. We really work on trying to make it as interactive and engaging as possible. I love to teach because of that reason. To share science is probably the nerdiest thing I can think of. I am someone who I love the science around it. The more applicable that science becomes, the more I can see it in actual real life things, the more I love to just elaborate and share on it. Something that I love to do is just not just to find out the science fact, but to be able to share it with other people and then to see whoa, yeah, that is how science works in our real life. It's not something that is just physics limited or chemistry limited, but it's just science in general doesn't have boundaries that way, and you can see it in all sorts of different unusual circumstances. And I think the MCAT does a great job of actually testing that. They don't really care a ton about the boundaries. They think, okay, science can be used and many different disciplines of science can show up in a particular passage or a technique or an example. In terms of a top study tip, I think one of the things I definitely have to repeat over and over again is to give yourself some grace, to accept the progress as long as it's upward, as long as you have a positive slope up, you can get there. I think too many students place time limits on the way that they study, and they beat themselves up. They think they're failures if they don't get it as fast as their peers. Somebody they know who studied for a month and a half and got an amazing score. That's great for that person, but does that mean that only people who can do that, they have to have a time goals, can be doctors? Hopefully not. I think that as long as that progress is upward, learning and growing and getting better, if it ends up taking a little bit longer, that doesn't mean you're less of the future physician. That means that at the end of the day, you're still going to be a doctor. And you're right, plans have to adjust and change, and that can be unfortunate, especially since the way that things work with timelines and test dates and resources and all that stuff. But I think at the end of the day, if you want to be a doctor, I don't want you to feel like you have to put a time limit to that, right? This is something you're going to do for probably the rest of your life. Don't make it a unreasonable barrier for you to get to certain kind of goalposts by certain times. So you're in it for the long haul, I think, at the end. And as long as you can recognize that you're moving in the forward direction, then that's great. Teachers, anyone who can help you in the process, the better you'll be equipped for what to expect moving forward, and to get those answers a lot faster so that you're being as efficient as possible. Okay, so hopefully I get to see you in a future class, and good luck on your MCAT journey.
So lucky to work with such fabulous teachers, and we have another fabulous teacher coming up at the top of the hour, but this is a good time for you to grab a snack or do whatever you need to do. Refill that coffee cup. We're gonna come back at the top of the hour, but rather than just play some music at you, I figured I would jump on and chat with you a bit. Man, Ari's so great. Eli's so great. We have another group of teachers coming on to keep answering those wonderful questions that you are asking us. Keep asking those questions. But tell me in the chat if you're already took your break. What? Where? No. Well, let me say this question differently. What is it about medicine that really appeals to you? And be real, right? Like there are all kinds of good reasons to want to become a doctor. Tell me in the chat, what are your reasons? Why is this the path that you have put yourself on? Because it's not an easy path, and it's important that as you are doing the hard and challenging steps of the difficult course load that you're taking and filling out all those applications, going through the interview process, right? All those things. It's important that you keep the goal in mind. So what's powering you? What is the motivation, the engine that's going to keep you running even when the days are long and the bad stuff happens? We've heard from folks that are in medical school. We've heard from doctors. We're hearing from we got more medical students coming up and more doctors coming up. So why do you want to be there? What's going to get you there? Keeping those ideas in mind is really, really important. Really, really important. So speaking of coming up, we got a whole nother slate of great sessions for you. So forensics for Megan is the thing. So solving puzzles to help other people with closure. That's great. Oh, and several people are asking, are there going to be recordings? Yes. There are recordings. We'll be sharing the recordings next week. So if you miss something and right, I know today's long, you'll be able to see that recording. Science is constantly changing and evolving, helping and serving others. Just having a lot of different options. Yeah, absolutely, right? And medicine is a large and complex field, and there's way more demand than supply. So there are a lot of opportunities. Personal things. My mom, yeah. Guiding people, sure. Finding solutions to problems, helping people, striving for excellence. Hey, yeah, that absolutely. As Dr. Dale said at the start of the day, right? I want to finish my life on E, right? I want to leave it all on the field. Striving for excellence is great. Because you've seen other great people do it. Yeah. Wanting other people to have the access that you had or needed. Sure. And the way that doctors have impacted your life personally. Remember these things, y'all. Remember these things. That it's easy. It's easy when you're in it, right? It's easy when you have a setback to lose sight of the bigger picture. And so keep those things not always top of mind or front of mind, but keep those things in focus, right? It's somewhere in the picture, so that you remember why you're doing all the things that you're doing, because it's easy to get burnt out. It is easy. So remembering what the larger goal is, remembering, right, as Dr. Dale said it, what your work is going to be, because your work is more than your job. So knowing, no matter what it is that I'm doing, these are the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing, and these are the things that I want to work on, irrespective of what my title is, irrespective of what the daily looks like. So I am very excited for all of you. Yeah, I am very excited. Doing research. Just understanding, curiosity and having a passion for learning. Those will serve you very well, and are valuable. Those are valuable engines to keeping you on track and moving. And as we saw with people in their gap year, right? It's okay to have doubts, right? That there are many possible pathways to getting to where you want to go, and there are many ways to work on these ideas and issues. So not getting caught in thinking that there's only one path is important, right? Because many folks somewhere along the way step off the path or find out that the path they're on is not quite the right one, and so needed to find a different way to move forward. So that's important. That's important. Okay, well, we are now coming up on a very exciting session. I've been waiting for this one all day, because we have a wonderful guest, a great teacher here to talk to you about the MCAT. In fact, we've roped the senior director of MCAT programs in to talk to you about this. No, actually, he insisted. He really wanted to talk to you guys. And so there should be a, introduction. I want to set expectations here. No matter how good Petros is, and Petros is real good, 1 hour ain't going to be enough to get you ready for that MCAT, right? So this will be a good introduction of the steps you need to take in order to get ready. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Senior Director of MCAT Programs, great teacher, and good friend, Petros Manassi.
Thanks, Jed. And yes, good friend, good colleague, all the things. And welcome to each and every one of you to what hopefully will be a pretty fun hour, but at the same time, an informative hour talking about all things MCAT related that we can talk about in an hour. The session was advertised, it was listed as Jumpstart Your MCAT, the top 5 things to know. But as we were kind of putting this together, I was like, no, there aren't 5 things to know, at least for this hour. There's 6 things to know. So we're gonna do 1 extra. We're gonna +1 this as far as this time is concerned. As has been the theme here today, there's a long journey to get into medical school, to get out of medical school, post residency even. There's kind of lifelong learning that will continue. So this is really designed as far as this next hour to focus on the MCAT, but lots of stuff that we talk about in here is going to be applicable to you as you kind of move forward through this process and then through the processes as you move forward in your career. So really, ask the questions that you have, think differently about, how you've been thinking about the MCAT, how you've been thinking about this whole process, and really, kind of start thinking to yourself, how can I use this tomorrow? How can I use this tonight? How can I start to make changes, especially those of you that are planning on testing in the next couple of months and are going to be kind of going through this process as we go through. I always start with this question very specifically because we sometimes lose sight of the reasons why we do the things that we do. And as an MCAT teacher, as somebody who's been kind of in the pre-med world for a very, very long time, it's important for you to remember the reason why you're here at pre-med day, the real reason why you're going to study your heart out for your pre-med classes and study for the MCAT and make sure that your application is presenting you the way that you want your application to present you, is because you really want to be here. This is a white coat ceremony. This is, week 1 of medical school. You can tell that it's week 1 because everybody is smiling in the picture. They've gotten in, they've gotten their white coats. The white coat ceremony is this transition ceremony where students are welcomed into the medical profession by their professors and by the academic community at the school that they're at. Everyone's smiling. They haven't really started the hard work yet, right? They're in. but at the same time, the hard work is about to become. This is the ultimate goal, right? The ultimate goal isn't, oh, I'm going to just get into med school. The ultimate goal is to be here at the white coat ceremony. The ultimate goal is to be at the graduation. The ultimate goal is to, to have that lifelong career in medicine. And you're going to have lots of obstacles along the way. And I say this not to put a downer on things. I say this just as a reality. There's always going to be obstacles. Nothing is ever going to go perfectly as planned. But you have to remind yourself that the real reason, the real goal is always going to be about wearing the white coat and serving your patients and serving your community. So, you keep that mindset in place and you think about, okay, yes, I need to know that force equals mass times acceleration. That is an important scientific fact that will come to help me later on in life. But it's not about just knowing that force equals mass times acceleration. It's about knowing that this is how you're going to be applying your force. This is how you're going to be applying your energy into the world. So we've organized this really as 6 different myths. And the reality is there are more myths that we're going to there's sub myths, if you will, as we go through. So this is really designed to be a conversation and hopefully kind of get those questions answered for you, but at the same time kind of reset how we're thinking about this exam and really set you up for success to kind of get things going. And we'll do some MCAT problems along the way. I mean, we can't not do MCAT problems when we're talking about the MCAT. But the first myth that you've probably heard for many years, you hear it from your peers, is that the MCAT is this ultimate weed out exam, right? So it's the one thing. And yes, the MCAT is a very, very important exam, but it's important also to recognize that while it is the number one factor in the admissions process, we do a survey every year of medical school admissions officers, and year after year, the answer comes back that the number one kind of admissions factor that exists is this MCAT score. There are lots of other factors that go into place and go into play with an admissions committee when they're making their ultimate decision. So they're not only looking at your MCAT score. The MCAT score is one part of it. It's a very important part of it. And the reason why it's such an important part is that unlike your GPA, which reflects how you have performed in a very, very specific set of classes at a specific school at a specific time, taught by a specific set of instructors, and even at the same university, especially if you're at a very large institution, you might take intro chemistry and your friend takes intro chemistry, but you have different professors and are held to different standards. That's your GPA. That's what that's reflecting. It's showing how you've performed as a student. The MCAT score actually is designed to predict how you will perform as a medical student, not the entire prediction, but part of that prediction, part of that, let's see the potential that this student has. And so this is really an exam that is designed to measure that potential. It's not the only thing they're going to use to measure the potential, but that's what it is designed for. And since it is a standardized exam, meaning everybody is being evaluated against the same standard, medical school admissions committees place a high value onto it because it's the one thing that they can say, okay, we're measuring everybody against that same standard. The MCAT score and the GPA are oftentimes referred to as the quantitative factors for admission. And every school does it ever so slightly differently in putting together some kind of formula or some kind of index where they take the GPA, they take the MCAT score, and they rank you into one of 3 spots. There's absolutely deny, meaning, okay, we've seen the grades, we've seen the MCAT scores, chances are the student isn't going to be successful in our program, so we're going to deny them. There's the presumably deny, really the kind of, if there's something major, some extenuating circumstances, something that's extraordinary in the other parts of the application, otherwise we're probably going to deny the student. And then there's presumably admit, meaning the grades are good, the MCAT score is good, we'll probably admit them, but let's go look at the other stuff. What you'll notice though, in this application strength ranking, there's no such thing as an absolute admit, meaning nobody has ever been admitted to medical school purely on MCAT scores, purely on GPAs. In fact, I had a student a couple of years back, the story ends well. A student is in medical school or went to medical school, finished medical school as a practicing physician now, had a 4.0 GPA, 99th percentile MCAT score, and that was about it, right? In fact, it was a triple major, had been awarded the highest honor by the university at graduation, but that was it. That's all the student had. And when they went to apply for medical school, they didn't have anything to talk about because they hadn't really gone through that clinical experience, the research, the the life experiences that the medical schools were looking for. So, it took a couple of years and filled in those gaps, really kind of grew as a person outside of the classroom, ended up getting into medical school, and all worked out just fine. That all being said, the second blue box down here, these are the qualitative factors, right? This is really where the school is going to be looking and saying, let's see what else is out there. Now, today's focus is about the MCAT, and the reason why it's important to understand how the whole picture works is you may have phenomenal volunteer experiences or research, you may have a great, story, but if the MCAT score isn't going to compel an admissions officer to say, I want to meet this student, I want to get to know the student even better, I want to see what the professors that the student has had are saying about them, then it's going to be a harder battle. So really treating this exam with the respect that it deserves. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an MCAT guy. I'm saying that because that's the reality of it. You have to treat it with the respect that it deserves and give it the attention that it deserves in terms of your preparation, right? In terms of actually investing time into preparing for this exam. This isn't an exam that you can wake up one morning and say, okay, I'm going to go take the MCAT and I'll just do fine. I've taken my classes. I'm going to go take the exam. Everything's going to work out okay. This is an exam that you do have to have some level of structured preparation, structured study for, so that you are in fact executing the best that you can. And quite frankly, going back to where we started, showing your true potential, right? Really being able to say, this is how well I'm going to be able to perform at your medical institution. So kind of thinking about the bigger picture and understanding how the MCAT score fits into it, I think is an important kind of mindset adjustment that we need to oftentimes be thinking about. The MCAT, and if you have questions, by all means, feed them in because we want to hear them. The MCAT oftentimes, the question does come up, like, why does it exist? I'm not going to give you the full history lesson on why the MCAT exists, but I'll tell you this much. There was a time back in the 1920s when the MCAT didn't exist. Unfortunately, that also meant that about 20% of medical students were failing during their first year because they weren't ready to start medical school. So medical schools got together and said, we need some kind of metric. We need some kind of evaluation. And the exam, of course, looked very different almost 100 years ago, but it served the purpose of, okay, let's see if we can make sure that students are in fact prepared and ready to undertake the education that is required of them. About 12 years later, a study was done, number had dropped down to 10%, so things were good. And today, the number is considerably lower. In fact, the first year failure rates oftentimes are linked to factors outside of, outside of the actual kind of academic work. It's like, life events that have occurred that cause students to not be able to perform in medical school. That all being said, the MCAT is here. It's here to stay. It's important to kind of keep that in mind as you're going through all of this. I see there are a couple of questions that are coming in from the chat that I think are good kind of to talk about right now. There are a couple that we'll talk about later. One of them is what happens as far as low GPA, high MCAT score, or vice versa. Here's what I'll say, and I say this with the intention of you being successful at the end of the day. It's hard to change your GPA, right? I mean, you take a class and you're like, okay, I got an A this time. GPA moves up just ever so slightly, right? It's not a big kind of change, if you will. Relatively speaking, it is easier to move your MCAT score because you can say, okay, I'm going to dedicate about 300 total hours of time to this exam, and I can significantly make improvements. There's a direct correlation between how, not just how much work you do, but the quality of the work that you do and the structure of that work, and making sure that you're actually doing the work that is right for you, that correlates to the improvement that you'll see as far as your scores go. I mean, we have students who come in sometimes thinking that, oh, I'm just going to take a Kaplan course and my score is going to magically appear. No, you have to actually put the work in. What our job is to guide you to make sure that you're doing the work that is right for you. We're all different. We all have different strengths. We all have different weaknesses. You have to focus on those areas of opportunity because that's where your scores are going to improve. As humans, we're creatures of habit. We like to feel good about ourselves. We're going to want to do things that we're good at. But if we've already maxed out the points that are available from those topic areas, then you're not going to be seeing score improvement. So that's where our job comes in. That's how we partner with you. That's how our program works, is to be able to say, okay, let's identify where are those weak areas. Let's get that structured guidance. Let's make sure that you're doing the right type of work. What worked for your friend isn't necessarily going to work for you, right? Because we're all different. We all have those different kind of strengths and weaknesses as we go through this. That all being said, what's actually tested on this thing, and this is probably something that is redundant. You've seen this, but just to make sure that we're leveling the playing field here, as far as the MCAT goes, you need a year's worth of biology with lab, a year's worth of GChem, a year's worth of organic chemistry, depending on what the how it's phrased where you're at, and physics. Okay, so those are the four kind of classic pre-med courses. As far as that's as far as the MCAT goes, you need those areas. As far as applying to medical school, you need those four courses as well. But about 2/3 of medical schools require some kind of writing intensive course, but there's no writing exam on the MCAT. About 20% of schools require calculus, but there's no calculus on the MCAT. So we have this kind of world in which we've got these pre-med requirements, some of which are going to be applicable to the MCAT, some of which are not going to be applicable to the MCAT. And then at the bottom of the screen here, you'll see that biochemistry, psychology, and sociology, those are topics that are tested on the MCAT. But guess what? You are not required to have coursework in those areas. So, if you can teach yourself the biochem that's tested on the MCAT, you're good. I wouldn't recommend it, but you're good, right? So it's important to kind of keep that in mind. The big myth, though, is over here. You hear this from students all the time. They're like, oh, I got to take genetics. I got to take microbiology. I got to take physiology. I got to take anatomy in order to do well in the MCAT or to get into medical school. And the answer is no. You should take classes that are of interest to you. You should take classes that are, appealing maybe to you for something that you want to know about, but never just take a class for the sake of taking a class because you think it'll be good on your med school application. That also being said, yes, if you take molecular biology or an upper division genetics course or an anatomy course or physiology course, they're going to sharpen your scientific skills, and they're going to make you even better at being able to apply the, quote unquote, basic sciences of bio, GChem, OChem, physics. But that all being said, you don't need to necessarily take the classes. So my advice to you, take the classes that you want to take the classes that you're going to enjoy, that you're truly interested in. Medical schools are all going to teach you anatomy on their own. They're going to say, you know what? And in fact, I've heard this from lots of admissions officers, lots of medical school faculty. Only our medical school can teach anatomy the way that we want our students to know anatomy, right? So we're not gonna let you say, oh, I took undergraduate anatomy course. Great, good for you. We're gonna do it again. We're gonna do it in a different way. So really important to kind of keep that in mind as you're thinking through this. That also being said, the MCAT is an exam that you're going to invest a significant amount of time preparing for. It's not an exam you want to be just taking all the time. So, I see a couple questions have come in as far as, how many times do people retake the exam? The ideal world, and I'm being very idealistic here, but the ideal world is you study for it once and you take it once. If things don't quite go as well as you wanted them to go, then yes, you can retake the exam, but don't go into it with the mindset of, oh, I'll just keep retaking this exam, because one, medical schools are going to see all your MCAT scores, and two, medical schools are going to really, want to make sure that if you have retaken the exam, they are seeing some significant amount of improvement, right? So that's this is the case there. I will also say that every medical school in the United States requires the MCAT. There are schools that are in Canada and other parts of the world that do not require the MCAT or only look at certain sections of the MCAT score. My advice to you on that end, go to the medical school websites that you're interested in applying to and see what their requirements are, or go to the MSAR, which is the Medical School Admissions Requirements book that's published every year. I call it a book, but it's really digital book, and make sure that you're looking to see what the specifics are for the schools that you're going in, because there's no like formal pre-med prerequisites. Every school gets to set their own, but they all have bio, GChem, OChem, and physics, and guarantee you on that as is the case. That all being said, making sure that you are reviewing the content is going to be absolutely necessary for your success on the MCAT. The MCAT is an exam that requires and assumes, quite frankly, some level of content knowledge. But I want to warn you, that level of content knowledge is a specific set of skills. It is different from the content knowledge that you were learning in your undergraduate classes, which is good news. Meaning you're going to learn more in your undergraduate class. You're going to learn more OChem, you're going to learn more chemistry, you're going to learn more physics in your undergrad classes than you're actually going to be responsible for on the MCAT. So when you're studying for the MCAT, you got to make sure that you're just studying the stuff and focusing on the stuff that you're actually going to be tested on. But just knowing the material, just knowing the information is never going to be enough with this exam. In fact, the MCAT very specifically rewards you not for knowing content. And I want you to write this down, and I want you to never forget this. It does not reward you for knowing content. It rewards you for being able to apply the content. The application of the content is where you are going to see success on the MCAT. So it's not just about rereading the chem and memorizing the formulas. It's, can I actually apply this? And specifically, can I apply this to new situations, to new scenarios that I've never been presented with before? Can I take the science knowledge that I have, and you can I be able to apply that in the manner of time that has been given to me? Can I, in the amount of time that's been given to me, can I, in fact, be able to do that? That is one of the core skill sets that you're going to have to be focusing on, which leads us to myth number 2, which is that the MCAT is primarily a science exam. And that is not true, right? There is no truth to that. One, there is an entire section that in fact has no science on it. So the CARS section has the critical analysis and reasoning skills section, that has no science on it. But more importantly, the other 3 sections, which require science content knowledge, they're not rewarding you just for knowing the content. They're rewarding you for being able to apply the content. So in fact, when you look at the MCAT, there actually are 4, and these are the science skills. There are 4 scientific skills that are tested in every question. So scientific reasoning, experimental design, knowledge and the application of that knowledge, and the data and statistical skills. So every question is going to have at least one of these skills, and they're going to combine that with content areas as you're going through. So it's that intersection of the 2 that you're really going to find that success. We added this 5th one, the MCAT test expertise. Very simply put, the better you know how to play any game, whether it's game night on Zoom these days, right? Because of everything that's going on, or a sport, whatever it might be, the better you know how to play the game, the better you're going to perform at it. If you think about the MCAT as a game, you say, okay, the better I know the rules, the better I know how the test is actually going to frame questions, how are they going to introduce trap answers on those questions, the better I can be at doing well at the game. You're not trying to beat down the game, you're trying to get the maximum number of points, right? You want to get as many points as you possibly can. And I say this jokingly, but there's a truth to it. The easiest way to raise your MCAT score is to get more questions right. So how do we get more questions right? But here's the fun part of all this. When we think about the MCAT as being this critical thinking, this reasoning exam, it really actually has a strong parallel to the profession that you're about to enter. And so this is where the MCAT actually ties into everything that you've seen so far today and everything you're going to see later on today. And that is, if you think about kind of your typical doctor appointment, your typical patient-doctor interaction. Patient goes to the doctor because the patient is presenting some kind of symptoms that they've never seen before, right? Or that are new to them, or maybe it's an ongoing condition, but they're presenting some kind of symptoms. Physician walks into the exam room, and when the physician walks into the exam room, she walks into the exam room with a lot of content knowledge, right? With a lot of experience, with having seen cases through the years, with having read material, reading literature, right? So that's what the physician is walking into the room with. All that knowledge, all that experience isn't really worth much unless they're able to apply that information and apply that to the patient that's in front of them, right? It's like saying, yes, I know the answer, but they're not telling anybody what it is. So the physician walks in with all that knowledge, the patient presents these kind of new symptoms, presents the puzzle, if you will, and it's the doctor's responsibility, the physician's responsibility, to take their content knowledge, to take the information that they're gathering from the patient, put the two together, and reason out a diagnosis. And the diagnosis is going to be either a course of action in terms of medication or change in lifestyle, whatever it may be. That's a direct parallel to the MCAT. You walk into the MCAT with content knowledge. You walk into the MCAT with the science skills. The MCAT presents you with passages and with questions about information that you haven't seen before, but you have all the tools in your tool belt to be able to answer that question. But if you can't actually take that content knowledge and apply it with critical thinking skills, then you're not going to be able to reason out an answer choice, which is the diagnosis. It's the parallel to the diagnosis. So part of your training, part of your preparation for this exam is not only going to be about the content, it's going to be about you being able to really, really, really build up and strengthen and just be perfectly in tune as far as those critical thinking skills are concerned. And so in our programs, and this is kind of how we think about the MCAT, it's a multifaceted approach, right? There's the content that's going to be reviewed. There's the critical thinking skills that are going to be built. There's the practice that's going to happen as far as questions, and then longer sets of questions, and then full-length exams, which will actually build your endurance, because maybe you can perform on a couple questions, but now you got to perform for 7.5 hours because it's a very, very long day as far as this exam is concerned. So all these things have to be considered as you're looking through this, because the MCAT doesn't actually test you like your science professors tested you, which is myth number 3 here. So, if you've got questions about anything we've been talking about, by all means, just keep bringing them in. But you think about this, you say, okay, well, how is this test actually different? You think about your physics professor or your orgo professor. They taught you the material because they want you to learn it like a physicist or like an organic chemist or like a general chemist. Get to the MCAT, and all of a sudden, everything is mixed together. And this is where it gets interesting. If you look at just the titles of the sections, you've got the chemical and physical foundations of biological systems. You've got the words chemistry, you've got the words physics, and you've got biology all rolled into one section, which means all of a sudden, those isolated subjects that you have learned, those isolated subjects that you have reviewed, that you've practiced with, now you have to start thinking about how they actually interconnect with each other. This is what's absolutely fascinating about this exam, and draws another parallel to the human body and to medicine, is that the human body is all connected. You think about the circulatory system. Circulatory system, we learn about that traditionally in a biology class because it is a biological system. But in fact, there's a ton of fluid dynamics and a ton of physics that's involved in the circulatory system. Not to trivialize the circulatory system, but at the end of the day, it's a pump, which happens to be a biological pump, right? It's membranes that are pumping, but it's a pump, just like if you had a mechanical pump, that's connected to a number of tubes, right? Those tubes happen to be arteries and capillaries and veins, and it is pushing fluid throughout that system. And you're going to have changes in pressure. You're going to have changes in velocity that are going to occur as a result of the changes in the cross-sectional area of those tubes. So you start to think about this and say, okay, now it's not just about knowing the science, it's about knowing how to actually connect all the sciences, to connect all the topics and to bring everything together. And so this is where, as part of your training, you have to, again, second mind shift that has to come to play here, is that every section is going to have integration of this content. It's all going to be connected along the way. And so it's going to be important for you to stop thinking about the sciences as individual sciences and start thinking about the sciences and how they're connected. I mean, redox is a perfect example of that, right? Oxidation reduction occurs in biological systems. It occurs in physical systems. It occurs in chemical systems, right? It's in all the places. It's all the same thing. It's all electrons being moved, being either gained or being lost, whether you're looking at it in the electron transport chain or you're looking at it in an electrochemical cell, right? It's all the same thing, but we just have learned it individually, and now we have to start thinking about it collectively. As you can see from this kind of breakdown that's on the screen here, the content is not only tested in any one section. I mean, biochemistry is equally tested in the chem phys and in the biochem section. So again, we have to say, oh, wait a minute, I thought that would only be in one of the places. No, it's going to be in multiple places. Bio is in all 3 of the science sections. Same with GChem, it's in 2 of them, and organic chemistry is in a little bit of each. So you're going to see these things all throughout. A sub-myth, if you'll indulge me, is, and maybe you've heard this, you hear that rumor that, oh, there's not actually a lot of OChem on the MCAT. Kind of true, kind of not true. So there isn't, there is OChem that's tested on the MCAT directly. And as a result of that, we say, okay, well, we need to know OChem. But there isn't as much OChem tested directly as there is biochemistry. And so that's why the notion comes into play that, oh, we don't actually need organic chemistry. But here's a little insider tip for you. Organic chemistry is the foundation of all biochemistry. So yes, you may not directly be tested on organic chemistry, but you are being tested on OChem, just in another way. Again, back to this notion of integration and this kind of connection of the dots as you're moving through this. So think about that, kind of, adjust yourselves, and also prepare yourselves for the length of this exam. I mean, this is not a short exam. This is a 7.5-hour day. There's a lunch break that's halfway through this exam. Yes, there are breaks in between all the sections, but there's a longer break right smack dab in the middle. And we're not used to taking 7.5-hour exams. I don't know about you, but I'm not used to taking 7.5-hour exams. I think my longest exam I've ever taken was 4 hours. So, it's not in school, right? So like, it's not a kind of normal thing to be sitting down for 7.5 hours to take an exam. And all of a sudden the MCAT rolls around, you're like, oh, okay, 7.5-hour exam. You got to get yourself ready for the endurance factor. You got to be as fresh at the end of it as you are at the beginning of it. And it's just so important to make sure that that's part of your plan. Part of that plan of being fresh is to actually have an attack strategy, right? You don't want to go into things just say, okay, I'm going to figure it out along the way. No, you want to go in saying, how am I going to actually succeed on this? How am I going to go targeted in on this and make sure that I am doing this the way that I want to be doing this? And so this brings us to, and as Jed alluded to, as I alluded to, it's impossible, unfortunately, for us to kind of do everything in an hour's time as far as the MCAT, but I can give you a little bit of a preview of how this all works. And so this is the question strategy that we have here. We call it type, rephrase, investigate, and match. And the words are relatively self-explanatory. The first thing you want to be doing is saying, okay, what kind of question type is this? Is this a question that I want to be doing now? Is it one that I want to be doing later? Is it easy? Is it hard for me? What's the topic area? What's it going to require of me? Every question on the MCAT counts the same. So if there's a question that you're like, yeah, I know how to answer that. It's a KSP problem, but it's going to take me, many, many steps in order to be able to get to the answer. Maybe it's wise to go do other questions. The second part, this rephrasing part, really is about getting to the core of what the question is asking. I'll show you this in a second, where there's sometimes a lot of like excess fluff that's in these questions. You don't actually need. You just need to know, okay, what's the real question that you want to know? Like, what are you really asking here? Sometimes like when your friends are trying to find something out and they're asking you like 50 million different questions and you say, hey, just what do you really want? What do you really want to know? Just tell me and I'll tell you. So that's the rephrasing part where you say, okay, how can I make this happen? How can I make this work the way that it's going to be most efficient for me? Then there's the investigative portion. It's kind of where you put your Sherlock Holmes hat on, right? And you say, okay, how can I, in fact, use the knowledge that I have, use the information that I have from the test itself to be able to actually work towards an answer? And I like to use an analogy here that maybe isn't as relatable these days, or at least the last year or so, because we probably haven't spent as much time at the grocery stores as we normally would. But I'll tell you this much. So there are two ways to go grocery shopping. There's the right way and there's the wrong way. The right way is you grab a list and you check everything off the list and you get home and you have everything you need and you don't have anything you don't need. Then there's the way that I go grocery shopping, which is I grab a cart, and maybe you've done this as well, or you've seen your friends or your family do this, where you grab a cart and you snake up and down the aisles. Anyone do this? Yes, I see a couple, right? So we do this and we grab stuff off the shelves, and inevitably we get home and we have forgotten something, or we bought something that we didn't actually need because we already have plenty of it at home. When you're looking at the MCAT, you want to go into the 4 answer choices looking for something specifically, like you go into the grocery store with your list and you're looking for specific items. You want to be going into the answer choices looking for something, as opposed to reading through all the answer choices and finding one that kind of works. Because I can assure you, like the grocery store puts those kind of trap, buy 2, get 3 for free coupons out there, or, savings out there. You're going to fall into a trap, and you don't want to fall into a trap. So you want to go into the answer choices actively looking for something rather than letting something find you. Once you've done that, then it's the easy part, which is the 4th part, which is to actually make a match. Where does my prediction, which answer choice does it actually match up with? So let's take a look and see how we can put this in play. And we've put all the kind of notes on the side here so you can get a feel of how this works. But I don't want you to treat this question as like, okay, I got to get this one right. I want you to kind of listen to this process. Let's see how this actually plays out. Question says, if the bond between two phosphate groups in ATP is 9 times 10 to the negative 11 meters, by how much would the electrical potential energy change if the bond length were 3 times shorter? We say, okay, they're asking about ATP. And the reality is they're not asking about ATP. In fact, it doesn't matter that it's two phosphate groups. All that it matters is that it's two of the same thing, right? Phosphate groups happen to both be negatively charged, but it doesn't matter. It just matters that, okay, they're both the same exact charge, right? So similar charges, of course, are going to repel each other. So we're like, okay, that's great. They're the same charge. The distance that they gave us, this 9 times 10 to the negative 11, here's a little top tip for you. If you look at the answer choices, there's no like precise value that you're gonna have to come up with. The answer choices are all about the relationships, right? The first two say it would decrease. The second two say it would increase. And then it's a factor of 3 or a factor of 9. So really this is an electric potential energy question. So it's a physics question. That is the physics that is going to be applied to the biological system, right? Or to a biological molecule, really, in this case. So if you rephrase this, you say to yourself, okay, well, if the bond length is 3 times shorter, what's going to end up happening to the electrical potential energy? And this is where we look and say, okay, well, we've got our formula over here, right? We've got the formula in terms of the electrical potential energy is K times Q1, Q2 divided by the distance R. This is a formula that you would have memorized, right? You would have go into the test knowing it, but if you don't know it right now, no problem. Now you know it. Since Q1 and Q2 are the same, we're good there, right? We don't have to worry about the actual value of what Q1 and Q2 are. All we have to do is say, well, what would happen is if this radius, this distance was 1/3, right? It was 3 times shorter. So it's 1/3 the original length. We say, okay, well, we look here, we do manipulation as far as the formula goes. We end up with, well, the new electrical potential energy would be 3 times K Q1 Q2 over R. So it's 3 times what the original electrical potential energy is. So we know that it's gone up, so we can eliminate out answer choices 1 and 2. And more importantly, we know that it has, in fact, gone up by a factor of 3. So we're at answer choice number 3, right? The third answer choice is the answer choice that we're going to have here at the end of the day. So that's the thought process, right? That's the thought process. How can I take this relatively simple formula and how can I kind of walk myself through, glean the information out, extract the information that I don't actually need to be able to make the prediction and find the match in the answer choices. Speaking of extra information, leads us to this next question, which is something that you're probably familiar with. This is my guess, right? My gut tells me, from my experience, from all the students I've had, you probably know this fact. You probably know the fact that the sodium-potassium pump is an ATPase that pumps 3 sodium out of the cell and 2 potassium into the cell for every ATP that's hydrolyzed. And the reason why I know you probably know that fact is that the sodium-potassium pump is the most commonly used example of active transport in introductory bio classes, period, full stop, right? You've learned this like probably in high school, right? You learn this on day 1. It's 3 out, 2 in, net movement of 1 outwards. Here's the deal though. If they've given you that information, this is how the MCAT operates. If they've given you that information, can they actually reward you for that information? And the answer is simple. They can't, because they've told everyone that information. So they're not going to reward you for that. If anything, they've said, even if you didn't know this, we're telling you this information now. So what we really care about is for you to be able to apply this content knowledge. That's where that application comes into play. Second sentence tells us that the cells can use the pump to help maintain cell volume. We say, okay, still haven't asked us a question. They've given us more information. Maybe we didn't know that, but now we do. So they're not going to reward us on it. So we go to the third sentence. Which of the following most likely happen to the rate of ATP consumption immediately after a cell is moved to a hypotonic environment? Now our thinking caps go off and we say hypotonic. What does that mean? Well, hypotonic means that you have a low concentration of solute. You recall that information. This is literally the thought process that is going on in your head in under a minute's amount of time, because this question didn't have a passage attached to it. This was just a straight, what's called a discrete question. Look at it, here it is, and we're going to answer it. So we say, okay, hypotonic, low concentration of solute, perfect. There's a low concentration of solute in the environment. That means there's a high concentration of water. The water is going to go into the cell. So the cell is going to start to swell up, right? It's going to get bigger. So we say, who can come and save the day to keep the cell's volume the same? Sodium potassium pump. Sodium potassium pump ramps up its ATP consumption. It's pumping 3 sodium out, pumping 2 potassium in for a net movement of 1 ion out into the environment. So we have an increase as far as the consumption of ATP. Once we get to a point, however, that we are in an isotonic state, where the concentration of solutes in the environment are the same as the concentration of solutes inside the cell, in theory, we're going to drop back down. But here's the fun part. That's our prediction if we didn't pay attention to the question that was actually being asked. There is one very, very important key word in the question, and you can miss it if you don't pay close attention to it, and that is the word immediately. That's the word that matters. They don't care, or rather they're not asking you what will eventually happen. They are asking you what will immediately happen after the cells move to the hypotonic environment. And what immediately will happen is that you will see an increase as far as that ATP consumption is concerned. So really this is about not just knowing the content, not just being able to apply the content, but sometimes it's also about making sure that you're actually answering the question that was being asked of you. Because I can assure you, they will put that trap answer choice of increase then decrease, which is factually true. That eventually will happen. At some point in time, it will go up and then it will go back down. But as far as what they cared about, as far as what they were actually holding you accountable for, what they're going to reward you for, as far as points go, is really making sure that you understood what they were asking you, understood that what hypotonic means, and were able to use this information here in the actual question to be able to get to that answer, even if you knew that information beforehand. That's how the MCAT works. That's how the MCAT, like the real kind of behind the scenes, how this exam is designed and how it's doing all these things that we talk about. We say critical thinking. Well, what does that mean? It's that thought process that we just went into. But what you have to train yourself on is to be able to do all that and to be able to do that in the amount of time and do it under, quite frankly, a very stressful situation in which nerves could start to play factors. So the more you prepare, the better you're going to be as you go through this. Part of that preparation is making sure that you are focusing in the right areas. So this fourth myth very naturally follows those questions in that it's so easy to want to study everything. I had a student a couple of years back, it was like 2 or 3 days before the exam, sends me an email, panic email, Petro's alpha beta decay, never learned it. Can we meet for 30 minutes? I was like, sure, we can meet for 30 minutes. Your test is in 2 days. We're not going to talk about alpha and beta decay because it's super low yield as far as content is concerned. She was thinking, I got to learn everything. And she ended up getting no questions about alpha and beta decay. So she had that classic, freak out moment of, oh no, I saw something that I don't know. I better go and grab all of my time and put all my attention to it. No, you have to make sure that you're doing the work that you need to be doing. There are certain areas of this exam or certain content areas that are higher yield. Okay, so that's where we come in. We're able to say, okay, there's a very large team of my colleagues and teammates and friends that we love looking at this stuff and really nerding out about the MCAT. That's our job. We've taken care of that for you. So you don't have to do it, but really kind of figuring out what is it that's actually going to be the higher yield topics and making sure that you are putting the right focus on it. And we identify those and we point you in those right directions. The beauty of kind of making sure that you are doing this correctly is about making sure that you're getting that right guidance, right? Making sure that you are looking and saying, okay, I'm going to do the work that is necessary for me to be doing, right? Making sure that I'm not just studying everything because I think I'm supposed to be studying everything, which goes back to this whole notion of that every pre-med needs the same kind of one size fits all MCAT prep. I mean, there's plenty of theories out there, plenty of posts that have been put up through the years of here's how I scored in the 95th percentile. I studied for 5 hours a day for 20 days, standing on my head. Like, great, that worked for that person. That doesn't mean it's going to work for you. And it's so easy to fall into the traps. I mean, you probably agree with me on this, I'm assuming, right? It's so easy to like go down the rabbit hole and want to read everything. Oh, I'm going to go and I'm just going to go do what this person did. No, you got to do what's right for you, right? There's nothing wrong. And I say this with the, you know, with a good heart. There's nothing wrong with being a little selfish through this process, right? It's so easy to want to just do what you think you should be doing. No, you need to do what is right for you, not what everybody else is doing, because it's your MCAT score and it's your time and it's your studying that's really going to come into play, which leads us back to this notion as far as the integration of the exam. It's really important to make sure that you're not just looking at this breakdown and saying, this is how much I'm going to study. It's you looking at this breakdown and saying, okay, where are my biggest opportunities? So for instance, if you're really good at thermodynamics, I love thermodynamics. I could do thermodynamics problems all day if I wanted to, if I had time to. I'm not going to improve my MCAT score by just doing more thermodynamics problems because I'm going to get all those right? And so if you're in that boat, you're like, hey, I'm really good at this one thing and I want to keep doing more of that thing because I'm going to feel really good about myself. That's not going to be improving your score. So it's really important to be, you know, dare I say, critical of yourself and open to and saying, okay, let me see where it is that my true kind of areas of opportunity are going to be. I don't like calling them weaknesses because they're not weaknesses. They're just, okay, I haven't spent the time on those areas and I'm going to go spend the time on those areas as I move forward. So making sure that you're able to kind of get that exposure. We have a system. So if you decide to take a Kaplan course, you'll see this. It's the only one out there that actually analyzes all of your questions. It analyzes your performance and makes recommendations to you that says, hey, Petros, you're horrible at mechanical physics. Like, go do these problems, right? Go do these, go watch these videos, go do this, which leads me to actually, the next point. There are lots of ways to learn things, right? I showed you pictures of the books earlier. Some people are, they're like, read something and boom, it's good. Sometimes you need to see it, right? Sometimes you need to say, okay, I need to actually see somebody teach it to me live. I need to see a quick recording of it. I need to do some practice problems with it. We have all those tools, right? So all those tools are kind of built in. This is a screenshot from the online study plan, just to kind of give you a sense of how things are structured. Everything is laid out for you, but at the same time, you'll see this recommended for you. These recommendations are literally customized to you. Like, go do this thing here, and this is what's going to get you to where you want to be getting to. I alluded to this earlier. There's obviously the live component of your class, but there are also times where you're like, look, I've seen a quick review on Pascal's principle. I need a quick review on buoyancy. I need a quick review on this. So we have these science review videos that literally you just like click on it. 5 minutes later, you're good on Pascal's principle, and you visually have seen it, right? You actually see it happening in front of you as opposed to just reading it. But some folks are going to say that works for me. Some folks are going to say I want to just read what's in the book. It's going to depend on what works for you. This goes back to that customization and that really the customization to what your individual needs are going to ultimately be. The MCAT channel, which is part of the course and part of your overall experience, really is where you get the dedicated both content review and practice and critical thinking organized by individual topics. So there are about 100 or so hours of different sessions. So each session is 1 hour. There's a relatively small team of teachers who teach on the MCAT channel, so both on cam and off cam. And what our job is to make sure that you are, you're covered off and you're getting that kind of focused attention time in these various topic areas. So when you think about how the Kaplan course works, I saw there were a couple of questions that have come in about our program. So I will just kind of show you how this works. The way that our program is designed, you saw the online study plan. Online study plan is, in a way, the roadmap that is changing, right? It's the GPS system that's saying, oh, there's a accident over here, so actually take this route instead. That's your recommendation to go in another direction. At the same time, there's a live teaching component. There's a core set of classes that everybody goes to, right? So we say, okay, we want everybody to go to this, but we're not going to force everybody to sit through like 130 hours of class, because your time needs to be spent in the right places. Back to that niche, the notion of the customization, the personalization to what your individual needs are. So then there's the MCAT channel, which fills that role of saying, okay, I need to go work on the endocrine system, so I'm showing up to see Tyler's session about the endocrine system at 7 o'clock. The MCAT channel sessions run live, and they run every single day. We take Fridays off, so they run every single day. And there's a different session, so you kind of see what the schedule is coming up and plan accordingly to make sure that you're covering on all the material as you go through. As part of pre-med day, as part of registration week, quite frankly, we have this opportunity, which is to get access to your MCAT, to the MCAT program for an unlimited amount of time through September 2021. So basically, you decide now to take a course, but you don't have to figure out actually when you're going to be testing. Things are a little bit different this year as far as the test is concerned. So this all access gives you that opportunity to really say, okay, I'm just going to get access to the Kaplan materials, and it's going to be unlimited through the entirety of the 2021 testing year. Plus, there's this nice little promo code that you can use, which will save you a little bit of money along the way. That all being said, we also know there are lots of different options, right? And because there are lots of different students, sometimes you need to work with somebody individually. Sometimes you want to just do it on your own. So we have a do-it-yourself course or a self-study course. Sometimes you're like, nope, I want that accountability. I want a schedule. I want to know when I'm going to class, who's going to be teaching me. And that's where the online course comes into play. So all of these have the MCAT channel, but it just depends on kind of what the modality is going to be for you. Here's the thing. It's very easy to look at a screen slide here and say, okay, these are the 4 different options. But the reality is we're all so different that we actually, know that, obviously. And we have a team of teachers who will talk to you about it. So you can book time with them and kind of walk you through what the right plan is for you, right? Maybe for some of you, the right plan might not be one of these 4 options, maybe one of the other options that we have. We want to make sure that you're doing the right things, not just doing something because you think you need to be doing it. If you need the boot camp, which is literally the most intensive, uninterrupted MCAT prep you're going to have, it's 5 straight weeks, fully structured, then that's right for you, then that's right for you. But we're gonna help you figure that out, is what it comes down to. So, take good measure into thinking through how you're going to want to be preparing, for this exam, and how you want to be kind of structuring your time as it goes through. There was a good question that came in about if it's too early, and I wanted to just address this. If it's too early to start studying for the MCAT, and is it possible to start studying too early? The answer to that is kind of yes and no. In a weird way, you've started studying for the MCAT from the first day when you took your pre-med courses, right? Your first pre-med course, you started studying for the MCAT. That was and I got really blurry all of a sudden there. That's when you started. So yes, in a way, you can start early. As far as your MCAT prep in earnest, which is you reviewing material, you starting to actually do practice problems, et cetera, it isn't necessarily ever too early to be thinking about it and making sure that you are integrating how certain topics are going to be tested on the MCAT in the future, especially if you're taking general chemistry or taking physics or whatever it is. How great would it be to, as you're going through the course, to be able to say, oh yeah, I'm going to be tested on that on the MCAT. So I'm going to pay extra special attention. I'm going to, bookmark that, and I'm going to come back to that later so that I know that I'm going to be prepared for this as we go through. That all being said, you should take those steps, and you should be taking those steps, and you can use the blueprint of the MCAT to kind of guide you along the way. And we have plenty of information available on our website as well, of course. But as far as studying for the MCAT itself, unfortunately, sometimes, yes, there's a very easy way to burn yourself out. And I want you to be careful about that. If you start 2 years ahead of time taking full length exams and doing all this work, and you're not going to be taking the tests for 18 months, you will start to experience burnout. Generally speaking, we recommend that students start about 4 to 5 months before you're planning on actually taking the exam. So if you're gonna, it's February now, so ideally speaking, you would be testing in July. Maybe you need to test a little sooner than that. That's fine, or even May, right? But it's really about being able to say, okay, how am I going to fit about 300 to 350 total hours into my schedule, and make sure that that time is not just built in, but it's structured, and I'm getting my maximum efficiency, right? It's not about the number of hours you put in, it's about the quality of the number of hours that you put in. So, don't go into this like, oh, I've read for 300 hours scientific journals, I'm good for the MCAT. No, it's like, how did you actually spend that time as you were going through this? So be very, very conscious about that as you're looking through this, and we'll help you kind of figure it out as you go. Which leads us to myth number 6, which is why I was alluding to that. As far as being too early to start preparing for the MCAT, this is kind of your typical med school admissions timeline. So, if you think about it, we're here right now. So as I said, kind of July is the time to be looking. The reason why you'll see these blue ideals, if you will, ideal timelines, is this is when the primary applications opens, when the secondaries opens, when interviews start. And of course, it's a rolling process. Medical school admissions, for the most part, is a rolling process, meaning as they receive applications, they make decisions, or they move the application along, I should say. Part of that is that they need an MCAT score in order to make that happen. So generally speaking, you're going to want to start studying for the MCAT about 5, maybe even 6 months at a time. But it's all about the pacing, and it's all about the structure that you're going to be putting into it. Some of you might be thinking, I'm assuming, to study for the MCAT over the summer, which is a great time to study, especially if you're not taking classes, you're not working, or maybe you got a part-time job. It's not as time consuming. Like, that's a great time to take the MCAT, to study for the MCAT, because you have a little bit more mind space along the way. I will say, don't try to study for the MCAT and take too many science classes at the same time, because you're going to be very, very tired from all the cases. There was a question about applying early and why that's important. Bottom line is, the medical schools have a certain number of seats, and they have a standard that they've been doing this for years. They know what their previous class profiles look like. So they have a profile of a student, not as far as, where the student is from, but as far as like the types of qualities and characteristics that they know are going to be successful in their school. Their goal is to fill those seats with the best people that they can find. And quite frankly, their goal is to fill those seats and make sure that they don't have any empty seats by the time the application process closes. So the reason why a lot of students will apply earlier is because at that point, all the seats are open. It's not a trap. It's not like, oh, they're looking through more applications early on than they are later on. It's about an even stream as far as their rate of review as far as these schools are concerned. And they're experts in their fields. They've done this so many times that they know what they're looking for. So if you can, always advantageous to be earlier in line than later. I'll give you one fun little story. This is another student of mine from a couple of years back. He applied to 12 medical schools. Great MCAT score, great GPA, great life story, great everything. Horrible as far as procrastination goes. Rather, he was very good at procrastinating. He was the best procrastinator I've ever met. He applied to every single school on the final deadline. He got rejected at 11. He got interviewed at 1 and put on the wait list ultimately. By the time he was called to tell him there was a spot for him in May, he had already decided that he was going to reapply to the other 11 schools that he hadn't gotten an interview, but do it early. Did not retake his MCAT score, did not take any more classes, just continued doing the job that he had been doing, was admitted to all 11 the second time around. So, that's one story, but it's not a isolated incident. The ability to be able to kind of put yourself at that best advantage will always be great. That all being said, do not feel pressured. And this is the thing I want you to remember. Do not feel pressured to apply early for the sake of applying early. You should apply when your application is the best representation of you. If that means it has to be pushed back a little bit later on, that's fine. The med schools they want to see the best representation of you. Don't rush an application just because you think I want to get it in early. I've seen that mistake happen a couple too many times in my years. So don't let that be you. Make sure that you are putting yourself, your best foot forward as you move through this. So that all being said, in an hour's time, we've covered 6 myths. We've covered 6 different areas to consider and seen kind of how the MCAT is fitting into all of these things and how all these pieces really are coming together. So, take that with you as you carry forward into the sessions later on today. Take that with you as far as what you're doing as far as the work is concerned over the next couple of weeks and months. But that all being said, on behalf of the entire Kaplan faculty and the teaching team here and the whole Kaplan family, I do hope our paths cross again, but I do wish you each the best of success on the way to getting that white coat. And I look forward to hearing the success stories one day from you as you move forward. Thanks all.
Thank you, Petros. Petros, as one of our channel teachers, is going to be your teacher when you sign up for a class. So he's one of the people that you will get, and he means it when he says that he wants you to stay in touch and tell him how you do on your test, right? That's why we do what we do. That's the best part of being a teacher, is seeing your students succeed and struggling with them to get there. So thanks so much, Petros, for your time. We have another great teacher coming to us with a message. Brandon McKenzie's got a message for you, and then we'll be back with the people that literally wrote the book about being a successful pre-med and getting into law school. So we'll see you on the other side of this short break.
You're listening to me speak right now because I've been asked to talk about the MCAT, study tips for the MCAT, and myself in this video. And the hardest thing for me to do is probably to talk about myself, so let's do that one first. If you don't believe me, that's hard to do. Just wait until you have to write your personal statement for your applications. And yeah, you'll spend time looking at a word processor, just waiting for the inspiration to come. Fortunately for you, I've spent the last 30 minutes thinking about what I wanted to say when describing myself, and here it is. I, Brandon, am into self-development and self-growth. That's me. And I know that sounds like the fakest answer ever. It's like going to a job interview and when they ask you, hey, what's your biggest weakness? You say, great question. My biggest weakness is I work too hard. Nobody buys it, right? So let me try to convince you. The last 30 minutes I spent doing some pretty interesting things. I looked at my YouTube history, what I've been watching, and I looked at my Netflix history. And there's a common pattern there. And recently what I've been doing, I've been watching videos, well, I'll just give you the flat out names. On Netflix, I watched a documentary called Minimalism, talking about how to live a minimalistic life, and in my mind, that's self-development. I'm also in the middle of a series about meditation. Again, self-development. I spend a lot of my time, both recreationally and professionally, thinking about that kind of stuff. But to say it's a passion of mine would probably be a lie. I don't think it's a passion as much as it's a necessity. What I'm trying to say here is that I needed it. If you go back to like 2013 and think about student Brandon studying for the MCAT, not the best study. You definitely needed some self-development there. Let's get more specific. I'll tell you my very first set of exams in undergrad, I remember thinking to myself, never again will I have to cram exams because this was not pleasant. It worked out here in first year, but I mean, why didn't I study sooner? So now I remember thinking that in my first year. I also remember in my very last year thinking, phew, that's the last time I have to cram exams. Because I just, moral of the story, I crammed exams throughout my whole university career. So not only was I a crammer, I was a chronic crammer, aka I didn't learn not to cram. And it's really easy to like beat yourself up about that stuff, like why aren't I studying? Why do I always wait till the last minute to get things done? Until you learn about some psychology. And if you're studying for the MCAT, you will learn a lot of psychology. Let's just give you some knowledge now. There's a theory of motivation called the drive reduction theory, which essentially says individuals / organisms / animals build up stress. And as that stress builds up, there comes a threshold where that stress will motivate you to do something. It's a good example. Food, right? The stress of being hungry. The hungrier you get, the more likely you will find food. You'll try to find food. boom, you hit that threshold, you get up from your couch, you get some food. Or if you're an animal, you go hunting. The analog to the MCATs, or just to studying in general, is pretty much there, right? 2 weeks before an exam, undergrad Brandon wasn't feeling the stress. And bam, I'm cramming. Everyone's different in that regard. Some people get the stress to cause your studying to occur 1 week before, 2 weeks before. For me, it was 2 days. Clearly that wasn't a beneficial feature of my mind, I'll say. But you know, that's just me. That is how my brain incorporated school stress. 2 days before the exam, that's when I kicked it into gear. Was that the best way to study? No. Did I have to solve that to study for my MCAT? Yes, because you don't want to cram for the MCAT. But at least understand that drive reduction theory can give you some mentality to understand why procrastination exists. Got some good news, at least in my case. I would say that because studying didn't stress me out, although it made me cram and not study beforehand, it does put me on the lower end of stress, which is nice, all things considered. But it's definitely not a thing that will help me get work done. So, self-growth. I needed to find a way to solve that issue. And while on the topic of the MCAT, while on the topic of psychology, I'll tell you what I did. Essentially, I leveraged associative learning. I'm talking Pavlov's dogs. I'm talking B.F. Skinner's rats. One of the things you can totally do is you can just associate your workspace with studying, right? So this is my workspace right now. This is where I work. I don't do any non-work stuff here. If I want to get on my phone, get on my laptop, I go somewhere else. All right, let's talk about my teaching for a bit here. If there is one term I can use to describe my teaching, it's going to be interrogative. I like to interrogate things. I won't stop at the what, where, and when. I'm more into the why and how. Quick example here. On test day for the MCAT, you will need to know some attributes of enzyme inhibition. So there's 4 kinds of enzyme inhibitors, and you'll need to know how each of these 4 kinds of enzyme inhibitors affect 2 attributes of enzyme kinetics, Km and Vmax. For now, all you need to know, 4 inhibitors, 2 effects, 4 times 2 is 8. You need to know 8 things in this topic. Now sure, 8 things isn't that much. You could totally memorize that. That's like a phone number, 7 digits, or 10, depending on if you have to include the area code. But all I'd say is you could totally just memorize that. But I'm gonna say don't. My advice and the way I teach is that I would rather, instead of having you memorize and flashcard these 8 terms or 8 ideas, understand it. The better way to do that is to understand the 4 inhibitors at a molecular level, which isn't too bad actually, and then applying what you already know about, let's say, Le Chatillier's principle, and deducing the 8 relationships. So again, interrogate. Don't just stop at the what, where, and what, where, and when. Ask yourself why and how. I think I can actually pivot to my pro tip of the day for the MCAT. Here's my pro tip. Don't memorize your way to the MCAT, understand your way to the MCAT. And it sounds obvious, but let's be clear. Most of us have probably been trained to study pre-med courses. And pre-med courses tend to overemphasize memorization and underemphasize understanding. Unfortunately, the MCAT switches that up. Yes, you need to know your content. Yes, you need to know some facts, but you need to understand how those facts affect situations. So my advice is this: don't memorize your way to the MCAT, understand your way to the MCAT. And if you're wondering what's the difference, because you can't really parse those 2 things apart because, well, like me, getting to the MCAT, you studied pre-med, so that's sort of conflated the 2. Here's a piece of advice. If you're asking yourself what's true, where things are happening, and when things are happening, that's a good chance that you're just memorizing your way through things. Stop and consciously ask yourself, why do those things have to happen? Or how do those things happen? And those 2 interrogative questions will tend to focus you more on the understanding path rather than the memorization path. All right, team. With that, let's just say this. Best of luck on your studies. If you're months away from your MCAT, start with a study plan. move forward from there. If you are closer than that, keep doing what you're doing and rock the MCAT. Cheers.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh yeah, teacher Brandon's the greatest. You guys in chat are right. And actually, I want to just take a moment to say this is one of the strengths of Kaplan is that we give you a whole stinking bunch of teachers, right? Because you will resonate with different people in different ways, and hearing things said in different ways matters. It's one of the things I like best about the MCAT channel. But speaking of hearing from different voices, we have a whole bunch of pre-meds here, and I have the two experts who literally wrote the book about how to be successful as pre-meds. Please join me in welcoming Elizabeth Fasas and Candice Childs. Thank you so much for talking to us. Please, would each of you introduce yourselves? Candice, would you go first and tell us about the title and what does your book talk about?
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. I'm super excited to be here to be talking with you all today. So my name is Candice Childs. I'm a second-year medical student at the Medical College of Georgia right now. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. And yes, I did somehow in this crazy busy schedule publish a book, which is really amazing. And it's been such a great journey with that. So the title of my book is pretty long. It's called Lemons, Lemonade, and the Lemonade Stand, My Bittersweet Journey to Medical School with an Interactive Journal for Pre-Meds. I know, super long, it's crazy long, but it really incorporates everything in my journey. And essentially, I know you're probably wondering, what on earth do lemons have to do with getting accepted into medical school and pursuing a purpose in medicine? That's a great question. But I feel like when people say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, and that essentially pretty much just describes my process of trying to get into medical school. There's some sour moments, there's some sweet moments, but I just want to take that time to encourage other people to pursue medicine and to understand that there will be ups and downs, but you will see victory in the end.
And Elizabeth?
Hi, thanks so much for having me as well. My name is Elizabeth Fasas. I am a second-year medical student at the University of Maryland in Baltimore, and I'm also originally from Baltimore, so staying close to home. My book is called Making Pre-Med Count: Everything I Wish I Knew Before Applying Successfully to Medical School. And my book is really talking about like super practical advice and inspiration about like all the little things that drive you crazy throughout the 4 years of undergrad and of pre-med when you're thinking, oh my gosh, how are they going to look at this? Or how are they going to think about that? I really walk you through how to put yourselves into the shoes of the admissions committee and start answering some of those questions for yourself.
Yeah. So I told you, I got the experts. So as you have questions for them, put them into the chat, and I will try to shepherd as many of those to Candice and Elizabeth as we have time for. Right? How do you actually do this thing? And I actually want to talk first about, you not only were successful as pre-meds, which we all know is crazy. You then wrote a book while you're doing. Tell me about that. How did you find the time? How did you make the time? What additional structures did you have to put in place to be able to write and publish a book as you were going through these difficult processes?
Yeah, sure. So do you want to go first?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I actually, people ask me this all the time, and my joke is that I was like such a busy pre-med that so I took 2 gap years. I took one to do a master's degree and one while I was working as a consultant. And like the stress and the pressure of being a pre-med and feeling like I had to be on all the time, I got to this kind of other side of it. And I was like, what do I do with all this free time? So that's truly, like, I was doing it kind of on weekends and everything, just because I felt like I needed something to fill my time with. So that's me. Maybe I'm just a crazy person. I don't know. What about you, Candice?
I think that's wonderful. I'm so used to being busy, right? This is my normal level. I got to write a book in my spare time. Now, what do? I think that's beautiful. Candice, what about you? How did you balance all of the things that need balancing?
Yeah, so my story is a little bit different in the sense that I actually started writing the book while I was still applying. And I had it in my mindset that one day, whenever I get through this crazy process, I'm going to finish this book and I'm going to put my story out there to help people. So in a way, it's like, I didn't know if I was going to get it. I didn't know when, but I said, one day I will get in, and I'm going to document this process as I go along so that one day I can actually publish this and kind of like give something back to other people who might be in the same shoes as I was. So while I was applying, after I had got rejected to medical school the first time, I applied to grad school. And while I was in grad school, I just was writing this book. And I said, you know, I really have no end in sight right now. I might have to apply 3, 4 times. Thank goodness I only had to do 2, but I just had no idea when I was going to finish the book. I just started on it. So as I was going through these different thoughts and different processes, I really was just documenting it the whole time. And then once I finally got into medical school, I said, okay, it's time to finish the book. So I would say I was about 40% done with the book by the time I actually got into medical school, and the other 60% I actually finished the summer after my first year, which was last summer. So that's kind of how that came into play.
And so you're still busy. So start me out at the beginning. Tell me what, for each of you, and Candice, if you would go first, what was your biggest misconception or biggest surprise throughout the process of applying to medical school, or where were you wrong about something or surprised about something?
Yeah, so personally, that's a really great question. And I think one of the biggest misconceptions I had was about gap year and taking a gap year. I feel like that shouldn't be something that's taboo. Like, oh my gosh, I got to take a gap year. Like, I don't think any pre-med should ever think like that, because sometimes you need that extra time to really find yourself, to get involved with other opportunities. And I feel like the biggest misconception with the process is feeling like you have to rush yourself to get to medical school. Medical school will always be there. I promise you, people are always going to need doctors. And so take that time to really build up your application to the T, make sure that's the best it can be before you apply, and don't rush the process. So I think my biggest misconception was thinking that if I didn't apply by a certain time, I was a failure, or if I didn't get in right away and started med school right after I graduated, I was a failure. And I realized over time, like, wow, I had so much more like growing to do, so much learning to do. And it just really was an amazing process. And I feel like I was so much more of an even more enriched person after understanding that, hey, this was a part of my process and I loved it. And it really made me a better person overall, because I went to get a master's degree and I learned so much about healthcare administration and the hospitals and healthcare, and I feel like it really helped me. So that's what I can say was like my biggest misconception, is feeling like I had to rush myself to get there.
Well, and the Petros at the end of his last session had that sort of idealized timeline. And we had a session of folks talking about their gap year that we took, and in the next session we're going to be talking to folks that didn't have the idealized session. In fact, sort of what I'm learning is that almost nobody follows that idealized pathline, right? At some point, everybody does something a little bit different, and that's sort of a beautiful thing about this journey. Elizabeth, what about for you? What was really surprising to you, or what was unexpected, or what was the biggest misconception that you had?
Yeah, so I guess kind of on a similar note to Candice, I was a very stressed out pre-med, which I think after, I tutor a lot of students with Kaplan, and I think after kind of meeting with so many students, I definitely was not the anomaly. Like, it's really, really a stressful time. And I think for me, as soon as I submitted my application, I was like, oh, why was I so stressed, right? This entire thing, 4 years of college for me, because I applied after my senior year, is all boiled down into like 15 pages of your application. I get to tell them what I want them to know. I got to pick my recommenders. I got to focus on the things that, I was stronger with, and so on and so forth. So I feel like all of the time I spent, oh my gosh, should I double major? Should I single major? Will they care that I, didn't do really well in my physics class? will they care that like I took 2 languages in semester and that doesn't look so hard? You know, like all of these like little things so don't matter. And so I think that was really, and that's kind of what inspired me to write the book as well, because I was like, wow, like if people only knew what it's like on the other side of it, right? That it's really not as daunting as it seems.
That's really important. I do think that probably you're in the minority that after you get all that stuff together on that one document, you're like, yeah, this is no big deal. What was I so worried about? A lot of us still continue to have nerves once those applications are in. But both of you, am I right there that you both pursued a higher degree after your undergraduate degree? What were your master's degrees in, and how did you decide to do that?
Yeah, so I'll go first. So my master's was in health administration. So I had this mindset of, you know, I didn't have anyone in my family who was ever in healthcare. I didn't really know much about medicine. So I said, you know, before I start providing care, I need to know about the system. I need to know about healthcare in general. And I said, this would be a great way for me to learn about that. And so I was able to get that master's and I learned so much about healthcare. And I feel like it really is going to help in the future if I decide to start a practice, or maybe I want to work as an administrator while being a physician. You just never know. But I just wanted to kind of get some basis of healthcare before I actually went into healthcare, if that makes sense.
And Elizabeth, for you?
Sorry. Yeah, I was similar. I did a master's in international health policy and economics. And for me, and I talk about it in the book, I like had this kind of come into Jesus moment my junior year of college where I really found a passion for social policy and felt like I wasn't getting any of the background information that would affect my future patients in any of my, you know, my bio classes or my chem classes. And I thought, wow, you know, there's a whole world out there. Like you can talk about medications, but if people don't have, you know, like you can talk about giving insulin to a diabetes patient, but if they don't have money to buy the food that they need to be eating, or they don't have money for their prescriptions, you know, how much does that matter? So I really wanted to kind of learn more about what I consider to be like the real foundations of providing medical care. And that's why I kind of pursued that.
And it gave you time to write a book, right? Because grad school, no big deal. It was fine. Well, we have a ton of great questions coming in, and y'all keep asking those questions. One of the first ones was about interviewing. Interviews are scary. So what are your, Elizabeth, you start us this time. What is your number one tip about preparing for med school interviews?
Yeah, so I always say this to all of my students. This is going to sound so silly, but do your power poses before you go in. It's a really stressful process, right? Everyone, like all the people on the other side of the table, they know that you're anxious. They know that you're stressed out about, you know, having to talk to these doctors and to these medical students about applying. But really, you know, if you have gotten to that point, they already like you. They already think you're going to make a great medical student. They just want to get to know who you are. So just, you know, I said, do your Superman poses, you know, calm yourself down and go in there confident, excited to show who you are and what you're going to bring to the table.
Can I see your Superman pose?
But standing up, you know.
Okay. I'm going to start incorporating that. That's great. Candice, what about you? What are your interview tips?
Yeah, so I feel as though when it comes to interviewing, I kind of have the same thing as Elizabeth. Like for my thing, I would say be yourself. Please be yourself. Like she said, you're going to be nervous. That's okay. But the biggest thing is just be yourself. They have your application. They read about you. They know about your academia. They know about these things, but they don't necessarily know about you. You know, you have all those things written on paper, but there's so much more to you than that application. So it's just like, wow, when you think about it, there's so much about you that they absolutely have no idea about, all the great things about you, the things you love to do. So really just be yourself throughout this interview. Really just make sure that, yes, you are advocating for yourself. You want to separate yourself from everyone else and stand out. And that's what everybody wants to do. But the best way to do that is to be yourself. There's no one like you. You're unique. You have something great that they already saw in you to interview you for. So just show them that. Just tell them that, and just be confident in yourself throughout the whole interview. There's sometimes I think back about some of the interviews I had where it was like, it was okay. And some that I was like, oh, I felt pretty good. And I think the ones I felt pretty good is because I just was myself and I was unapologetically myself. So that's my advice.
of us. Now, I hear tell about this. Of course, as a teacher, I don't have this problem ever. Have trouble relaxing into being ourselves. So other than doing my Superman pose, are there ways that I can practice? Because also sometimes it's just nervous to do public speaking, right? Just to these are people you don't know, but there are people that you really want to impress, right? So how can we practice that or relax into that?
Yeah, so honestly, something I did was I went on Google and I just found some common questions and I just kind of already started practicing that in the mirror with other people. I actually sometimes would go and set interviews with the career services at the school and had them interview me as though they were the admissions committee. So I could kind of learn and figure out like, what do I do when I get nervous so that I know that this is what I can anticipate from myself with my nerves, and then I could find ways to go about that. But then sometimes there'll be times where, you know, right before the interview, I didn't necessarily do a Superman pose, but I would be thinking about Eye on the Tiger or some type of crazy, like rad song that would just get me hyped, like, oh yeah, I got this, like, this is great. So, you know, it's just, those are some of the things that I would say, like, just have something to hype you up. You know, practice ahead of time if you feel like you are going to have jitters, if you are going to stutter, if you feel like, you know, so that you just kind of know yourself and know like, oh, when I get nervous, I start to twitch a little bit. So maybe I should hold my hand, you know, like while I'm there, or maybe I should move my hands around or something. Like just get to know yourself, practice, but also just have something to hype you up right before you go in.
Yeah, I agree with those 100%. The only other thing I would add is that like every single interview that I went on, it was so much more of a conversation than it was an interview. So like find things to incorporate into your answers that you like to talk about and that gets you excited and that highlights, like Candice was saying, who you are and what your passions are. And it'll just go so much smoother if you're, you know, talking to someone instead of, you know, like, oh my gosh, I'm on an interview right now.
And guest 3377 raised a really important point, right? That we're writing a personal statement and we're trying to convey who we are in that. And they're nervous that they're just going to keep repeating the things from the personal statement. So, is there a way to come up with talking points or brainstorming, or how did you all handle that?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it is going to be really similar to your personal statement, right? Because the personal statement is supposed to be, you know, a picture of kind of what has gotten you to that interview. Why are you here? Why are you passionate about medicine? What are you going to bring to the table? But like I said, it's so much more of a conversation where you get to put in actually who you are and no one's like counting your characters, more than, you know, like more than specifically answering their questions. So if you know that you get nervous and, you know, speaking to other people is not really an easy process for you, then yeah, I would come up with a couple of talking points, just kind of some aces up your sleeve in case you get stuck. But I would say more often than not, like no one is trying to trick you. No one is trying to make this hard for you. They just really want to get to know who you are and what you bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are some amazing points for sure. Because that was something that I did as well. Like, the thing is, like you said, they read your personal statement, so they know all about that. But if you think about it, it's only what 5,300 characters of your life that you shared with somebody. And think about how much time you've been living. I am very certain you have other stories that just really just show like how amazing of a person you are. I'm very certain that there are other things that you have done. So yeah, like have some talking points, have some other, you know, anecdotes and stories on the side, like maybe you can, you know, talk about, but just keep in mind that there's a lot more to you than that personal statement that they don't know. They are a stranger. So literally there's so much about you that is at your disposal. And when they ask certain questions, maybe even about your hobbies, maybe you didn't mention that at all in your personal statement or your application. So talk about the painting that you've done, maybe some of the gigs that you've done with, you know, playing guitar or whatever it is, and say why you enjoyed that. Or, you know, maybe there's some opportunities that you've done that nobody knows about. And then, hey, that just continues that conversation. And you don't know where that's going to lead you in the conversation to open up about even something else. So yeah, have some thoughts, have some stories, but just remember there's so much about you that they don't know yet. So there will be a lot at your disposal that you can select and choose from to talk about.
Candice, I feel like you're assuming a lot about me. I'm a deeply superficial person. You already know everything there is to know about me. Let's shift gears a little bit. Stress. Stress management is a skill. What are the tools that you have found to be most helpful for you as you balance getting done the things that need to get done while also taking care of the human that needs to do those things, right? So Candice, what are sort of your top plays for keeping yourself on track?
Yeah, so I've honestly just always been this kind of person where I like to stay organized. I have a planner. I love Passion Planner. If I haven't gotten one, get one. But I love Passion Planner. I love to write out my schedule. I'm kind of old school that way. I also have where I place events in my phone and I set reminders about things. So I like to stay organized. So depending on how you are as a person, I'll say get organized in the way that fits you, that makes things easier for you and easier at your disposal. So that's one of the things that I do. I also have to set priorities. Okay, so setting priorities would mean that if there's a deadline or there's something pertinent that has to get done that you have to do, go ahead and do that first. Get that out the way. If there's something that you might not necessarily have to do, it's okay to delay that, but make sure you just put that in the to-do list for something to do later on. So I love to make to-do lists. I love to set priorities. I will say that I set myself as a priority. Do not think that you have to set everything else as a priority in your life. You are a person and you can't provide care to people one day if you don't take care of yourself. That's just how it is. And you can't be a great student without taking care of yourself. You can't think, you can't just think about anything when you are stressed out. So make sure you take care of yourself as a priority, whether you take a nap, which I like to do every now and then. I will take a nap. I will cook my favorite foods. I love to go exercise. I'll exercise late at night. That's what I love to do. So make sure you're also keeping yourself as a priority, but set those priorities, get organized and make sure that if you're not the type of person who like to schedule free time, give yourself a break. Every day, find something, whether it's go watch TV or something else, just make sure you have time for yourself to take a break and have free time.
Hearing how organized you are you the type of person that schedules your free time?
No,
not even a little. I'm surprised.
I'm a flexible person because the thing is, I set a to-do list for the day. I don't set a time frame. I just set a to-do list. So as long as it gets done by the day, even if I go take a nap, as long as that to-do list is done by the end of the day, I'm good. I'm set.
I love it. I love it. And but how did you learn to right size that to-do list? Because I find that if I'm not careful, my to-do list is always longer than the day.
Yeah. So pretty much just like I take it one day at a time. So literally for that day, I'm thinking what needs to get done for that day, or is there something coming up that absolutely has to get done first? So, for instance, if I have a test tomorrow or something like that, I'll say, well, I have to study today. If I have some paperwork that I need to do for a class, I'll say, well, that's not due until after the test. So I'll put that down the list, maybe put that on tomorrow's to-do list after the test. But I just make sure that whatever I'm putting first is priority, is something that's pertinent, that absolutely has to get done today. Like I have to make sure this is done today. And then that's how I kind of form those to-do lists. So I only would maybe put 5 or less things on my to-do list. So that's something else. So that's why it makes you think to yourself, okay, what is really a priority then? Because you can't do everything today. You only have 24 hours and you're sleeping. You should sleep, please sleep. So make sure that whatever those things are, those 5 things, that they're your top priority for that day.
All right, so that's one approach. Elizabeth, is your approach similar, different?
Yeah, so I would say in some ways similar. I'm also really a huge fan of what has to get done versus what I would like to get done. I'm really, really clear with myself about that. There's always, as pre-meds, and then when you get to medical school, there's always something else vying for your attention, whether it would be more time for studying or doing research or doing volunteer work or doing clinical or, taking care of yourself or whatever it is. There's always, always, always something else that you could be doing. So eventually you learn to set really strict boundaries around your time. And, as you kind of you know, like if there's a freshman out there listening right now and you're not there yet, that's fine. It took me literally like 10 years to get to that point where I'm like, all right, now I can say no to things. But I think that's really, really important to just say, you know what, if I don't get to everything today, that's okay. The other thing that I think I'm becoming a lot better at as I kind of progress in my academic career is to say, you know what, there are some days where I'm just not going to get everything done, right? I, you know, wake up not in the mood, or I don't feel well, or, you know, I just like cannot look at my screen anymore, whatever the thing may be. And I think getting to the point where you say, you know what, that's okay. It's all going to be here for me tomorrow. I can just do it then. Without, I mean, obviously you don't want to get out of hand, right? But to a point where you say, you know, even if I spend all of today, you know, going super slowly or watching Netflix or just kind of making it a self-care day, that's okay, right? All my stuff will be here for me tomorrow. It's not the end of the world. I'm just kind of coming to terms and coming to peace with that, I think has been really, really important for me in managing the stress and also getting things done.
You're a human that needs human care. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's okay. And medical schools think that's okay too.
Well, no, they don't. No. So tell me more about this, because we have this image in our heads, right? That if I don't check all the boxes and if I don't have everything just so, right? We know how competitive it is, and it is competitive.
Yeah.
But it's not true, right? That they expect all of us to be an uber human. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. So I would say, like, I have probably worked with over 200 students throughout my time in Kaplan, and I don't think I have ever met a single student who was like, oh, I'm great. Every box is checked. Everything is perfect. I have a 4.0 GPA. I have a 550 MCAT. Everything's perfect, right? I've never met that person. And all of those students have still gotten into medical school. And then once you get to medical school and you meet all your classmates, you're like, oh, look, everyone's just as human and imperfect as I am. I always encourage people to think about, you know, what is my worst case scenario? I just reapply. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Like Candice was saying, you'll get an opportunity to do something really, really exciting with a gap year. That might end up being, you know, the best thing that ever happened to you. And then you'll end up where you need to end up next year. And it's fine.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I think that's the biggest thing. You have to be patient with yourself. Be flexible. And I think that's something that, you know, a lot of people don't think about. If you're the type A person, I have to get A, B, C, D done. No, it's not going to always happen that way. Life happens. I'm telling you, med school, I mean, even with COVID right now, life happens. And there are some things that you absolutely just can't control. So it's okay to be patient. It's okay to be flexible. You know, that's just the best way to go about it, saying, hey, I would like to get these things done, but if you don't, then that's okay. Like, you have plenty of other opportunities to get it done. And that's something that I had to learn over time. But once I did, I mean, hey, it's been smooth sailing. Taking it one day at a time.
One day at a time. And also there's tons of research backing up, Elizabeth, what you said in terms of what's the worst case scenario, right? That talking through realistically with yourself, what's the worst case if this doesn't get done today? What's the worst case? And then also, when you're making plans, building in flex time, right? Because things will come up, because you're going to sometimes, you know, not feel well, or need to spend some time with your humans, right? Your friends, your loved ones, your family, right? Like that those are human things. And so building that flex time in upfront and being realistic with yourself. How do you, each of you, right? You're both very busy people. Is med school all you got cooking right now? Candice, is this what else you got cooking? What's going on?
What else do I have cooking? Well, I mean, the thing is, I love to do a lot of like community service. Right now, I'm working with teens in Georgia. It's called Resilient Teens, and we just Zoom and talk with teens once a week, and we'll talk through them with different topics, and it's great. I love to paint. As you can see, one of my paintings in the background. So I paint. I love doing that. I love collecting vinyls. There's just so much that I'm doing. I'm actually thinking about another book or two, which is which is interesting. I'm like, we'll see, we shall see. So I'm gonna pump the brakes on that right now. But I have that in the works that I'm thinking about. So there are just a lot of things. And then I also have my own website. So I mentor students. And I talk with students. Sometimes I'll speak at certain events. I just spoke at a Black History event last week. So, it's just a lot of things are going on in the background. So I'm not just a medical student, there's a ton of things going on in my life.
Elizabeth, are you similarly?
Yeah, I similarly stretched. Yeah, so in addition to school, I'm working with Kaplan, working with students, kind of helping them reach their MCAT dreams and kind of get over that hump. I'm doing research with school right now, which is super exciting. We're kind of working with a group of students on a health literacy project. So really trying to encourage our school to get health literacy topics kind of more integrated into our curriculum. And I'm also really involved with like the American Medical Association and the State Medical Association, kind of getting myself into policy. So those are kind of, things that I was really interested in before coming to medical school and that I was able to kind of incorporate as I went through.
So how, people that keep yourself so busy, how do you prioritize what to say no to?
Yeah, so I think for me, it really depends on the season. So like right now I'm taking my boards in 3-4 months in June, however far away that is. But so, school is my priority absolutely right now. And then obviously working is really, really important too. So those are kind of my top two hitters. And then everything else just kind of gets filled in as it can be. I would say the more you interact with, it's gonna sound crazy, but the more you interact with people that are not students, right? The more you kind of get away from college where everyone is just like right here trying to kind of build this application, the more you realize that like all adults have lives and have things going on and have a million oars in the fire. So I think generally people are very understanding that you have stuff going on and that you kind of will set expectations for, a week down the line, 2 weeks down the line, because they're all also doing the same thing. So I think, set your kind of priorities and everything else will kind of find a way to fit itself in.
Yeah, that's essentially pretty much what I do as well. The thing is, I had to come to a realization that I am not Wonder Woman. I love Wonder Woman, by the way, which is why I have this pen. So I was like, I can't do everything. I am not a metahuman. I am not a superhuman. I am just a human. So that means that there's some things that I just can't do. And I just had to come to realization that that's okay. So how I go about selecting, what is, I guess, more important, or, sometimes it's not even just about what's more important, it's about what I need. So, if I need to, take a break, I will take a break, and I will say no to certain events or certain opportunities. I know that in my class, they're always having things that they're, posting and saying, hey, can somebody do this? Can somebody see that? Well, I'm one person of 200. There are 199 other students who would love to possibly participate in this. So I don't necessarily have to right now, which is okay. So essentially, I really just kind of think about, what do I need to get done? What do I need for myself? Do I need a break? And I just have to say no. Just kind of getting an idea of not necessarily beneficial, because it really depends on what it is. Because of course, community service is beneficial, but you might not be able to do it all the time because you have to think about what's coming up. Maybe you have a test that you need to study for. You just can't do service right now, but hey, you could do it next week. So I try to rearrange my schedule so I can fit things in. But I just do the best I can to, essentially just kind of, again, set priorities. And if it's not quite a priority, then sometimes I have to say no.
And should say no, right? That I think that's being responsible and true to yourself, right? All right, so we're out of time. I knew this was going to happen. We wouldn't have enough time. We still have lots of inquiring minds. Sorry that we didn't get all your questions. I have one last important question for each of you. Candice,
yeah.
What's your number one piece of advice, short of going out and buying your book. We'll plug your books here at the end again. But other than buying your book and listening to all the great things in there, what's the number one thing that these pre-meds need to know?
I would say my number one thing is understand your path, your journey is yours. And you have to be patient with yourself, but you also have to be able to motivate yourself. There are going to be some times where there are going to be some things that get in the way. And there will be some times where, hey, it works out and you're able to get into medical school. But throughout this journey, you have to see it as a journey. It's not always about just the destination. It's also about the journey. So things might change. You might deviate off the path, but eventually you're going to get back on it and you're going to get into medical school. So you got to stay positive. You got to stay motivated no matter what happens. And you just have to remember that you can do this. You absolutely positively can do this. No matter how long it takes, you can get there, just like me.
Yeah, I would say a similar thing. I always tell everyone, like really big picture this, this stressful thing, this bad exam grade, this whatever it might be. If you want to get into medical school, if you want to be a doctor, I guarantee it will happen, right? It will happen some way, somehow. There is no way that if you decide I want to do it, no way it doesn't happen. So you just have to kind of, as soon as you decide that that's fact, everything else just becomes a lot less heavy, and I would take every single moment, every single setback, every single, kind of what if with a grain of salt, recognize that that's true and kind of take it from there.
Yeah. I like to say a similar thing about the MCAT, right? It's standardized test. It's always the same. It is the culmination of years of work, right? But
and if you need to, you can just do it again.
Or if you need to do a couple years of work, you do the years of work, right? That's that's what it is, and that's okay, right? Well, thank you both so much. The books again. Candice Childs, Lemons, Lemonade, and the Lemonade Stand, My Bittersweet Journey to Medical School, and Elizabeth Fasas, Making Pre-Med Count, Everything I Wish I'd Known Before Applying Successfully to Med School. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Yeah, folks, stick around. Speaking of the journey going sideways, we're going to be talking about folks that took some unusual paths on their journey to med school. So we got a short message coming to you from Brian Brightbill, and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Brian, a Kaplan teacher. I teach the MCAT, the dental admissions test, the optometry admissions test, the pharmacy college admissions test. I do a lot of science teaching for Kaplan, and I'm really excited to be here and talk to you a little bit about myself and what my class is like. I am, generally speaking, I would describe myself as a nerdy dad who teaches a lot of science. My wife and I have 2 kids and a house full of pets, and I teach in both a middle school. I teach middle school science, and I teach all these different science-centric courses for Kaplan. I'm also just generally nerdy beyond the science realm. Well, next to me I do have a microscope and a set of test tubes and pipettes, because demonstrations and seeing things in the real world, this is how we learn science, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. We got Dungeons and Dragons polyhedral dice next to me. I mean, I teach next to a little nerdy cave of things like anime related memorabilia, science books and Star Trek books, and I've got framed maps of Middle Earth on my bookshelf next to me. So I'm all about as much nerdiness as I can fit into my little area right here, because I just like to have a lot of fun while I'm teaching, and a lot of fun with my surroundings here too. That's why I really enjoy what I do here. It's fun. I enjoy teaching for Kaplan. I enjoy teaching at school. The thing I like to emphasize, though, is that I never in my class want my students to think, wow, this is really easy, because I want to make sure we're clear. When it comes to science, when it comes to learning, when it comes to gaining understanding, the process isn't easy. In the end, what we find is that the answers tend to be simple. There's a simple beauty to a lot of the answers we find in science. If you just consider your favorite scientific topics, your favorite things that you've learned in science, I would say that those things, at your deepest understanding of them, probably have a beautiful simplicity to them. But learning those things was not an easy process for you or for the initial people who discovered those things. So it's not supposed to be easy, but in the end, look for that simplicity. If it's complicated, a lot of times that means we just have to drill down to the simpler level. That brings me to learning in general. What does learning feel like? So if you imagine that you're talking to somebody and they say they want to start going to the gym and they want to get stronger, they want to bulk up, but they don't like being sore, so they're going to try and avoid ever being sore. You'll probably be really confused about how they're going to accomplish that. Analogously, I want you to try and imagine trying to learn, trying to gain a better understanding of things without ever feeling confused. Confusion is really what it feels like to learn, and that's going back to the idea of it's not easy. While we're studying, while we're trying to grow and develop our understanding of things, we should feel confused. We should really be seeking out the confusion. So in my classes, as I teach for Kaplan and at school, that's what I aim to do. I don't want to just share with you the information that's in the lesson. I want to make you think about it. So my aims are always to, number one, find the confusion. Find the thing that's not quickly and easily intuitive, but help us realize we're confused about it and make more sense of it. I do that by trying to ask the most thought-provoking questions I can, is with real-world physical demonstrations. Science is done based on experimentation, exploration. At school, everything I do is based on we see something in the real world and we learn something from it. What I find myself doing a lot in science classes for Kaplan is referencing the sort of real-world experiences you have, including labs that you probably had through middle school and high school and college, where you've seen concepts proven to you. And I want you to remind you that science is describing the real world around us. So that is, in fact, I always want to make sure I keep in mind my definition of science. Science is the systematic study of the natural world and the processes that govern it. It's not the natural world itself, it's not the processes, it's the study of those things. We never want to lose sight of that every time we're studying. And I think that's some of the things that the MCAT, for instance, does a really very good job emphasizing that study aspect. You are trying to prepare for a test like the MCAT. What are some of the most important things for you to be doing? And I was thinking about probably the most important piece of advice I give, and that's to be deliberate in the ways you study. Don't just study the same way you always have. If there's something you've been studying that has been introduced to you multiple times over the years, and you still don't quite get it well enough to answer a good critical thinking question about it, the way you've been studying it probably isn't the best way to promote your understanding. So we want to be deliberate. That does not mean ever really just going in and reading information about it. That's been proven not to be effective. So be deliberate in searching out the things that confuse you, then search out within that thing that confuses you, well, what about it? What about that does confuse me? What can I not explain there? And then try and find ways to understand that by finding demonstrations, finding better explanations, finding videos, finding anything you can that can help you understand those things. Don't just study, actually make choices about the way you're going to study to help you improve. That includes, I'm missing questions because I knew the content but critical thinking. I made critical thinking based mistakes. Deliberate yourself to make better critical thinking decisions. I am really proud of many of the decisions Kaplan has made in the way we teach our students, and one of the things we've really been emphasizing is this idea of a growth mindset. And I say this as a classic example of someone who grew up with a fixed mindset. If you're not familiar with fixed versus growth mindsets, it fundamentally describes how we respond to adversity, how we respond to challenges. I grew up as somebody typically viewed as the science and math kid. I was good at science, I was good at math. So my fixed understanding of my identity was I'm good at science, I'm good at math. And if I encountered anything that showed that I was not good at science, not good at math, it was scary and it challenged my own self, it challenged my identity. So that could lead to us avoiding challenges. And that's what a fixed mindset does to us. It's only years beyond that now that I'm able to look back and recognize this. But the more healthy way to view those things is with a growth mindset. This idea that, of course, you don't know all those things already. Of course, you can't just understand everything you see. Everyone goes through those studies or those struggles, and that's natural and normal. So feel like it's okay to not just get it, because you're putting the word yet on the end there. I don't get this yet, but I'm going to deliberately study to make sure I get better at this. So that's one of the major things to keep in mind that I always am worried about for pre-health, pre-med students, that we tend to grow up with this fixed mindset of I am good at these things, and it's scary when we struggle. It's okay to struggle. You're not alone there. All of your classmates, everybody else, they struggle too, even if you don't see it. Just want to make sure you know that it's okay. I hope to see you around at some point in the Kaplanverse and one of our free events, and I look forward to teaching them.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We saved the best for last. I want to call this the road less traveled. Well, I got a whole group of medical students here, and we want to show you that you don't have to be the perfect platonic ideal applicant. That real life happens. That you can take a varied path and get to where you want to be. So I'm going to ask each of you to start by introducing yourselves. Let's go by alphabetical order by first name. So Adam, would you start us off? Where are you right now?
I am a third-year medical student at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota.
Great. And Elizabeth?
I am a first-year medical student at Harvard University in Boston.
I'm well, I guess I'm a MPH student in between his second and third year of medical school at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine.
And I'm a third-year medical student at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, doing my clinical rotations in Montgomery, Alabama.
All right. Thanks to each of you for making time for us today. As always, pre-meds, if you got questions, ask them. We'll do our best to shoot those questions to our panel. But briefly, and this time let's go in reverse alphabetical order. So Rachel, you're still on the hot seat. Start me out with, how did you make the choice that doctoring was going to be the thing for you?
Yeah, I think I was young. I think I was probably like 12 when I was like, I think this would be the thing to do. So I actually went to college with the idea of going straight to medical school. I did all of my pre-med requirements. And I think like even through college, I really wanted to. I just kind of got to a point where I was like, I don't know if I should do it right now. So that kind of led me onto a bit of a different path before medical school, but it was just one of those things that always stuck around on the back burner. I stayed kind of in the game as an EMT even while I wasn't officially in medicine. And so that kind of kept me in the game for a while until I really dove back in.
Henry, was that similar for you? Did you know early?
No, I had pretty much the polar opposite experience. I from about age 11 or 12 wanted to be a lawyer. So everything I did was law. Went to college, went to a school that was known for a good pre-law program, majored in history and political science, did all my internships at law firms. Got to be the summer before I was going to graduate college, a semester early. So essentially right before my last semester of college, realized that this wasn't for me. Worked in insurance sales for a bit, worked in financial sales for a bit, tried to start a business. None of that went quite for me. And then eventually said, all right, medicine. And the thing that got me there, well, there were a few things that got me there. One of them was I helped out with the cleanup effort down in Hurricane Sandy in New York City, where I'm from. And when that hit in 2012, I realized that I had really no tangible skills for contributing to society with my hands. And I was watching one night as they evacuated NYU Langone Hospital, and they were keeping the pediatric patients alive by manually pumping their lungs as they went down the stairs. And I said to myself, wow, I wouldn't want to do that every day, but I'd want to know I could do that. And so I started really thinking about what I wanted out of life and the fulfillment I sought in life. And that was October. And by January, I was back in school.
Neat. Elizabeth, what about you? You're early, late, somewhere in between?
It was definitely more like Henry, whereas a little bit later on. So both of my parents are researchers. So during college, I wanted to be a math professor, did math research, and was like, no, never mind. So I ended up going to graduate school for biochemistry. And during that time, my research was actually in a cancer institute. So doing cancer research and being around patients so during graduate school, I guess I was like 22 when I decided that I wanted to do medical school afterwards. But so what appealed to me about medicine was it takes research and applies it. And so right now the program that I'm in is specifically for physician scientists. So I definitely was a little bit later in the game, but don't regret it at all. And I really like what Rachel mentioned about, sort of saying it's for me, but is it right now for me? So I don't think that after college it would have been for me.
Oh, interesting. So you needed that time to ripen before
I
you were
definitely
ready.
think so. Yeah, definitely.
Adam, what was your experience? How did you decide that it was going to be medical school?
Well, early on, I had dropped out of high school because I decided I wanted nothing to do with that. And I was raised in a martial arts studio, so I had left and I helped my master run the studio. And over time, I really fell in love with our discipline as a tool for uniting people's minds, bodies, and spirits in a way that empowers them to really thrive and live as their best self. So as I taught for maybe towards the end of my first decade, I realized that I wanted to pursue that to a level of mastery, the ability to figure out what's going on in someone's life and empower them to live their best one. And that led me to go back to college. At the time, I couldn't even get into the local community college, so I went to this after-school tutoring program with 10-year-olds, and I had a beard, and they were teaching me how to do long division. And I managed to finagle my way into the community college, and from there sneak through the back door of the state school. And from there, I did a master's in medical sciences with a focus on community health at Brown, and then to medical school. And I'm just sort of chasing that natural curiosity, which was born on the mat.
Wait a second. I thought that in order to become a doctor, you needed to have a perfect application, right? You needed to do the things in exactly the right amount of time, and you had to have the perfect MCAT score, and you had to have all of the right grades, and you had to have the right internship and more hours than they say that you needed. And then your personal statement had to be about how you had it's like American Idol, right? It was everything is against you. And right, are you telling me that I've been lied to?
Yes. Completely. There's fundamentally two approaches to winning the game. And one of them is to play it the way everyone else plays it and hopes that you just happen to be slightly above the mean. The other way is to play a completely different game. Instead of trying to be better than everyone else at being everyone else, just be yourself and be the best at that, because no one can compete with that. And the thing is, the brain is wired to perceive novelty. So when you go and apply and you speak with conviction and authenticity, you stand out by virtue of your authenticity and not by virtue of the length of your CV, which I would argue is a far less meaningful metric. So you can absolutely do it this way if you choose to.
How did you guys deal with, and I'll throw this out to the group, so whoever feels inspired, somebody at some point said to you, but you're gonna be X years old when you graduate from medical school. How did you respond to that, or how did you rationalize that?
I mean, for first off, Adam, a lot of what you were talking about kind of resonates with me. I don't know what you practice, but I boxed for 6 years. And there's not too many amateur boxers who go through to medical school. And I did school at community college. So that resonates with me too. And the first thing people told me when I was doing all my post-bac classes through community college was, they didn't even say to me, you're going to be X years old when you're a doctor. They said to me, you're never going to become a doctor because you're doing it at a community college. And I told him to go fry ice. Like, no, I'm going to do it my way. Kind of exactly what Adam said. And I'll find a way to get in. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. My classmates always kind of jab me for they call me grandpa. They say they're going to buy me a walker for when I start third year rotations that I can get, to and from safely. But the fact of the matter is you don't start living life after you become a physician. You start living life the moment you decide to start living life. And so if you decide right now that perfectly in line with what Adam said, you're going to be your best you're going to do the things you want to do and pull out of life what you want. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter when you get there. I can't imagine that the day I graduate and I have MD next to my name and the day I'm done with my training and residency, that I will suddenly be this new person. I'll still be me. So, the amount of time it takes for me was always just kind of insignificant. It doesn't matter. I'm living my life right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think also what Adam was saying about kind of this novelty approach, I think kind of there's two ways that people started looking at gap years. And one way is like doing the gap year to make everything perfect. And then I think the other way is doing a gap year because you feel like you just need to kind of explore more. And I think when you take the explore approach, it's more about kind of you doing things that you feel like you need to do to be a whole person. And I think when you do it that way, and that's kind of how I felt, I was a teacher for 6 years before I went back to apply to medical school. And I think during that time, even though I kind of had medicine on the back burner, I wasn't teaching to put it on my resume to become a doctor, to get into medical school. I was teaching because I was trying to figure out who the heck I was. And because of that, I had all of these really cool experiences in those 6 years that when I went to apply to medical school, they were like, wow, that is interesting. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess it is, but I never thought of it that way. And now that I'm in school, I don't think people look at me and are like, gosh, you're going to be an old resident. Like, I don't think anyone's ever approached that. Maybe they say it like when I'm not there. But what they do say is they're like, oh my gosh, like you've done a lot of stuff by 30. And I was like, I mean, I guess like I just took advantage of kind of everything that was out there. And because I wasn't necessarily trying to fit myself into this box of an applicant and I was just doing whatever kind of doors opened, it let me do a lot more stuff that ended up making me a decent applicant just because it was stuff that I wanted to do.
I can't say I've really had to comment too much, maybe because I don't look, how old am I? 27. I know someone asked how old were you when you applied? I don't remember with COVID. It's probably like 10 years ago now. But I think for me, I did ask myself the question. I was like, all right, I already have a higher education degree. Do I really want to be 31 and just starting residency and still making no money and having my parents be like, why are you still a student? Well, no, my parents have been very supportive. But I think that kind of echoing what everyone else has said, this is something that I really wanted to do. So I think that following my interests and following what I see myself being happy with has been like the most important thing, not so much the age. And for everyone who's feeling old out there, who is older than me, I've actually had a 50-year-old student, so applying to medical school. So there's a whole age range of people who are younger and older.
Can I jump in real quick with something just kind of to the point? Because Elizabeth, what you just said kind of cued this in me and bring up the student who asked, about age. I don't know about the other folks here, but I would rather, like what Rachel was saying also resonated. The life experiences I gained, on the one hand, you say to yourself, okay, I'm starting school older, but on the other hand, I feel like whenever I've interacted with patients, because I've had longitudinal work with patients over the first 2 years, I can relate to people. I've worked a job. I've paid my bills. I've struggled to find health insurance on the exchange. You do these things and your patients you're able to connect with. I tell you, I'd rather feel older than my peers, but be able to connect to my patients than feel like I have a world of difference between me and the person sitting on the exam table. And I felt like the years in between where I really carved out who I was have helped me be able to connect to my patients. And that's why we go, like we say, that's why we go into the field. And so then to actually have it, I think counts for a lot. So, and to that person, I was 28 when I started med school, and we have a 41-year-old in our class.
Yeah, 100% the same thing that Henry said. It's like, I feel like it's been forever now. I think I was 27 or 28 when I applied. I'm about to be 31 and I'm a third year. So however that math works out. But I think it's the same thing. I've been in clinical rotations now for about 8 months, and it's so much more natural for me to go in and just talk to a patient on day one of my clinical rotation than for some of my peers who were like 8 years younger than me. because they haven't had to do that. Like when you go straight through academia, you don't have a lot of interactions with people that are outside of your age group. And so doing something like teaching, doing something, I've interacted with parents, I've interacted with kids, I've interacted with the community, I've done work with geriatrics, and it's just like, and not in a medical setting. So you don't just see everybody as a patient, you see them more as a human, I think, because I was able to get these experiences outside of medicine for so long. And so, yeah, what Henry was saying is completely accurate. You have this different, it honestly makes it a lot easier, at least in third year, and I'm sure beyond that as well, I just don't know yet. It makes it easier to connect. It makes it easier to kind of do things naturally without having to practice how to talk to people.
Well, and I would say too, you're gonna be 30, you're gonna be 35, you're gonna be 40, you're gonna be 45, right? You're gonna be that age anyway. If you want to be a doctor at that age, you got to start, right? So that's okay, right? So I as a person who really, I don't know that I've grown up yet. Right, like you continue to just figure it out as you go, right? And we have a student asking, well, what options do I have? What considerations should I make when taking a gap year if I don't want to do a master's degree? Do you all agree that you're asking the wrong question, right? It's not what do I want to put on my application? It's
what do you want to do?
What do you want to do?
Yeah, what do you want to do? Go do it.
Yeah, I would comment on the term gap year. It makes it seem like you're taking a break from your life if you're not in school. And I think that's hugely problematic. Moreover, you shouldn't relegate yourself to a set of things that other people have done, because that's a surefire way to make sure you never contribute anything authentic to the world. Rather, think about who are you? What do you have to give? What do you want to see or experience or accomplish? And just go for it in your way. If you feel like you need to learn a new skill set, go get a degree. If you feel like you can make money serving that purpose, go get a job. And if none of the above count for you, if you want to sit around playing Xbox and writing children's stories, then do that too. You live your own life.
We talked to a panel of gap yearers earlier, and right, we had people that hiked the AT, right, and somebody was working as a medical device salesperson, right, and like, do the thing, right? And if that thing doesn't work, well, then try something else. And if this is just a temporary thing, all the more reason to experiment big, right? Because if you're like, well, I think I'm going to apply for med school next year, great. You've got 8 months, right, to a year to fill up. This is the only time you're going to be this age. How are you going to spend it, right? Like, what's the off the wall thing that you want to dare yourself to do?
There's also just,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's so few times that you're gonna get once you're in medical school to just drop everything and do whatever it is that you want to do at that point. And so a gap year is just an opportunity for you to say, there's something else out there for me, like let me go find it before you start to commit your whole life. And that was a big part for me in college. I was like, I'm just not ready to dive in yet and not see what else is around. And so that's the way to look at a gap year. It's not like, there's no right answer to a gap year.
I think as well that it doesn't even need to be something like a job or travel, especially during COVID right now. I know that there's a lot of financial constraints and things like that, but one of the things that I didn't take a gap year in my education, but the summer between college and graduate school, I didn't work. I just went home to spend time with my family because I knew that was going to be the last summer that I would be probably with them based on like graduate school. So you can also just take time with your family, take time with people you love. And, I think that's important to remember as well. Like if you're going to be a doctor, you need to remember that it's not about the title necessarily. It's what you want. And it's, make sure you're taking care of yourself too.
I happen to know that I also have a group of MCAT experts in the room. And somebody asked, I'm really intimidated by all the stuff. Where do I start? Where should they start?
Personally, I mean, I would start by approaching that intimidation. Start there, because if you're gonna turn the exam into this Goliath, it'll be hard to face it. It's a test. At its core, it's an exam. And you'll never be defined by an exam entirely. It won't be on your tombstone. It won't be what your what people talk about when they think about you. And frankly, once you get into medical school, nobody will care anymore. Unless you want to get a job with Kaplan, in which case then you'll care because you'll continue teaching the exam. Because I can't speak for everyone else here, but when I did well on it, I thought I was going to be done with it forever. And then here I am still teaching it. So in that context, maybe then you'll still care about it. But I personally would start with approaching that intimidation and reframing it. It's an exam, it's not a life-defining moment.
Yeah,
I like totally res. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, I would just say most of the anxiety about this exam, and it holds for the licensing exams in medical school too, most of the anxiety is not because it's a really high mountain, it's because everyone is just very anxious about it. And it's an echo chamber. You ask for someone's story and they tell you how they studied and you're saying, I could never do that. Well, maybe you could never do how they study, but that doesn't mean you can't do it just as well your own way. So what I advise students who are beginning is take a practice test and just learn the questions, figure out how each question should have been approached, and then do it again, and just do that a few times and take the exam. And fundamentally, that's all you do, with or without a tutor or a Kaplan course, something to supplement. But as long as you're doing that, you can do it your own way, and don't let anybody freak you out with their strange or neurotic study approaches.
Yeah, I struggled with the like kind of MCAT fear a lot when I was trying to decide when to make the jump back to med school. And to be honest, that probably delayed me a year or two into deciding to jump. And it was I literally had a box of MCAT books that had been like hand-me-down MCAT books from other people that I'd already made a career jump and like given them to me. And I moved probably 3 times and brought the box with me every time without ever opening one. And I don't know what it was that like made it so terrifying, but one day I was just like, I either have to do this or I have to not do this. And I just signed up and took it. Like I just took a practice test and then I just signed up for the thing, and it made it so much less scary because I think it's just this thing, especially when you haven't been in school for a while, you've been doing something else, and it's just this like mountain, like Adam was saying, where just like it's the unknown that is scarier. And so once I just took one, I was like, oh, like I can figure this out. And so from there, it got a lot less scary to make the whole jump of like, gosh, I'm going to change careers and like really do this. But I think there's something about ripping that Band-Aid off that makes it a little bit better.
Agreed.
I did something similar to Rachel, where I had sort of like MCAT study guides. I think for me, the first place was to figure out, okay, what exactly was on the exam. So for me, if I could figure out what the topics were, and if I had like a instead of like an infinite list, like a definite list, for me that was much more manageable. Whereas like a checklist where I could say, okay, I've done psychology, I've done whatever, and I actually hadn't taken any psych before, so that was all self-studying. So I was like, oh my god, what am I going to do here? So just having a defined set of material, like for example, I actually did use the Kaplan books for my studying the AMC materials. So having the Kaplan books there, I just went through all the subjects in them, and then I felt like I had a manageable amount of things that I needed to do. So it was, for me, it was organizational up front, and then I could figure out how to tackle that information.
Start.
Yes.
The start. But there is, right, and I'm sure that y'all must have felt this at times, right? Those moments of guilt or shame or doubt, right? Am I on the right path? Why didn't I do this years ago? How do you push through that? How did you what overcame those barriers for you?
Just remind myself I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die anyway. Honest to goodness, people live their lives as if they're immortal. Like if you mess up here, it's a chaos theory and you're gonna be really messed up in 300. You're gonna die pretty soon. And it doesn't really matter. But I don't say this to be a nihilist, but to say that what's the point of your life if not to feel somewhat fulfilled? If this is what fulfills you, go for it. And if you fail according to someone's metrics, you probably succeeded massively by someone else's. So it's not a matter of figuring out if you're on the right path, because the right path is arbitrarily and subjectively defined. It's, are you on your own path? Or are you so worried about stepping off the one that someone else has laid out for you that you're unwilling to pave what is your right to pave with your life? That's just my 2 cents, though.
It's not nihilistic if you're doing the work, right? Then it's just existential.
I had a similar idea to Adam. It wasn't quite so nihilistic where I was like, well, I'm gonna die, so better start now. It was more of like, wait, I'm an adult, I can do what I want. So if I wanted to go to medical school, so I applied. It was more just like, if I want to have cookies for breakfast, I'm gonna have cookies for breakfast. If I want to apply to medical school at the age of, I don't know how old I was. I'm 27 now, so I guess 26. I'm gonna do that because that's what I want. And I also figured that if I want it, then I need to actively go for it, because if I don't try, then the possibility that I'm going to be a doctor, well, I have a PhD, I'm a different type of doctor, but if I want to be a medical doctor, if I don't apply, chances are 0%.
I don't think mine had anything to do with dying. I think mine was more guilt. And it was guilt in like a different way though, because so I taught high school and I literally was telling these high school kids, like, go after your dreams. Like you can do whatever is out there. Like, you don't have to know yet. Just kind of, you can figure it out. And I'm telling kids this for years and I'm sitting there like knowing I probably want to be a doctor and just not jumping off the cliff. And so every time I gave that speech, like at the beginning of the year, I was like, I am a total phony. And so after doing that for 5 years, I was like, I either have to choose, like, I have to figure this out. And so I think there was some guilt there, but then I think there was a lot of imposter syndrome on the other side of it to say like, now I just like felt super behind. And I was like, they're never going to want me. Like I've already made this choice and I thought I'd stay. I thought I'd take 2 years and now we're looking at 7. Like, it's just, there was both sides. And I think it was hard on both sides because I felt like an imposter in both situations. But I will say once I like crossed the threshold and actually did it, I didn't really feel that anymore at all. If anything, I felt like kind of stronger in my convictions to go to med school. If I had applied as a senior in college or a junior in college, I would never have been able to answer a question about like if this was truly the right path. But like answering that question on the interview trail after being out of it for a while, I was sure. And I could tell people like I would not be making this choice if I wasn't 100% sure that this is what I wanted to do.
You guys time for a quick story, like real quick story. All right, so you talked about guilt or how am I going to go forward? I actually did quit once. I did quit chasing medicine, and I remember the day because it was December 12th, 2014, and I remember that because it was my 24th birthday, and I had an organic chemistry final coming up, and I mean we all went through that, and some of you probably had it smoother than I did, but I was in that like I can't do this place with OChem. So, I remember sitting on the kitchen counter and saying to my mom and dad, I was over at their place. And I said, maybe I should have gone to law school. I don't think I should have done this. And the next day I was supposed to go to this event with my organic chemistry professor. So I said, even though I quit, I'm going to go because, maybe she'll pass me. If I show up to this thing voluntarily on a Saturday morning, maybe she'll cut me a break and I'll at least get a B. And wouldn't you know it, as fate had it, at that event, I ended up meeting the person who would take me under their wing and mentor me and guide me and send me on the right path to medicine. He had been on an admissions committee for 40 years at a school in New York, and he personally helped me every step of the way. And if I had not shown up and gone that day, I probably would not be in medical school. But for some reason, I kept pushing forward. And that was a big moment for me in saying, okay, I'm going to do this because that was was I willing to push it one extra day kind of moment. And I did it. And once I saw that, I said, okay, now I'm going to push it every day. Now I'll do it. And that was a big turning point for me. And so after that, I took the MCAT and didn't do well and applied to med school and didn't get in. It took me 2 MCATs. It took me 2 cycles. But once I had crossed that path, I said, okay, that's it. Nothing's stopping me. That was too much divine intervention. I'm a religious guy. For me, that was a bit too much divine intervention. Like, I'm going to keep pushing forward.
We had a question come in about the personal statement. My guess is that hearing each of you talk about how you recommitted to this path and how that felt really authentic to you, the personal statement was actually probably not that hard to write. Am I wrong on that? Tell me.
It took 6 months. I work as a medical admissions consultant, and the thing took me 6 months the first time. Now I'm applying to residency, and I have a first draft, and it's terrible. I mean, yes, it's hard. It's hard. It is. But you just realize that all you need to do is, and the purpose of the personal statement is to impose a sense of relevance on all of the things you list on the application. Because an application that says I played the tuba and I swam and I did this job, well, nobody cares, applicant number 472. You're not that special despite what mom said. You have to make them believe it. And so when you write about what you learned as a musician that led you to want to play sports, and what your teammates taught you that made you really want to understand the human condition, leading to your bachelor's in anthropology, now all of a sudden you have this whole AMCAS or TMDSAS or ACMS application that has all these things that really make sense. Like, yes, I understand how this person has come to be. And so the admissions committee can look at it and say, I know who this person is going to be and how they're going to fit with our mission statement or not. And that's a great personal statement. It takes time and reflection. It's not just something that you can contrive. We can talk like this because we've been through that process of self-discovery and articulation, and you can do it too.
Seems like it should have been easy and it wasn't. Like, when I sat down, I was like, this should be easy. I have a lot of stuff I have a lot of stuff. And then I sat and stared at a blank page for like days. I'm also like a professional procrastinator when it comes to writing. And I probably wrote it in like 5 minutes sitting in bed one night because I was like, maybe I'll just write. And it like happens. But kind of like what Adam was saying, I think the key is you have to take all of the things that you've done and figure out why that makes it, why that's going to make you a good physician, and like explain that. So it's not just like, I've done all these things, so you should take me. It's like, I did this thing and like, gosh, this is what I figured out about myself. And so I like remember one particular story that I put in mine about a kid that I taught who just like could not figure out how to show up to my class on time, and just like the creative solutions I used to get him there, which resulted in me running a mile in gym class with like a bunch of teenagers. But the point was like, it seems like such a silly story. Like when I was talking to somebody about it, it seems like such a trivial thing to have happened in like the last 7 years of my life. But it proved my point of like, I will find a creative solution to solve a problem. And like, that's just what I wrote about, was all of these ways that different things in my life had shown that I could be creative. So I think if you just kind of you just got to think about like what kind of makes you you. And it does take a lot of self-reflection. And it sounds like Adam's a lot better at that than I am. But you do have to kind of just sit down and think through like, what are the things that like make me who I am, and like how are the things that I've done, how do they show that, instead of me just telling someone like, hey, I'm a creative soul, but I can't draw. So like you got to think about it. It's not easy though.
I want to hear the long form story of the gym running a mile afterwards.
I had to go back and teach after too.
Let's bring up one like nugget, is the personal statement needs to be personal, and maybe that's what's so difficult about it, right? Is you do need to tell a story, and so finding the right story to tell, because you only get so many characters, is.
I think that was, for me, it was the way I would phrase it, easy to write, hard to edit. I had no, like, I mean, I'm a writer, so I don't mind writing, but the thing that was hard for me, most of it was easy for me to get down, and then editing it down from 10,000 characters to 5,300 was a challenge, because I ramble a bit. But the thing that was difficult for me to put down were some of the more challenging aspects of my upbringing. So I grew up in a fairly violent environment. I have 2 disabled parents. We've had a lot of kind of just unsuspectingly bad things happen to us over the years, and it was hard to put them down. And given my upbringing, I felt like I didn't want to be some mercy case. And I felt like, as I was telling the story of where I come from and how I grew up, that I was going to be, some mercy acceptance from a medical school. And I remember venting that to my mentor, who I met at that event. And he said to me, well, do you want to be a doctor? I said, yeah. He goes, then tell the story. And that's what got it there. So, it is personal, and it is hard to share that sometimes. And I definitely exposed some open wounds in that personal statement, because I wanted them to see where I was coming from. And it's still not easy for me to do it, but it is personal. And if you want them to see who you are, you have to be willing to show some of yourself, maybe not all of yourself, but some of yourself to them.
So I'm just going to brag for a second. This is one of the things that I love about working at Kaplan. I am quite sure about the answer to this question. Did any of you want to be a Kaplan employee when you were a small child? Is this what you wanted to do when you grew? No? No.
Didn't cross my mind.
No, really, didn't come up. This is one of my favorite things about working here is nobody meant to be here, right? Everybody just somewhere along the way you fell into it. And somebody asked earlier, how did you get involved in Kaplan? It was just one of those things, right? That came up, and so. But I have a different question. Why are you still here?
The people are awesome. I mean, that's definitely one of the reasons. Like the students, the people we work with. I mean, you guys are obviously awesome. So it's just a great work environment, and I think it's just really nice to be able to, with that supporting environment, it's much easier to help people who want to take the MCAT and go to medical school. So there's so many resources, and I feel like we actually are trying to help our students. So there's never been any doubt for me about that.
Yeah, I actually ended up teaching the same MCAT course that I took before I got into medical school. I was like in a grad program and they offered the class and I took it because it was part of the grad program, and then I did well in the MCAT, and then Kaplan came, and then the next year they're like, hey, do you want to teach that class at that grad program the next year? And I did, and it was super fun. But I think like people are great, but it's also, I feel like I owe like a bit of a debt because Kaplan helped get me to medical school. Like, I'm not going to hide that fact. The books and the tests, and like, I wouldn't have done as well as I did on my own without that. And I know that because I tried, like, I just randomly took an MCAT with no prep, and that was not a good choice. And so I think that's part of it, where like, I felt really lost going into the medical school application process, and I didn't really have anybody mentoring me like it sounds like Henry did. Like, I was kind of just swimming in a sea on my own until I kind of found a Kaplan class and a teacher who was like, yeah, like I can help with that. And so I feel like I'm kind of able to do that as a Kaplan instructor. And I think that's why I've stuck around for so long. Like, I literally do this after I get home from clinicals at night, and I still enjoy it.
For me, it was a little multifaceted. One is that I love teaching, so that part's easy. Teaching's easy, but there's a bunch of ways you could teach, right? Why teach here? I love teaching. I love mentoring pre-meds, and I started a whole organization at my school where we do that. And we've got like 80 pre-med students, and we've got like this mentoring thing set up, and we give them clinical opportunities and all. And so that is part of it. But the other part of it, to be perfectly open with everyone, I mean, I was helping support my family. And my parents are, like I said, are both disabled, and it was work or have them lose their home, and I wasn't going to have the latter happen. And so I worked the first 2 years of medical school, helped keep them afloat. Now they're sound. I managed to get them solvent, and at this point, I'm like, well, I'm already used to working in medical school. I might as well just make some money for myself now. I'm doing things that I enjoy doing and working with a good group of people, and our coworkers are fantastic. There's one guy who hangs around and he knows who he is, and when he sees this, he'll know I'm talking about him. I don't know about him; he's kind of iffy, but everyone else is really good, and a pleasure to work with. The students are fantastic. It gives me something to do that's productive, and gets me away from school, which is really nice.
I mean, for me, multiple reasons, but I think a very big one is that it makes me feel like my life matters every day. Teaching saved my life, and you never know when the kind comment you make or the bit of support you give someone is going to change the way they live the rest of their years. And so any day that I teach, I feel like I would be proud of if I died tomorrow. And when you live like that, it's easier to let the little things like exams or whatever else is frustrating just go, because those things don't define me. I define myself by the outcomes of the people I try to serve. So that's why I still work here.
Yeah. Well, you are at this point all mentors and guides along this journey. How did you find the mentors and guides that got you to where you are now? Was that intentional? Was it an accident? How did that happen?
I think just being open, and sort of, it's hard to be open with many people, but because you'll face rejections or indifference. But when you are open with people, you end up running into some who really resonate with who and what you are, and they become your mentors. And so I suppose it's just a bit of luck and a bit of being open to receive the goodness of the universe when it pops up in front of you.
I mean, like I said, I had a really hard time finding any mentors. I just kind of felt I was teaching, like I wasn't in an environment where there were lots of doctors and people around. I don't come from a family of, no one in my family has ever done medicine. So there wasn't really a lot that I felt like I found prior to med school. And I also have a hard time I don't like just having conversations generally with random people.
Thanks for making an exception for us.
Well, no, I don't mind. It's very bizarre, but I feel like something like this is so different than like just kind of, med school. You get all these like faculty student events where like people just randomly walk up to faculty and like start talking about their lives, and that is so foreign to me. And I would go to them and I'd just be like drinking water in the corner, staring at like what I was supposed to be doing. And so I found it really hard to find mentors, honestly, and didn't have good luck until I started like just realizing if I just like did the things that I liked and worked really hard at them, then the people that were in those spaces ended up taking an interest in me as well. And so it doesn't have to be like this artificial thing where you go and you're like, I want you and I'm going to talk to you until you like me. It was one of those things where I just showed up in clinic and I just did the things that I really enjoyed. And like the doctor that I was working with was like, you're going to be really good at this and I'm going to help you. And that's kind of how I found mentors in the last couple of years.
Mine was probably about a mix of effortful searching and then definitely luck. So kind of like Rachel, I don't come from a family of like anyone who does anything medical. Like I have an aunt who is a nurse, but little bit of a different route there. So when I was in graduate school and I decided that I wanted to become an MD later on, I actually sought out an advisor. So when I joined a lab, I found an advisor who was MD PhD. So his career trajectory was sort of along the same path that I wanted to go. So when I was choosing a lab, that was one of the things I was considering, like in addition to like a number of other factors, but he turned out to be extremely helpful in terms of advising me on like how to craft a personal statement, what I should be thinking about. For the MCAT, I was on Reddit a lot, I'm not gonna lie. So that was a lot of Kaplan, a lot of AMC practice questions, and a lot of Reddit.
I mean, I told the story about how I kind of walked onto one, but I really want to, like, a theme that I saw that comes across is you need to have your eyes open, but not be searching, right? Mm-hmm. So and I thought what Adam said about being receptive to the good that the universe brings upon you is important. It's these opportunities, they cross your paths. They cross your paths more often than you probably realize, but are your eyes open to them? Are you looking for them? And are you and to harken back to kind of where we started, are you doing the things that you enjoy? And that's what puts you in a position to be around people who are thinking like you, value what you value, and pursuing kind of a similar philosophical path down life. And when you are doing those things and you have your eyes open, it will find you. You just need to be patient and continue living your life, not searching for it. Well, like finding somebody to date. If you're looking for it, it doesn't happen.
And kind of go, maybe I wouldn't say against that, but kind of in addition to it, there is nothing wrong with also putting yourself out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so definitely, I think Henry's on the track. It's like, if you come off as like too desperate, then that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are active, like if, for example, the dating analogy, you have to go outside. Like you can't spend all of your time in lab and at your house like I do. You have to actually like go, and again, with COVID, it's a little bit different, but email people, reach out, because what's the worst that's going to happen? They're going to say no, and then you say thank you, and then you move on. Like when I was looking for labs, I've had so many no emails given back, or be like, no, sorry, not going to happen. And it's like, okay, cool, next thing, please.
The best and actually is hi, I'm Jed, right? It's the same thing when you try to meet anybody, right?
Yeah, I know it's a lot. It's really hard. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, you're fine. It is hard. I was just gonna say I didn't do a good job of that, and I wish that I had done that sooner. But I think there's also a lot of really genuine people in medicine who like offer to be mentors, and you don't think they're being serious because you don't want to like take up too much of their time or like be a you know be an extra burden on them, but like they're being honest. And I think I didn't take up enough people who said like, hey, here's my email address, reach out to me if you need anything. And I did not do a good job of that early on and have been working on doing a better job. But when people offer you like help or like and you connect with them, like take them up on it, send them an email. Like Elizabeth was saying, like the worst thing they do is get busy and not reply, but they might reply and that might be a really good connection.
And there's also non-med school mentors, and don't sleep on that stuff. You know, I have some folks who mentor me, and they mentor me about like what a healthy marriage looks like because my parents did not have one. Like that's still useful. There are other areas in your life that you need to have mentorship. So don't put all your eggs in just the medical mentorship basket. Keep your eyes open at all times. There's a lot of guidance out there if you seek it and if you have your eyes open for it and if you're willing to let it come to you.
Yes, 1818 brought this back to where I was going to go next, which is letters of recommendation, because sometimes you do need a tangible thing. Sometimes you are searching for someone to ask for a thing. How'd you guys pick? Because it probably wasn't obvious who to ask for y'all.
The worst thing that can appear on a letter of recommendation, and mind you, it is recommendation, not evaluation, so it's going to be good. But the worst thing that can appear on it is an unsubstantiated claim. So if someone has a bunch of verbiage in there that, you know, Adam is this and this and this and this, and the reader is left thinking, what led you to think that? Then it looks like fluff. And if all of them are fluff, that's bad. So the best way to make sure it's not fluff is to make sure it's someone you spent time with. So not necessarily the head of the research department, but the grad student you worked under or the PI you worked under. Somebody who would recognize your face in the crowd at the very least, and who can qualify who you are. Because remember, what we're trying to give the admissions committee is a sense of how you will resonate with their program. And the more substantiated it is, the more compelling of an applicant you are. That said, it can be anyone. Schools have different requirements, and pre-health advising offices have different requirements. You want to check those boxes. But for me, for example, my family dentist was one of them. A boss that I had 6 years before I applied was one of them. Then there was a science professor and a psychology professor. And what they had in common was that they knew me in different contexts. So it painted a broader sort of picture. And you keep that in mind, and no two portfolios look the same. So go for what feels right.
I delayed med school for an entire year because I didn't have anyone to write me a recommendation or like what I thought I needed. So I'd been out of undergrad for 5 or 6 years at that point. I had a good MCAT score. And then I was like, oh shoot, what do I do now? Like I like did the MCAT and I was like, is that it? Like, I felt like that was the mountain and it was only the beginning. And so I actually like called my undergrad's pre-health advising office and was like, hey, like I got a degree from y'all. Like, can you help me? And they're like, no. And so I was like, oh, okay. And so I was like, I really don't know what to do now. Like, I haven't taken a science class in 5 years. Like, I'm not going to call up my 35,000 student undergrad. None of them will remember me. I didn't keep in contact with any of my professors. So I had good professional recommendations, but I didn't know that I could apply that way. So I ended up doing a year of grad school just because I was like, I honestly have no idea what to do in this process. So that was the main reason I went to grad school. And I got great letters of recommendation from grad school. And I also had a great letter of recommendation from my principal and a great letter of recommendation from a community person that I worked with in a community advocacy agency. But that was the hardest part for me. But I would echo Adam, like, if you're asking somebody for a recommendation, they need to be able to tell like a very personal story about you. Like, you shouldn't ask somebody for a recommendation if you don't think they can tell like a genuine story about who you are. Doesn't mean that they're going to write it in the letter, but that's like kind of a good gauge on who to ask. Because people were telling me like, ask this random online professor you took. And I was like, that doesn't see, like, they've never even seen my face. And so just make sure it's somebody that actually knows who you are.
I think actually to follow up on that, it wasn't for medical school, but I was applying for a grant during medical school, like a training grant. And I had actually asked one of my professors, would they give me a recommendation? And they said no. So that was definitely one of those things where I was like, what did I do wrong? And it turns out like her reasoning was, it's not that I don't like you, it's that I don't know you well enough to write you the letter of recommendation that you deserve. So I actually ended up putting her on my thesis committee because I knew that she was going to give me very good feedback, not for a later letter of recommendation, but she was honest with me. So I ended up getting recommendations, obviously from like my PI, and then I asked actually one of my one of the groups one of the student activity groups I was in, I asked her for her letter because she saw me in like a social setting and like a leadership position as well. So not just a scientific perspective, but also like, who are you? I know it's really scary for me. I would rather take the MCAT another 5 times and ask for a letter of recommendation ever again in my life. So what I recommend is get that out of the way first if you're like me, and just write those emails, figure out who you're going to ask. And if they say no, don't take it personally.
So I took a slightly different approach. So because I had worked in sales for a bit, I kind of learned how to schmooze a little bit. And when I was in sales, I was taught always be networking, always be networking, always be networking. And so I kind of go through life constantly networking. But and so if you're somebody who's like this, I'll tell you what I like to do is I like to ask someone for a small favor, something small. If we're talking about a book that they've read, could I borrow it? Or, could you help me with just something, I don't know, something trivial, menial. And once somebody says yes to helping you on something, it's a lot easier to get them to say yes to help you something again. And so if you want to look at it from like a manipulative standpoint, that's one way you could go about it. The other way you could go about it, to rope another question that somebody asked into this, somebody asked, how did you deflect naysayers? One of the ways I deflected naysayers was by saying, well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do exceptional work and make you have to watch it happen. I'm not going to ask for your help. I'm going to do a great job, and you're going to have to sit there and acknowledge it. And in doing so, a lot of professors, when I went back to school, they liked me. I don't know why. I can really get under people's skin. I know that probably doesn't sound shocking, but I can get under people's skin. But they liked me, and I worked hard for them. When I messed up in the lab one day and I had that problem fixed by 9 a.m. the next day, because I was not going to have my professor show up and ask me why we weren't going to publish because I didn't do something on time to get a deadline. And so it was a combination of working real hard for the right people who aren't naysayers, working really hard to work with those people, and always be networking a little bit. Never really hurts. Have a business card.
Be networking. How'd you find the research opportunity that you want to work on?
The first one I ever got was my chemistry professor came up to me and asked me if I wanted to get involved in something, and my thought process was yes. The project I'm working on now, I had to ask 7 or 8 faculty members at my school before anybody said yes, and I just kept asking. I'm going to keep pitching the idea and keep asking. Somebody's either going to say yes, or I'm just going to do it. And eventually somebody said yes.
I think I'm in the very small percentage of students that apply to medical school with 0 research experience. So I probably am a little different than the rest of the group. I did like a tiny amount in grad school, but it was actually after I'd already applied to medical school. So it wasn't even on my resume. But that was like my first experience. And it was literally just a professor who I went up to and I was like, I've honestly never done research and I'm applying to medical school. I feel like I should try it. And she was like, yeah, come on to my lab. We can see how that goes. But I think the longer I waited to try and get into research, the harder it seemed because it felt like everybody else knew what they were doing and I didn't. But kind of once you just jump in the door, there's so many different types of research that once I was in medical school, now I just literally just keep all the doors open. I just kind of do all the things that are interesting to me. And in doing that, have found a bunch of opportunities to do interesting research. I haven't really gone and sought it out as much as it's sort of fallen in my lap as I continue to do other things.
We have people asking both about what recommendations do you have for forcing yourself to network, because that's really what it comes down to. But then also, what recommendations do you have for self-reflection? So are there exercises that journaling or books that you read or ways that you skilled yourself up on both these things?
Definitely. I transformed myself in my 20s. Absolutely transformed who I was in my 20s. I don't dislike who I was before that, but I needed to go from being a boy to a man, and I needed to do it the right way. And when I saw that question come in, I was very glad that somebody asked it. Journaling is a big part of my life. Prayer is a big part of my life. But the thing that really got me down the path to both was I read Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, which was written by a psychiatrist who was imprisoned at 2 concentration camps. And the entire, especially the first part of the book, is about how having meaning in life is kind of what drives you forward through adversity, and it's important to search for meaning and to find meaning. And that was a very, very big one for me, was Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning and Ralph Waldo Emerson's Self-Reliance. And then I started writing a lot more, and that still to this day I try to write every night.
I cannot say the same. I'm really not great at like journaling or like reading self-help. That's never been something that I'm great at. I just found somebody that would let me talk about myself to them, which is honestly very uncomfortable. And so I had a hard time writing or reflecting, because I was in Teach for America and we reflected on everything out loud. So I was just really used to reflecting on my own flaws orally, I guess. And so for me, journaling it or like reading about it wasn't as helpful as sitting down with someone and saying like, this is how things are going. This is who I am. Like, this is what I'm going through. And so I just found like kind of good sounding boards, I think. And that helped me a lot, especially in like the process of applying to medical school. As far as the networking, I still hate it. And I think the way that I got through, honestly, I've loved COVID. I've loved this part of COVID because all of the like small talk of every meeting has been completely removed. But before COVID, I was still in medical school and had to go to these things. It was like, women in orthopedics night, and you showed up and there were a bunch of like really cool doctors there, and you're there with 50 other med students who are way better at talking to people and way super impressive. And so I started just setting really small goals for what I would accomplish in those nights, which sounds silly, but I would go in and say, I'm going to talk to 3 doctors tonight, and I'm going to get one of them to give me their email address. And that was like my goal. And if I met that goal, I would like give myself permission to leave. And so small things, start little, and then like work your way up. And eventually it becomes a little more natural. I mean, and find a buddy who's really outgoing. I just found a friend who like would talk to anyone, and they would just bring me into the conversation.
You can tell me if I'm being rude. Just say you're being rude. In my family, my oldest sister is a professional therapist. I'm a person that believes in therapy. It's okay to pay someone to listen to you, to help you do your self-reflection. Rachel, was that something that you found too?
Yeah, so I actually like went to a therapist for social anxiety because I was like, I cannot go to these events. And just like she gave me exercises, and that was really helpful. Like I 100% am on board with like, if you can find a flaw that you think you don't know how to get past, it's not necessarily a flaw. It's just something that you got to figure out a skill set for. Like I figured out skill sets for plenty of things in my life. That was just one I didn't know how to start with. So yeah, I mean, and I didn't have to pay for it. Medical school actually provided that for free. So that was super nice.
I also have a therapist.
Yeah, I have a psychiatrist. I'm glad you brought that up, Jed, because pre-meds, med students, doctors are very, very at risk for mental health, poor outcomes, burnout, suicide, disproportionate to the population. So to the audience, I would pose this question. You don't wait for your teeth to be rotting out of your head before you see a dentist. So why do you wait until you're completely out of your mind before you see a therapist? You should have a therapist. Practice mental hygiene, and you'll discover things within yourself that you otherwise might not have found. And there's something just inimitably powerful about someone who can articulate their nature with confidence, and that comes with work. So get a therapist.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. As someone who the things I struggle with tend towards the depression, that makes everything harder, right? So already having a relationship with someone is, can be literally life-saving.
Yes.
Medical school's tough too. I mean, it's really worth it, but there's things that you go through in medical school that Like sometimes your family just doesn't understand that, like my husband can't understand. And so having somebody else that you can talk to that kind of can follow your path and figure that out is really beneficial. And like Adam said, like before things really hit the fan. Because when things do hit the fan, to know who to call is crucial.
Or to already have a set of here's my first action steps, right? Of ways that I can start, can really head things off ahead of time.
I mean, I dealt with that in between first and second year of med school. I started having night terrors. I woke up one day having ripped down part of my ceiling in my sleep, and you know the precipitating event was that my mother was diagnosed with lung cancer midway through my first year of med school, and I mean, for all the great coping techniques I thought I had, and for all the writing and the man search for meaning, for all that, when it comes down to brass tacks, sometimes you just need a professional sitting across from you who's able to guide you a bit, and sometimes you just gotta accept that, and I'm really glad that I did, and I had good people in my life pushing me in that direction. My mom is okay, just for the record, but you know, it's just, you don't know what's going to prop up, and so what's going to crop up midway through school, midway through life. So yeah, establishing care like you would with a PCP, like you would with a dentist. You just establish care. And be a model for your patients, because you're going to have patients who are going to be hesitant to do it as well. And I tell you, I had somebody recently who was really hesitant to start seeing a therapist, and I was able to say to them, well, you know how it's helped me, and it's done this and then that. In fact, that thing that you like about me, that you just complimented me about, came from therapy. That wasn't there, and now they see one, and they're enjoying it. So be a model for your patients.
Although I will say that also, like dating, sometimes the first therapist you see is not the right therapist.
True.
That's right. You give it 2 to 3 sessions, and if it doesn't work, if you don't connect, if you feel like they don't understand you, it's okay to shop around.
It's also
not
like
necessarily
dating.
your fault. Yeah. All right, we only have 5 minutes left. I don't know how that happened. So each of you, we got a room full of pre-meds. What is your best tip, your best piece of advice? What's the thing that you needed to hear someone say as you were going through those hard times?
I needed one of my professors before I got into medical school. So I was a history, like I said, I was a history poli-sci major. I love history. I do still enjoy law. And I used to have this internal battle. I wanted to teach. I wasn't sure if I wanted to teach medicine or teach history, and I wanted to be a physician, and I wanted to do all these things. And I said, am I going to be able to do them as a physician? I want to, be first and foremost dad and father and husband, and like I want that first, and then medicine. And she said to me, Henry, nothing has to define you. No one thing has to define you. And that was what I needed to hear. And my life has not been the same since she said that to me. That resonated, it stuck, and it's the absolute truth. No one thing has to define you. No one thing says who you are. No one person says who you are other than you. And so pursuing, what Adam said before was so spot on. Life is going to be short, so if you might as well spend it finding fulfillment, and let that be what defines you. And if you do that, no matter what else happens here, you're not going to look back on your life with regret. And that's the key point. You won't look back with regret if you just find fulfillment and let nothing external define you.
Yeah, I think somebody finally said to me, like, there is no right way to do this. And that kind of did it. Like, everything that you've done in your life has put you on a path to go wherever you want to go. And like, only you can choose that next step. So it doesn't, just because you don't fit the mold, like, it doesn't matter. Like, everything that you've done has merit, and everything you've done has put you in a place where you can now make this next choice. So stop thinking about all the things that everyone else is doing, and just keep doing the things that you enjoy doing and that you want to do because you think it serves other people in a good way. And I saw that somebody put in a question about marriage. I don't think there's a good time to do anything with med school. I mean, live your life and do the things you're going to do. I got married the Saturday before I started my GI unit, and I was back in school on Monday. and I'm going to have a kid in med school. And like, that's just kind of how life goes. You just live your life and you keep on going. I mean, don't plan your life around med school. Like, let med school be part of your life.
My firstborn son is due on March 15th. Just go for it.
I think the two things that got me through, the first was that I acknowledged that it was difficult. I think for me, I'm someone who doesn't like platitudes like, oh, well, it'll all work out, or, you know, there's a plan for everything. And if it doesn't work out, everything like that. For me, I mean, some people like that. For me, I didn't like that. For me, I was like, I really appreciate it when people were like, I know it's hard. What can I do to support you? And it was something like, here's some candy, go get a donut, then go cry in the room, and then come back. So I think just realizing that sometimes it's going to suck, but the other thing that really helped was overall, I did enjoy it. So looking back at some things, like I hated writing secondaries, I hated writing, you know, the primary, but looking back, it honestly wasn't that bad. And, you know, I learned a lot. I got to meet a lot of really interesting people who have changed my perspective on things, and I got to where I wanted to go. It didn't turn out exactly as I planned, perfectly fine. Could have done things maybe a little bit the better way, but I don't have any regrets with how I chose it. So I think just, you know, acknowledging it's okay. It's okay if it's hard, but, you know, have a plan to get through that, have your support group. I think the idea of like therapy is so fantastic. And I know that during grad school, research is failing. So having people there with me to help me through that, and not even to just give me advice, but just to throw candy my way, was really, really helpful.
I would say, one, success is the thing that happens when you have failed enough times. So don't avoid failure, because avoiding failure is tantamount to avoiding success. Second, someone once sent me a meme and it said, talent hits the targets no one else can see, or no one else can hit, but genius hits a target no one else can see. And I thought at first, I guess some people are just more talented and can see things. But the fact of the matter is that all of you can see something that other people can't see. And it might be your perspective or the way you perceive something or whatever. When you grow, when you take that authenticity and that perspective and you refine it to a level of mastery, then you become a genius. It's not something you're born with. So go and become all that you can be. And the third thing I would say is that there is a literal pandemic of poor mental health in physicians, and you're not going to help anyone if you're burnt out or dead. In the last 3 weeks, 2 people I know have committed suicide in medical school. It's an annual tradition for me to receive that text message. So stop it. Put self-care first. Exercise every day, or every day on a schedule. Eat well, sleep regularly, spend time with the people who matter, and do not ever sacrifice that. Even if you have an exam tomorrow that you're underprepared for, exams can be made up, but your life is a single thing, and every decision you make matters. So put yourself first. That's what I have to say.
Ask for help.
And that's perfect.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for being vulnerable and sharing the straight facts. Thanks y'all for being here. Now I do a silly thing, and this feels extra awkward coming from that end, but I write parody test prep songs, and I promised that I would play one. So I want to finish with a parody test prep song, and thank all of you for being here. You've done wonderful work today with us. We're so glad you came. Here we go. I'm gonna try my best on the med school test. I'm gonna try till I can't try no more. Try my best on the med school test. I'm gonna try until I earn my score. MCAT is the test, give it full court press. Can't do nothing less, gotta give my very best. Working in my course, Kaplan is the source. Powerful like horse, test just can't resist my force. Can't nobody trick me nothing. Can nobody trick me, nobody trick me nothing. Can nobody trick, I'm gonna try my best on the med school test. I'm gonna try till I can't try no more. try my best on the med school test. I'm gonna try until I earn my score. Keep working hard, y'all. Wherever you are in your journey, we got something for you. If you're just starting, sign up for a question a day or something. If you're ready for that MCAT, remember we're doing that all access thing. So now's a great time to start. And if you're preparing your application, make sure you come back March 10th for Maria's personal statement workshop or book time to actually work with one of our great admissions consultants like Maria or Adam. Thanks for being here, y'all. Keep that head up, keep working hard, and let us know how we can help you. We know you can do this. We know you will do this. And if we can help you in any part of it, we would so like to. Take care, everybody.